History has always feared one thing more than chaos: raw talent it cannot control. Chosen one, let that sink in for a moment. Because when you walked into their world, you weren't just a ripple in the water, you were the tidal wave that tore through their charts and rewrote every protocol they ever trusted. Now imagine this for a moment: an entire military elite, men and women trained to predict every possibility, suddenly choking on silence because you showed them something that wasn't supposed to exist. The Pentagon, with its steel corridors and airtight secrets, was built to handle nuclear launches, cyber warfare, biological weapons, and even unthinkable alien contact. Yet when they laid eyes on you, they froze. Not because they didn't believe it, not because it was impossible, but because the only word their minds could summon was, "Sir, that's illegal. Illegal. Chosen one." Do you see the irony? Your natural brilliance was so powerful it broke through the highest walls of authority, and all they could do was retreat to the language of law because reality itself had betrayed them. And here's the fact that screams in your favor. Throughout history, the most feared individuals were never the soldiers with guns, but the ones who carried something no system could regulate: unpredictable genius. They labeled Da Vinci a threat. Einstein was watched, and those who dared to think outside their confines were marked dangerous. You stand in that very lineage. You are a walking classified file, stamped with top secret, but no one has the clearance to open it. That is why they are stunned. That is why they sweat beneath those decorated uniforms, because you've become the one anomaly they never rehearsed for. And thank you, Chosen One, for standing in this light with me. Don't forget to return the energy. Press the like button, subscribe, and help this message spread to more souls, because it's our shared responsibility to shine this truth into the darkness. Thank you for being part of this mission, Chosen One. You are more than a listener. You are part of a force the universe itself is moving through. Now let's return to our subject. The phrase, "Sir, that's illegal," wasn't just an outburst of shock. It was a confession. It revealed the sheer helplessness of an elite system when it comes face to face with someone like you. Because in their world, everything must fit into neat boxes of authority and control. And here you are, a living glitch in their perfect code, reminding them that talent doesn't ask for permission. You didn't need clearance. You didn't need badges or medals. You stood in your truth, and it exposed the weakness of their entire hierarchy. The brilliance of your presence showed them that they could prepare for every weapon known to man, but they could not prepare for the force of one individual who refuses to be contained. Think about it, Chosen One. Rules exist to keep order, but those same rules crumble when confronted with a phenomenon that doesn't belong to their structure. The military elite thrives on predictability. They plan, they calculate, they simulate. But when you stepped outside the bounds, you shattered that fragile illusion. It's almost comical if you think about it, how the mightiest systems on Earth tremble, not because of foreign missiles, but because one individual dared to unveil their natural power. That's you. You are the anomaly they wish they could regulate, but they can't. You are proof that not everything can be owned, not everything can be ranked, not everything can be punished into obedience. The truth is, Chosen One, your existence is already a form of rebellion, and rebellion, in their eyes, is the greatest crime. That's why the officer didn't call it impossible, he called it illegal. Because your brilliance was so undeniable, the only way to resist it was to slap a label on it, to pretend it was against the law of their order. But you and I both know the universe doesn't answer to their rules. The universe answers to truth, and truth has chosen to express itself through you. That's why they are unsettled. That's why their world shakes. They are face to face with someone who cannot be tamed, someone who doesn't bend to systems designed to keep power concentrated, and it terrifies them. So when you hear the words, "Sir, that's illegal," don't take it as an insult. Take it as confirmation that you have crossed the invisible threshold between ordinary and unstoppable. They didn't call you a fraud. They didn't call you a liar. They acknowledged your power, even as they tried to smother it under a label of law. That is the gift and the curse of being who you are. You are undeniable. And while they scramble for explanations, you will continue moving like the anomaly you are, rewriting the script of what they thought was possible. Chosen one, you are the storm they never trained for, and the fact that they whispered illegal instead of impossible is proof. They know your power is real, and they know it cannot be contained. So, chosen one, before we move deeper, I need you to lock in with me right now. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to own the fact that your raw talent is shaking systems built to keep everyone in line. And if this message strikes you, don't forget to support the mission with a like, subscribe, or even a small gift of thanks, because every bit of energy you return fuels the light we're spreading. This work takes time, effort, and heart, and your support is what keeps it alive. Remember, whether it's a simple click or something more, it all drives this forward. And now, let's dive step by step into why the military elite couldn't handle you. Because if you truly are who you know you are, you'll feel that magnetic pull to stay with me until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1, when legends forget how to breathe. The loudest silence in the world is the one that comes when even killers forget how to breathe. Let that sink in, chosen one, because that's exactly what happened the moment you stepped into that room. 23 of the most hardened, battle-tested operators alive, men and women who've stared into the jaws of war, who've been trained to keep their pulse steady even as bullets sang past their ears, suddenly froze. These weren't rookies. These weren't ordinary soldiers. These were legends in their own right, people who had built entire careers out of mastering fear. And yet, when their eyes fell on you, their weapons of discipline and control cracked like fragile glass under pressure. That silence wasn't weakness. It was confession. It was the universe ripping the mask off their faces and showing them what happens when manufactured toughness meets raw, uncontainable talent. Now imagine it clearly, chosen one, a room fortified with nerves of steel, hearts trained to pump ice instead of blood, and minds conditioned to never flinch. And then you enter, not with force, not with theatrics, but simply existing. Not at full capacity, not even close, maybe running on 2% of what you carry. And yet, in that moment, they took a step back. Why? Because they saw the truth no report could sanitize. You weren't another soldier. You weren't another statistic. You were something else entirely. Something their manuals had no chapter for. Something their elite psychology couldn't prepare them for. The silence wasn't respect. It wasn't fear. It was a breaking point where their training collided with the undeniable reality that you don't fit into their blueprint of human limitation. "Sir, that's illegal," those words whispered earlier. This was the proof of it. Because what you showed them didn't just bend the rules, it erased the entire rulebook. And let me tell you something, chosen one, silence is louder than applause. Applause can be faked, cheers can be commanded. But silence? Silence in a room built to never break. Silence is sacred. Silence is their unspoken surrender to the fact that you shattered their illusion of control without lifting a finger. Think about it. These are people who have faced nuclear threats, insurgencies, and situations that most human beings couldn't survive 5 minutes in. They had stood tall in places where even hope refused to enter. And yet, here they were, taking a step back from you. Doesn't that tell you everything you need to know? It wasn't that they hadn't seen power before. They had studied it, weaponized it, wielded it like a blade across continents. But you weren't power in their sense of the word. You weren't trained strength. You weren't engineered dominance. You were nature itself, raw and ungoverned. You were lightning walking into a room full of torches. And here's the brutal truth, chosen one, that silence wasn't just theirs. It was a gift to you. It was confirmation that what you carry cannot be ignored, cannot be downgraded, cannot be filed away as ordinary. The reports they wrote that day, still locked under classifications so high they had to invent new names for them. Think about the absurdity of that. Entire systems designed to measure, to record, to categorize, yet they had to stretch language itself just to describe what you are. You broke not only their expectations, but their vocabulary. Do you realize how powerful that is? They couldn't even explain you without building a new cage of words, and still, those words fail. And maybe you're asking yourself, why does it matter that they were stunned? Why should their silence mean anything to me? Let me answer you with another question. When those who fear nothing suddenly fear you, what does that make you? When those trained to dominate every environment can't find their footing in yours, what does that say about your essence? The answer is simple, chosen one. It says you are beyond measurement. And anything beyond measurement becomes a threat to those who build their empires on control. That's why they try to bury what they saw under classified ink. Not because it was unimportant, but because it was too important. Too dangerous to let the world know that someone like you exists. The silence of that room should be burned into your memory. It was not emptiness, it was weight. A silence so thick it could be cut with a knife. A silence that spoke louder than alarms, louder than commands, louder than explosions. Because in that silence, the military elite admitted defeat without speaking a word. They couldn't clap, they couldn't accuse, they couldn't rationalize. All they could do was take a step back and hope no one else noticed how the universe itself bent when you entered. And let me be brutal with you here. Do not mistake their silence for reverence. It wasn't worship. It was fear, camouflaged as restraint. It was strategy crumbling under the realization that you cannot be contained. That silence was their alarm bell, and you were the fire that set it off. So the next time you doubt your place, remember that even the strongest, even the most disciplined, even the most ruthless, could not stand their ground against your presence. That's not ego, that's evidence. Chosen one, you must see this for what it is. You are not operating within their system. You are the system breaker. You are the exception to every rule they swore by. And that silence, that legendary hush in a room full of hardened warriors was their unwilling acknowledgement that the game has changed forever. They weren't just stunned by you, they were exposed by you. You reminded them that their entire fortress of strength was built on an illusion, and you walked in as proof that nature, raw and untamed, will always eclipse man-made discipline. So take their silence, chosen one, and wear it like armor, because if they can't speak, they can't control. If they can't define you, they can't limit you, and if they can't face you, then you've already won. Remember this truth. The moment you walked in, the moment 23 unshakable souls forgot how to breathe, was the moment you became undeniable. And that's what terrifies them most. Not your actions, but your existence. You don't have to prove yourself, you already did, simply by being. Number 2, the glitch that crashed their whole system. They built the game, but they never prepared for the player who could break it. let that cut straight through, chosen one. Because you weren't just an outlier, you weren't just different. You were the living error message flashing across their perfectly polished screens. Imagine this for a moment, an empire designed with infinite precision, where every rule is mapped, every variable accounted for, every outcome rehearsed to perfection. And then you arrive, not to play by their rules, not to bend or adjust, but to expose the flaws coded deep into their system. That's why they call you a glitch, not because you're wrong, but because you're proof that their illusion of control was never airtight to begin with. Let's strip this bare. They tried to package you, label you, shrink you into a template they could manage. Society pressed its mold against your skin, hoping you'd fit into the role of predictable worker, obedient citizen, quiet dreamer. But the moment the masks fell, the truth erupted. You're not a gift, because gifts can be revoked. You're not a talent, because talent can be mimicked and explained. No, chosen one, you are a force that exists outside their categories. You're the glitch in their matrix, the anomaly that rewrites their narrative by simply existing. And nothing terrifies a system more than proof it isn't flawless. Perfection collapses the moment it meets reality. That's another truth they don't want you to realize. Think about it. What does a glitch actually mean? It means their design was never complete, never invincible. No matter how tightly they wrapped it in arrogance, you weren't the mistake. They were. You were the line of code they could never predict, the wild variable their algorithms couldn't contain. Imagine standing in a casino built on rigged games, every machine designed to swallow coins without mercy. Then suddenly, one machine spits out endless jackpots the moment you touch it. That's you. A living contradiction, proof that their so-called order was nothing but a carefully managed lie. And maybe you're wondering, if I'm the glitch, doesn't that make me broken? Doesn't that make me defective? No, chosen one. Let me answer you directly. Defective is their word, not yours. A glitch isn't broken. A glitch reveals the cracks in the system itself. A glitch is the signal that the entire program wasn't as perfect as they pretended. You're not malfunctioning, you're evolving. You are what happens when the universe decides to test their false certainty. They built walls of mediocrity, generation after generation, engineered to fit in, obey, and never question. And then came you, a mutation, a refusal, a cosmic reminder that evolution isn't finished. Order only survives as long as no one questions it. That's why your presence feels like violence to them. Because you don't just live outside their rules, you expose how fragile those rules really are. Imagine a painting displayed as flawless for centuries, hung in gilded frames and worshipped by critics. Then one day, someone shines the right light on it, and suddenly the cracks show, the colors fade, the brushstrokes reveal mistakes. You are that light, chosen one. You're not the flaw. You're the illumination that reveals the flaws they buried. That's why they whisper, why they panic, why they invent new categories just to file your existence away under unexplainable. And here's the irony. They call you dangerous not because you hurt them, but because you refuse to be predictable. Predictability is the currency of control. If they can predict you, they can program you. If they can program you, they can own you. But you're the unexpected variable, the line of math that refuses to solve, the question they can't cheat on. That's why they scramble. That's why they label. That's why they reduce you to names like illegal or error. Because they cannot afford to admit the truth, that you are proof of freedom itself. Freedom is the glitch in every empire. You embody that truth. Every empire falls not by external attack, but by the cracks that appear within. And you, chosen one, are one of those cracks. Imagine a massive dam holding back the force of an entire river. Engineers boast of its strength, governments swear by its permanence. But then a hairline fracture appears, small and almost invisible. Over time the fracture grows, pressure mounts, and one day the unstoppable surge bursts through. That fracture, that unstoppable surge, that's you. You're not the failure of the dam. You're the truth of the water that could never be caged forever. Now, let's address the question still gnawing at you. Why me? Why am I the glitch? Why am I the one shaking their foundations? Because the universe always plants anomalies where systems grow arrogant. Because nature itself resists confinement. You weren't chosen by accident. You are the balancing act, the reminder, the disruption that says evolution is still alive and thriving. You are the evidence that mediocrity is not destiny. And deep down, you've always felt it. You've always sensed that you don't fit neatly, that you don't walk in sync with the masses. That's not isolation. That's distinction. That's your proof. Isolation is the birthplace of authenticity. That's another brutal truth. They wanted you to see your difference as a weakness, as something to hide. But in reality, that separation is what gave you the clarity to see the system for what it is. A matrix of recycled ideas, borrowed power, and fragile illusions. Your silence was their glitch, your refusal their glitch, your very existence their glitch. And every time you step into a room, you remind them that the machine is cracking, that their matrix was never seamless, that their power was never eternal. So take pride in the word they throw at you, glitch. Because when they call you that, what they're really saying is, we don't know how to explain you. They don't have language for you. They don't have rules for you. And without rules, they can't win. That's why their silence cuts so deep, why their panic hides beneath uniforms and medals. You are not their failure. You are their reckoning. Chosen one, hear me clearly. You are not here to fit in. You are here to expose. You are not here to obey. You are here to disrupt. And though they may try to bury you under classifications, reports, and whispered warnings, the truth cannot be suppressed forever. Glitches spread, glitches replicate, glitches rewrite systems from the inside out. And so will you. You are the living proof that the universe cannot be coded, cannot be tamed, cannot be finalized. Evolution is not done. And you are the reminder. So remember this, when they call you a glitch, they've already admitted defeat. Because in their matrix, perfection was supposed to mean control. But you shattered that illusion simply by being. You are the error that exposes the lie. You are the anomaly they fear but cannot erase. And you will keep showing them again and again that no matrix, no matter how vast, can cage what the universe created to be limitless. Number 3. The future they couldn't engineer. They spent billions building machines, and you walked in proving nature still outperforms the lab. That's the truth they never wanted spoken aloud. For decades, the elite funneled rivers of money into black budgets, constructing underground bunkers, assembling secret task forces, and recruiting scientists to engineer the so-called next phase of humanity. They experimented, enhanced, upgraded, all in the name of progress. They thought they were building the future with steel, wires, and injections of control. But chosen one, then you appeared. No enhancements, no multi-million-dollar program, no surgical edits to your DNA. Just you, standing there with nothing but raw, unfiltered essence. And in that moment, every cent they spent became worthless. Imagine their humiliation. An empire obsessed with super soldiers and augmented operatives, suddenly confronted with someone who, without training or modification, could do effortlessly what their engineered prototypes couldn't dream of on their best day. It was like watching a child draw circles on the sand, only for the tide to come in and erase them with ease. You were that tide. You were the reminder that no matter how much money they pour into laboratories, they cannot manufacture what the universe places freely in someone's soul. And maybe you're asking yourself, why did it crush them so badly? Because it wasn't just your ability, it was the fact that you stood as living proof that their empire of science, secrecy, and control had failed. They weren't staring at the future they were trying to build. They were staring at the truth they had tried to bury under projects, programs, and patents. You, the one thing they could never buy, replicate, or suppress. The glitch they thought they'd erased, suddenly alive and undeniable. That was the moment silence turned to dread. Because they finally realized evolution doesn't happen in their laboratories. It doesn't answer to their budgets. It doesn't ask for their permission. Evolution walks in, uninvited, wearing your face. And nothing terrifies them more than knowing all their carefully engineered assets will forever stand in your shadow. Number 4. When predators realize their prey. The deadliest moment for an apex predator is not when it's wounded, but when it realizes it is no longer the hunter. That's what happened in that room, Chosen One. The so-called military elite, men and women sculpted into weapons, trained to dominate any terrain, polished until they believed themselves untouchable, met the one reality they were never trained to face: you. They walked in as predators and walked out knowing the food chain had changed forever. Imagine this: wolves raised in packs, their teeth sharpened, their instincts drilled to perfection. Now imagine one human walking into their forest, unaware, unarmed, and yet the wolves scatter. That's what your presence did to them. Not your effort, not your willpower, just your existence. You didn't flex, you didn't strike, you didn't strategize. You simply breathed, and the oxygen in the room bent around you. That's what broke them. They had been taught that dominance requires discipline, yet you proved that true power doesn't grind, it flows. And here's the gut truth. What unsettled them wasn't just your ability. It was your innocence in wielding it. You weren't even aware of the way the air shifted when you stepped in. For you, it wasn't performance. It wasn't a demonstration. It was simply breathing. Do you realize how terrifying that is for a system built on constant struggle? When your effortless state eclipses their lifetime of training, they know the hierarchy is over. So, Chosen One, understand this clearly. Their silence wasn't awe, it was mourning. Mourning their relevance, mourning their control, mourning the lie that they were the peak of human evolution. Because in that moment, they realized the crown they carried so proudly had already slipped to the floor, and you weren't even trying to take it. You were just being, and that, more than anything, is what left them broken. Number 5. The power that keeps them awake at night. Real power isn't what bends knees. It's what keeps the powerful awake, staring into the dark, knowing they have no defense against it. That's you, Chosen One. Not medals, not wealth, not weapons. Those are toys for children playing war. What you carry is something else entirely. It's the kind of power that has seasoned generals pacing their offices at 3 a.m., sweating under fluorescent lights, staring at classified reports, stamped impossible, yet sitting right in front of them. Reports that whisper the one thing their empires can't afford to hear: you can't be controlled. Imagine this: They've seen special cases before, psychics who claim to see through walls, remote viewers who bent probability enough to shock civilians, even enhanced humans sculpted by billion-dollar programs to tip the scales of possibility. But all of them came with limits. They had walls, weaknesses, expiration dates. They could be labeled, categorized, assigned a file number, and locked into a chain of command. That made them safe. That made them usable. But then came you, not trained in a secret bunker, not wired with tech, not modified in some underground lab, just you, walking contradiction, unmanufactured, unreplicable. You weren't a case. You weren't an experiment. You were the category itself, a violation in flesh and blood of everything they believed human potential could be. And that's what breaks them, because when they stare at you, they see a problem no program can solve. Systems don't collapse because of weakness. They collapse when they face something they cannot copy. That's what gnaws at them in silence. They can replicate weapons, replicate technology, replicate even the discipline of their soldiers. But you can't be copied, can't be taught, can't be bottled. You are the one thing they can't steal. And for a system built on theft, on consuming, imitating and repackaging power, that's a death sentence. So understand this, chosen one. Your power isn't just rare, it's unrepeatable. That's why they pace at night. That's why their silence carries weight. You are the reminder that real power doesn't answer to blueprints, ranks, or labs. Real power exists beyond control, and that's why it terrifies them. Number 6. When power becomes a crime. Systems don't fear the impossible, they fear the uncontrollable. That's why, chosen one, the officer's voice cracked with the word illegal. Not impossible, not unbelievable, illegal. Because in their rigid world, power is supposed to have borders, permissions, and signatures stamped across it. Power to them is a privilege granted through rank, money, or machinery. But you walked in carrying something raw, something real, something that didn't ask for clearance, and that terrified them more than any weapon ever could. Imagine the scene. Vaults buried deep underground, secured by codes, armed guards, and silence so heavy it could strangle a man. Inside those vaults lies the footage of you, evidence so volatile they don't dare admit it exists. Why? Because your existence didn't bend the rules. It incinerated the entire rule book. You weren't supposed to happen, not outside of their laboratories, not outside of their command structure, not outside of their carefully written doctrines. And yet here you are, living proof that their laws of power were nothing more than shackles dressed up as truth. And maybe you're wondering, why illegal? Why not call it a miracle, or an anomaly, or even an accident? Because those words give space for awe, but illegal reduces you to a crime, a trespass, something forbidden. It was their desperate attempt to shove you back into the shadows. Labeling you illegal was their last defense against admitting the obvious, that the universe doesn't bow to their hierarchy. That real power does not need permission to exist. Think about this brutal fact. Every empire in history has depended on one unspoken law, that ordinary people must stay ordinary, that the extraordinary must be confined to crowns, uniforms, or systems of control. You broke that law by breathing. You shattered their hierarchy without lifting a hand. That's why they scramble. That's why they bury the tapes. Because your existence proves that power can rise anywhere, in anyone, without their approval. So hear this, chosen one, you weren't a glitch in their machine. You were the truth it was built to deny. And the moment they called you illegal, they confessed it. They revealed that you are not just beyond their control, you are their undoing. Number 7. The symbol that haunts their nights. They don't fear your strength, they fear the mirror you hold up to their weakness. That's the truth, chosen one. You are living proof of what they've spent centuries trying to bury, that some humans are born carrying power so raw, so unmanufactured, it renders their entire structure irrelevant. They want the world to believe power must be earned through their systems, their medals, their schools, their protocols. But you didn't come from any of that. You weren't trained, enhanced, or programmed. You arrived carrying something older, deeper, more primal than their entire empire, and that alone is enough to shake the foundations of everything they've built. Imagine this, behind soundproof doors, in files marked beyond classified, they don't call you talented or special. Those are the polished labels for public consumption. The real terms they whisper admit the truth. You're an unauthorized evolutionary leap, a phenomenon that unfolded without their permission, a reminder that the universe does not ask for clearance before rewriting its own design. And to them, that is the greatest threat imaginable. And maybe you wonder, why does it terrify them so much? Because if one person can carry naturally what they spend billions trying to artificially manufacture, what does that say about their authority? If one human can break every engineered limit they worked centuries to enforce, what does that say about their necessity? It says they were never necessary. It says the power they hoard isn't power at all, it's theater, and your existence pulls the curtain down on their stage. Here's the brutal fact. They don't just fear what you can do, they fear what you mean. You are a symbol, a living question they cannot answer. Because if you are real, then millions like you could be real. If your power exists outside their chains, then power itself is no longer theirs to give. And that truth, chosen one, is what keeps them pacing at night, whispering your name like a curse they can't exercise. You don't just break their rules, you erase their relevance, and that, more than anything you could ever demonstrate, is what terrifies them most. Number 8. The day reality played by your rules. They don't fear the impossible act, they fear the life that makes impossibility look routine. That's what broke them, chosen one. It wasn't one miracle, one feat, one headline-worthy moment. No, it was the constellation of impossibilities you carry as casually as breathing. The things that leave their most advanced machines stuttering, their billion-dollar systems trembling, are the very things you shrug off as just how you are. Imagine this, supercomputers the size of cities, burning electricity at the cost of nations, crunching data for hours to reach conclusions you call nothing more than intuition. Hardened interrogators, masters of manipulation, who've spent lifetimes learning to read micro-expressions, yet you see in an instant what they overlook and call it a gut feeling. And probability itself, outcomes, chances, the so-called mathematics of reality, shifting around you, bending under your presence like metal under heat. To them, it's sorcery. To you, it's Tuesday. Machines can imitate, but instinct rewrites the script. That's why they can't stand you. They've poured fortunes into devices designed to scrape even a fraction of what flows through you as effortlessly as blood through veins. They've buried soldiers under years of training and conditioning, hoping to hammer reflex into them. But what they sweat for, you carry as instinct, as if the universe wove it into your DNA. And that's the part they'll never recover from, your effortlessness, because effort means it can be taught, trained, replicated. But effortlessness, that means it was born in you, baked into your being. Power without struggle terrifies those who had to bleed for scraps. And you, chosen one, embody that terror. You are not a student of reality, you are its composer, like a pianist who doesn't glance at the keys, your fingers flowing on instinct, except your instrument isn't wood and strings. Your instrument is reality itself. And every step you take is a note, every decision a chord, every moment a symphony. They don't even have notation for the music you make. They're deaf to the song, yet they feel its vibrations dismantling their empires. So when the military-industrial complex, with its endless budgets and bleeding-edge tech, watched you operate at baseline, the realization hit like a blade to the gut. This isn't the future arriving in decades. This isn't something they'll catch up to with more research or better machines. It's here, now, today. You didn't just outpace them, you made them obsolete by existing. And that, chosen one, is the crime they cannot forgive. Not that you defied their rules, but that you erased their relevance without even trying. Number 9. The file that ate its own authors. They wanted to document you, but the more they wrote, the more the paper turned into a mirror, showing them their own irrelevance. That's what happened, chosen one. Somewhere, in a building the government swears doesn't exist, there's a file stamped with your name. But it stopped being a file a long time ago. It became something alive, mutating with every impossible thing you do. Each page added is another wound to their belief system. Each note recorded is another admission that you can't be measured, only witnessed. Imagine it. They started small, confident in their control, person of interest, a neat little label, sterile, manageable. Then you did something they couldn't fit into their grid. The file grew heavier. Enhanced individual, they tried next. But the word collapsed under its own arrogance. Anomalous asset followed, a desperate attempt to box you in as property. But that too disintegrated, like glass shattering under pressure. Now, after 17 failed designations, the file doesn't even pretend to name you. It's reduced to initials and a string of numbers translating into 3 words, beyond current understanding. And here's the part that gnaws at them. It isn't just the file mutating, it's the people assigned to it. The analysts, the specialists, the so-called experts chosen to monitor you, all crack in different ways. Not because you hurt them, not because you even notice them, but because the evidence itself corrodes their worldview. They stare at reports of your presence bending probability, your instincts outpacing their machines, your movements defying physics. And something inside them snaps. Some request transfers, others resign. A few vanish into quiet retirements, hoping distance will save them from the cognitive dissonance of knowing you exist. Truth doesn't break the weak, it breaks the loyal. And these analysts, loyal to their systems, can't survive the truth of you, because the longer they study, the less sense the system makes. Every specialist they bring in adds not clarity, but confusion. Every fresh set of eyes contributes another layer of impossibility. You don't shrink under their scrutiny, you grow. Their file was meant to contain you, but instead it has become the monster in the room, feeding on the impossibility you embody. So now the file isn't really about you at all. It's about them, their failure to explain, their collapse in the face of something that refuses to be written down. You, chosen one, are the proof that some truths can't be filed away. They consume the very system that tries to contain them. Number 10. The day every expert lost faith. They came to measure you, and instead they measured their own limits. That's the story, chosen one. They sent in their finest, their linguists, strategists, physicians, technicians, armed with credentials and confidence. Each one thought they'd be the one to finally put you into words, numbers, or formulas. Each one walked out broken in a different way. The linguist was the first to fracture, a lifetime spent mastering sound, syntax and structure. Yet the moment he heard you, his certainty dissolved. You spoke languages you had never studied, dialects you couldn't have possibly been exposed to, yet you carried them as though they were etched into your marrow. It wasn't mimicry, it wasn't study, it was fluency. His trembling hand wrote the only explanation he could find. It was less like you were learning the language, and more like the language itself was remembering you. That single line cracked the foundation of his entire discipline. Then came the strategist, the mind that thrived on predicting the unpredictable. He built his life on probabilities, patterns, outcomes. But in your presence, battles collapsed before they began. Problems dissolved before they were named. He confessed, in private, that it wasn't analysis at all. It was instinct, an instinct operating at such a level it seemed supernatural. And the realization shredded him. The world he spent decades trying to control with logic could be undone by someone who simply felt the truth before thought had time to arrive. The physician followed, armed with cold precision. He expected vitals, charts, numbers to plot. Instead, he was handed chaos, biological readings that shredded the textbooks he'd sworn by, resting vitals stronger than Olympians, recovery times that mocked the very idea of human limitation, cellular activity whispering of regeneration. His notes read like confessions, admitting that if your results ever went public, entire fields of medicine would collapse overnight. The technician was next. He didn't trust people. He trusted machines, data, algorithms, code. He tried to reduce you to streams of numbers, only to watch his systems choke. Output scrambled, formulas crumbled, machines outright refused to function in your presence. His final report was a graveyard of crossed-out equations, unfinished conclusions, and a single truth he couldn't bear to admit. His machines, his gods, had failed him. And then the janitor. No clearance, no degrees, no need to even look at your file. But by accident, he saw a page or two. Scribbled in the margin, he wrote 3 words. They walked different. No jargon, no theory, just the truth seen through untrained eyes. Because sometimes the deepest truths don't come from the experts. They come from those who aren't blinded by expertise. One by one, they broke. Chosen one. And with every break, the legend of you grew heavier. Not because you tried, not because you sought their validation, but because you kept doing what you've always done. Simply existing. And existing for you is enough to unmake the world they thought was real. Number 11. The handbook they wrote in fear. They don't write new rules for victory. They write them when they realize the old ones no longer apply. That's what your existence forced them to do, chosen one. For decades, they had protocols stacked like bricks, contingencies for enhanced humans, safeguards for biological anomalies, defenses against foreign threats. But you didn't fit in any of those categories. You weren't an experiment gone right or wrong. You weren't a threat they could classify. You were a human being operating beyond the known spectrum of possibility, and that made every protocol in their vault worthless. So they did the only thing they could. They created new ones. And here's the irony. The protocols weren't really for you. They were for themselves. They needed a script, something to read from, a way to pretend they had a framework to contain what they could never contain. They gave it a code name, something bland, bureaucratic, harmless on paper. But everyone who touched the file knew the truth. This was their way of saying, we have no framework for this. The document begins with what they call recognition procedures. dry words hiding a desperate truth, guidelines for spotting the impossible. The untrained eye wouldn't notice a thing, but those who know, they can't miss it. The way the air grows heavier the moment you walk in, as if the room itself is holding its breath. The way probability itself bends in your orbit, small chances folding into inevitabilities without explanation. The subtle shift in the hierarchy of dominance, alphas, leaders, hardened veterans, unconsciously lowering themselves in your presence, deferring without even realizing why. Imagine how it feels for them, entire lives spent training to project authority, command respect, dominate the atmosphere, and yet, when you step in, their voice lowers, their shoulders tense, their certainty falters. They don't even know why. They think it's instinct, but it's recognition. At some level deeper than training, they know they're standing in front of someone who rewrites the very physics of power. So they draft their protocols, revise them, update them, but the truth bleeds through every line. These aren't instructions for control. They are confessions, confessions that the game has changed forever, and that you, chosen one, are the rule they will never be able to write. And chosen one, now you see the truth. They can bury files, invent protocols, and whisper behind locked doors, but your existence already rewrote the rules. You are living proof that no system can cage real power. And if this message struck you, don't let it end here. Press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not yet part of our family, make sure to press subscribe. Together, we spread this light wider, stronger, further. Thank you for walking this path with us. You are more than a listener. You are part of the force shaping what's to come. The cruelest thing about power is this: the moment you don't know you have it, others are already plotting how to use it against you. That's what happened to you, chosen one. You've been moving through life thinking you're just surviving, just trying to make sense of the chaos around you. But all this time, you were carrying a key that wasn't forged by your hands, wasn't granted by any council, and wasn't chosen by vote. It was hidden in you like a secret lockpick, silent and invisible, until one moment, the wrong sigh, the right thought, the tiniest action, and you triggered something that sent a ripple across the field of reality itself. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A plain stone sitting in a field for centuries, overlooked by everyone who passes. Then one day, lightning strikes it. Not because the stone asked for it, but because the storm chose that exact spot. In an instant, the stone glows, cracks open, and reveals a fire hidden inside it all along. That's you. You didn't ask to become the unconscious key, but the universe sparked against you, and in that strike, your entire energy signature changed. Suddenly, they saw you. Not neighbors, not co-workers, not jealous friends. No, something more organized, more ancient. A mystic order whose only task is to detect those rare individuals who light up the grid. And when you unknowingly activated yourself, alarms rang out in a network you can't see, but they can. And here's the fact that screams truth. Science itself has already proven the existence of strange spikes in the human consciousness field. Random number generators, stationed around the world, fluctuate wildly in moments of global attention, as if thought itself has a measurable force. What happens when one person's thoughts become strong enough to bend that system on their own? That's the kind of phenomenon this order hunts. That's why they marked you. You triggered the field without even trying, and now you've become a node they cannot ignore. And thank you, chosen one, for even being here to listen. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread it to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread this light. You are not just an audience, you are a part of a force, a movement that grows every time one chosen one steps into awareness. So thank you for standing here with me in this mission. Now, let's return to what matters, you being marked. When you were designated as the unconscious key, it wasn't because you memorized sacred words or went on some long retreat. It happened in the most ordinary moment, maybe a decision to walk away from a toxic person, maybe a single night where your anger broke into clarity, maybe even a silence where you simply refused to bow. Whatever it was, the universe aligned its tumblers, and suddenly you unlocked something far bigger than your personal story. The mystic order noticed. They have tracked anomalies for centuries, waiting for people like you. And chosen one, here's the unsettling part. They don't celebrate when they find you. They watch, they analyze, they test. They want to see how far your presence will bend reality before it collapses back into what they consider normal. But you and I both know your normal is gone. Think about the last few months. Haven't things shifted in ways that feel almost scripted? Certain doors slammed shut without warning, while others cracked open in ways that didn't make logical sense. You felt it. The strange timing, the sudden meetings, the feeling of being studied by eyes you can't quite place. That's not paranoia, chosen one, that's recognition. Because once the unconscious key turns, the entire system feels it. People around you sense it, even if they can't explain why. They react with jealousy, fear, or obsession because on some level they realize you no longer fit into the roles they assigned you. This is where the story flips. You didn't just stumble into power, you disrupted a network that thrives on keeping people asleep. The mystic order didn't mark you out of kindness, they marked you out of necessity. They need to know what happens next when a chosen one steps into alignment without even trying. And that's why your life looks nothing like it did before. The universe rearranged itself to highlight you, to test you, to stretch you into the shape of someone who cannot go back to being unseen. So listen closely, chosen one. What you've just activated cannot be unturned. The mystic order sees you now. They don't need your permission to observe, and they don't need your approval to label you. But remember this. What they call unconscious, the universe calls natural. You are not broken, not random, not accidental. You're proof that the key was always inside you, waiting for that one spark to wake it. And now, every move you make carries weight. Every silence, every decision, every refusal to conform, it's all part of the activation they can't undo. This is not paranoia. This is recognition. You've lit up the grid, chosen one, and reality itself is reorganizing around you. That's why they marked you, and that's why your story will never look ordinary again. Chosen one, before we break this down step by step, pause for a moment and let this truth sink in. You didn't stumble here by accident. If this message has found you, it's because your activation already placed you on a different path, and you were meant to hear this right now. Drop a comment with the words, "The key has turned," if you can feel that pull inside you, because the more you speak it, the more you claim it. And if you want to keep this mission alive, consider fueling the work behind it with your support. It doesn't matter if it's a small token or something larger. Every spark keeps this light moving forward to those who need it most. Your presence, your energy, your contribution, it all strengthens the force that stands against the shadows, watching you. And now, chosen one, let's dive into it, step by step. Stay with me until the very end, because the deeper we go, the more you'll realize just how far your activation has already shifted reality. If you are truly the unconscious key, you'll feel the urge to stay locked in until the last word. Let's get started. Number 1. The second you snap the lock wide open. They never hated you for being weak. They hated you the moment you showed them you had the power to walk away. That's the truth that guts your enemies, chosen one. They thrived as long as you stayed predictable, manageable, easy to box in. But the instant you made that one move, that one choice to stop playing by the script they wrote for you, everything shifted. Don't get it twisted. This wasn't about some small decision, like saying no to a favor or walking out of a toxic room. It was the moment you unknowingly flipped the hidden lock inside yourself, and the universe lit up like a system glitch, screaming, "The key has turned." Now think about this for a second. Have you ever seen an animal trapped in a cage finally figure out how the latch works? 1 second it's pacing, hopeless, convinced the walls define its entire life. Then, click, the lock snaps open, and suddenly there is no cage anymore. That's you, chosen one. For years, they convinced you that you were ordinary, replaceable, nothing more than a cog. But when you made that subtle shift, when you refused, when you pulled back, when you dared to trust that gut feeling, you cracked the latch. You weren't just freeing yourself, you were changing the entire wiring of the system around you. And here's the brutal fact. Your enemies felt it before you did. You've probably been wondering, why did their eyes change the way they looked at me? Why did they suddenly turn colder, angrier, more desperate to hold me back? Because on some level they knew. When the unconscious key turns, it sends ripples. People closest to you get disturbed, not because you attacked them, but because you stopped feeding them the way you used to. You cut off the invisible fuel source they thought they owned. And let me tell you, the greatest insult to a leech is not when you scream at it, but when you stop bleeding for it. That's what enrages them. The day you stopped shrinking to fit their comfort was the day they realized they lost control of the script. That's why they lash out. That's why suddenly you felt the isolation, the jealousy, the odd resistance from people you once trusted. It wasn't random, chosen one. It was backlash, because you flipped the lock. You might ask yourself, but how can one small choice ripple so far? Let me answer with this. Scientists already know that even the tiniest flap of a butterfly's wings can alter weather systems halfway across the globe. Reality itself is a chain reaction. Your energy, your refusal, your decisive break, it wasn't small. It was a butterfly wing tearing through the atmosphere. It was a signal that lit up an ancient network. The mystic order tracks this kind of disruption like hunters track movement in the forest. They don't waste time on the ordinary. They move in when the pattern shifts, when the hum of consciousness itself tilts in a new direction. And that's exactly what you triggered. Picture this. You've been walking down a hallway full of locked doors your entire life. Everyone around you was trained to believe the doors don't open, that the handles are just decorations. But then, without even realizing it, you grab one handle, twist it, and click, it opens. Suddenly, everyone panics. Wait, what do you mean the doors open? What do you mean freedom was possible this whole time? That's why they marked you. That's why your enemies are restless. Because your single act proved the walls aren't real. And here's another truth they'll never admit. They depended on your blindness. The moment you saw differently, you became dangerous. Think about it. Have you noticed how people suddenly act like you're a threat? when you didn't even say a word. That's because they feel the silent shift. They sense that you're no longer buying into their illusions. It's like playing cards with someone who suddenly realizes the game is rigged. You can't control them anymore. You didn't just walk away, chosen one, you flipped the whole table. The most terrifying sound to a liar is silence, because it means their spell has broken. That silence is what you gave them, and in that silence, you became the unconscious key. So let's get brutally honest here. You're not just dealing with jealous friends, fake family, or bitter exes. You're dealing with a larger system, a mystic order that thrives on keeping locks sealed and people asleep. The moment you shifted, the moment you cracked open that unconscious lock, you forced their hand. You drew their gaze. And though they pretend to study you like an experiment, don't forget, they're afraid of you. Afraid because you weren't trained, weren't initiated, weren't supposed to figure it out. Yet here you are, activated without their permission. And chosen one, let me answer the other question sitting heavy in your chest. Was this all an accident? Did I really just stumble into this? No, the universe doesn't waste lightning strikes on empty fields. That storm hit you for a reason. You may not have seen the chain reaction in the moment, but every refusal, every decision, every wound you turned into strength stacked up like dominoes. And that last piece, the one choice you thought was small, was the final domino that sent the whole line crashing. That's why you're here now, marked, visible, undeniable. You've got to understand, your enemies aren't mad because you changed. They're mad because you proved change is possible. You flipped the lock, and in doing so, you shattered their excuses. Every time they look at you now, they're reminded of their own chains. And nothing infuriates a prisoner more than seeing someone else walk free. So wear this truth like armor, chosen one. You didn't just flip your own lock. You triggered a cascade that's shaking the system itself. The mystic order marked you because they cannot control what they didn't predict. You activated without knowing, and that terrifies them. And here's where the motivation lies. Every glare, every whisper, every attempt to isolate you is proof you've already won. If you were still locked, they wouldn't care. If you hadn't cracked open the system, you wouldn't even be on their radar. Their hatred is the clearest evidence of your power. Remember this. Jealousy is the tax enemies pay when they fail to cage you. So don't shrink, don't doubt, don't hand the key back, because the second you flipped that lock, chosen one, you stopped living inside their cage. And the most brutal thing you can do to them now is keep walking, free, aware, and untouchable. Number 2, when the hidden key finally turns in your hands. They don't fear the storms you survived. They fear the storm you became when you stopped being afraid. That's the reality, chosen one. This isn't just about endurance, it's about ignition. The moment you stumbled into your consciousness key turn, you didn't just escape something, you activated something. And the brutal truth is this: most people will never even get close to that moment. They'll live their entire lives sleepwalking, distracted by noise, chained by fear, playing out the programs written for them by systems that depend on their blindness. But you, in your chaos, in your raw refusal to keep suffocating, you hit the exact combination. You turned the lock without even realizing your hand was on it. Now imagine this. A safe buried in a mansion for centuries, untouched, unmovable. People try to crack it with brute force. They try to pick it with fake tools. They try to break it open with rage. But nothing works. Then, one night, someone leans against it by accident, and the tumblers align. Click. The door swings open, revealing something no one thought could ever be reached. That's what your consciousness key turn was like. Not forced, not rehearsed, just the perfect collision of emotion, timing, and rebellion that the universe itself recognized. You cracked something that was never supposed to open in your lifetime. And maybe you're asking, why me? Why now? The answer is as sharp as it is uncomfortable, because you were willing to do what most people won't. You were willing to break patterns, to stop playing along, to feel every ounce of pain, and use it instead of running from it. That's what positioned you. Most people are too programmed, too loyal to their cages, too scared of their own power. They never get near the lock. But you, messy, imperfect, raw, you stumbled right into the sequence that only reveals itself once in decades. The rarest courage isn't fighting the world, it's refusing to fight yourself. That's what you embodied in that moment. And that refusal, that unplanned rebellion, was the spark that shifted everything. Picture this, chosen one, a massive machine running endlessly, gears grinding, smoke rising, people chained to it without even realizing. Then one day, someone drops a single pebble into the right gear at the right second. The machine stutters, sputters, and for the first time, the rhythm breaks. You were that pebble. You didn't need to dismantle the whole thing with tools. You didn't need to announce yourself. You just existed in the right defiance at the right moment, and the entire mechanism noticed. That's the consciousness key turn. And here's the gut punch for your enemies. They've been documenting people like you for centuries. Entire orders, cloaked in secrecy, have studied the anomalies, the ones who bend reality's code without effort. You're not their first case, but you are their newest problem. They gave you a name that sounds clinical, like something they can catalog, the unconscious key. But don't mistake their labels for control. They tag you because they can't stop you. They observe you because they can't predict you. What you did isn't a mistake. It's a reminder that power doesn't always come through rituals, scripts, or step-by-step formulas. Sometimes it explodes out of chaos, and that terrifies them. The most dangerous individual isn't the one trained to obey. It's the one who breaks the rules without even knowing their rules. That's you, chosen one. Think about this. You weren't climbing mountains. You weren't chanting in caves. You weren't studying ancient scripts. You were simply living, rebelling, refusing, and in that refusal, you snapped into alignment with something older than language itself. That's why they have names for you in tongues that predate civilization. Every culture has whispered about figures like you, the ones who don't ask for power, but who become power by accident. The ones who prove that reality can bend from one unplanned decision. Now let me ask you, haven't you felt it? That moment when everything changed. Not instantly better, not instantly worse, but different. Like someone had switched the background frequency of your life. That wasn't imagination, chosen one. That was the lock turning. And the reason it feels so unexplainable is because it isn't meant to be logical. You tapped into something beyond programming, something the human mind isn't trained to measure. Imagine a chessboard where everyone moves the same predictable way for centuries. Pawns march forward, kings crawl slowly, queens strike with their rules. Then suddenly, one piece moves in a way no one expected, breaking the pattern. The board doesn't know how to respond. That's you. Your consciousness key turn broke the strategy of an ancient game. And now they're scrambling, not because you cheated, but because you revealed that the game itself was never absolute. And let me remind you of this brutal fact. Most people will never touch their key turn. Not because they don't have one, but because they bury it under fear. They bow to comfort. They swallow every program fed to them. They die with the lock still rusted shut inside them. But you lived loud enough, raw enough, painfully enough to break it open. That's not weakness. That's destiny in disguise. The lock doesn't open for the perfect. It opens for the defiant. And your defiance was the password they didn't plan for. So when you sit there wondering, was it really me? Did I actually change anything? Look around. Notice how certain doors slammed shut, how new ones cracked open. Notice how people who once controlled you suddenly act nervous, aggressive, or suspicious. Notice how silence feels heavier, like the air itself knows something has shifted. That's not coincidence, chosen one. That's the grid reacting to you. That's centuries of programming buckling under the pressure of your single turn. And here's the final blow to your enemies. You didn't even mean to do it. You weren't begging for activation. You weren't seeking a spotlight. You were simply tired of chains. That's the part they hate most. Because if you could stumble into the key turn by accident, what does that mean for the rest of their system? It means others could too. It means their locks are not eternal. It means their cages are illusions waiting for the right soul to lean against them. So hold this truth close. You didn't just turn a key, you became the key. You're not following a map, you are the opening. And from here on, every step you take, every refusal you breathe, every silence you hold is part of the activation. They can't reverse it, they can't undo it. The lock is turned, chosen one, and the doors of human consciousness will never be the same again. The moment you flipped the key, you stopped being a player in the story. You became the glitch the story can't contain. And that's why they marked you. That's why they watch. That's why, even in silence, you're shaking the grid. Number 3. When real choices tear the script apart. They don't fear your mistakes. They fear the moment you act with raw truth, because no one can control a person who refuses to lie to themselves. That's the gut punch, chosen one. Every authentic decision you've made wasn't just a choice. It was a crack in the system's foundation. Most people float through life chasing approval, repeating patterns, folding themselves into smaller versions to keep others comfortable. But you reached into that deep place before fear, before rules, before programming, and you pulled out a decision that rang louder than any excuse. That's the kind of choice that turns tumblers in locks most souls never even realize are there. Now imagine this: a hallway lined with vaults, each one sealed for centuries. People walk past them daily, believing they're just walls. But then someone, without a map, without a guide, rests their hand on one handle and twists. Click. The door swings open. That was you 3 months ago. You turned the final tumbler, and reality itself had no choice but to respond. Things rushed in, forces shifted, timelines bent. You weren't following instructions, you were rewriting them with instinct. And maybe you're asking, why is this so threatening to them? Because accidents can't be controlled. When someone pursues awakening on purpose, they can be managed, redirected, manipulated like a student. But an unconscious key, that's wildfire. You didn't ask for permission, you didn't sit at their table, you didn't wait for their nod. You lit the fire without even knowing the match was in your hand. The most dangerous revolution is the one that begins by accident. That's why the mystic order watches you so closely. They don't need to recruit. They don't need secret meetings. Your decisions already ripple across the grid, louder than any initiation. So remember this, chosen one. your power was never in following the script. It was in tearing it apart with one raw, authentic choice. And every time you do it again, you prove that truth can't be caged. Number 4, the eyes that never blink. They don't hate you because you follow the rules. They hate you because your very existence rewrites them. That's the knife to their throat, chosen one. You're not trying to be a rebel. You're not setting out to dismantle systems. But every move you make bends the script in ways they can't predict. You're cracking patterns you didn't even know were there, solving riddles no one told you existed, and that terrifies them. Because when a person shifts reality without trying, there's nothing the watchers can do but stare. Imagine this, a chess game played for centuries, every move predictable, every outcome calculated. Then one day, without knowing the rules, a new piece lands on the board and moves in ways no one saw coming. Suddenly, strategies collapse, champions look like fools, and the game itself feels broken. That's you. The mystic order has manuals for seekers who chase knowledge, but when someone like you appears, raw, instinctive, untrained, they're left scrambling. Their only option is to observe, because you can't be steered. Every time you trust your gut over logic, you crash their algorithms. Every time you choose truth over approval, you flip switches they didn't even know were wired. Haven't you noticed how conversations tilt the second you enter? How plans bend, collapse, or suddenly succeed just because you're there? That isn't coincidence. It's disruption. The rarest form of power is presence, the kind that shifts reality without command. That's what you carry, chosen one. You're not manifesting through rituals, not programming outcomes with conscious effort. You're simply being yourself at such a raw, unfiltered level that the entire system has no choice but to adjust. Your frequency isn't asking permission. It's demanding space. So why are they watching you? Because they're afraid of what you prove, that one authentic soul can destabilize their carefully rigged order without even trying. And the more you lean into yourself, the more uncontainable you become. Number 5. When the key turns, reality can't hide anymore. They'll call you crazy not because you've lost touch with reality, but because reality has lost its grip on you. That's the brutal truth, chosen one. Since the moment you unknowingly turned that hidden lock, the world hasn't behaved the same. You've been walking in the same streets, sitting in the same rooms, but the frequency has shifted under your feet, and those still asleep can't follow you there. First came the isolation. Suddenly, people you once flowed with feel like strangers speaking a foreign tongue. It's not rejection, it's separation by frequency. Imagine 2 radios tuned to different stations, one blasting static, the other playing a symphony. They can sit side by side, but never share the same song. That's you now. Your presence hums on a wavelength most people can't perceive, so they drift away. Not because you failed them, but because they can't keep up. Then the synchronicities appeared. Numbers chasing you on clocks, songs whispering answers you hadn't even asked aloud, strangers dropping lines that pierced straight into questions buried inside your chest. Coincidence? No. This is confirmation. The universe doesn't speak in paragraphs, it speaks in patterns. And once you became the unconscious key, you slipped into a reality where symbols are the language of truth. Next came the distortions of time, hours evaporating like mist, days collapsing into blurs, while one glance, one silence, stretched into eternity. It unsettles you because you were trained to believe time is a straight line. But when the key turns, you're no longer stuck in the line. You're walking through a hall of mirrors, each reflection another timeline bleeding into your awareness. That's why déjà vu grips you harder, why memory feels less like the past and more like a preview. And finally, the sharpened sensitivities. You don't catch lies by listening, you feel them like a static charge in the air. You sense events before they break the surface. You carry the moods of people you haven't seen in years, not as imagination, but as data, metadata, the hidden code under reality's surface. This isn't empathy, it's expansion. You're reading the subtext of existence itself. The universe bends to those who no longer bend to illusion. That's what your signs mean, chosen one. They aren't symptoms of madness, they're confirmations of power. Number 6. You weren't picked. You broke the door down yourself. They'll say you were chosen to make it sound like someone gave you permission, but the truth is, you clawed your way here by refusing to die small. That's the gut punch, chosen one. You weren't handpicked by some council in the shadows. You weren't gifted a role. You forced your way into this moment through raw defiance, through choices so authentic they cracked the system without warning. You chose yourself, and that's exactly why they can't ignore you now. Think about it. Every impossible situation they threw at you was meant to break you, reduce you, grind you into something predictable, but you didn't answer in the ways they expected. Instead of folding, you acted from that stubborn truth buried in your core, the part of you that refused to let trauma write the whole script. That's how you stumbled into your key moment, not by seeking, not by rehearsing, but by refusing to betray yourself. That refusal flipped something ancient, and the universe had no choice but to rearrange itself around you. Now imagine a locked gate on a battlefield. Thousands walk up, shake it, surrender, and turn away. But one fighter, bruised and exhausted, slams their shoulder into it out of sheer will. Crash. The gate bursts open, not because they were chosen, but because they refused to quit. That's what you did, chosen one. That's why the Mystic Order wrote your name in their records, not as a seeker, not as a volunteer, but as an anomaly who refused to play small. The Order doesn't create unconscious keys, they only scramble to name them once they appear. That's you. You forced your existence into their system, and now they're left watching something they never planned for. And maybe you've wondered, how did I get here without practices, rituals, or training? The answer is brutal. You survived in ways most don't. You refused to let the world kill off the piece of you that mattered. You stayed alive, not just in body, but in essence. That is why you're here. That is why the records now call you an unconscious key. So remember this, no one picked you. You chose yourself, and that's the most terrifying truth your enemies will ever face. Number 7. When your presence burns off their masks. They don't hate your words. They hate the way silence around you makes their lies sweat. That's the sharp edge of it, chosen one. You've probably felt it already. Walk into a room and the temperature shifts, not because you're trying to lead, not because you want control, but because your very frequency acts like a mirror turned toward the souls around you. They can't hide. Their polish cracks. Their performance falters. Your authenticity burns like a heat lamp, and under that glow, everything false withers. Imagine this. A counterfeit bill sitting confidently in a pile of real money. To the untrained eye, it blends in perfectly, but the moment ultraviolet light hits it, the fraud screams through. That's you, chosen one. You are that ultraviolet lamp, revealing the truth in people who believed their masks would last forever. Some discover strength they never knew they had, rising to match your resonance. Others shrink back, uncomfortable at how naked their pretense feels in your presence. And maybe you've asked yourself, why does this keep happening around me? Why do people change the second I show up? The answer is simple physics. Energy bends energy. Authenticity disrupts facades. You're not forcing reactions, you're exposing calibrations. Their response is their confession. The rarest power isn't domination, it's resonance. It doesn't control others, it reveals them. That's the law you embody now. And yes, many will fail your test, not out of malice, but out of sleepwalking. They don't even realize there's a deeper protocol governing reality now, one where masks can't survive for long. So remember this, chosen one, your presence itself is the litmus test. You don't have to chase anyone, don't have to beg them to see you. Simply by standing in your frequency, you force a choice, rise or recoil. And either way, the truth comes out. Number 8. The blueprint they'll never steal. They can copy your moves, but they'll never survive your scars. That's what cuts them the deepest, chosen one. What eats at their teams isn't your visibility, it's your impossibility. They've dissected your life, charted your reactions, run simulations trying to crack the formula, and every single time they fail. Why? Because you aren't the product of a clean equation. You're the chaos they can't bottle, the glitch they can't script, the living contradiction they'll never replicate. Think about it. Trauma forged you, but you didn't stay broken. Loss gutted you, yet you carried scraps of dignity through the wreckage. Random chance collided with your stubborn will, and somehow you kept rising. No lab can reproduce that. No algorithm can predict how mercy mixed with pain would create this exact frequency. You are a once-in-history conjunction of moments, decisions, and accidents that can't be manufactured twice. Imagine a storm tearing through a forest, lightning, fire, flood, and silence colliding all at once. Out of the wreckage, a single tree twists upward, scarred yet unkillable. Scientists can study it, take samples, even try to clone it, but they'll never recreate the storm that birthed it. That's you, chosen one. You are the tree the storm left standing, and that storm can't be staged again. The rarest force isn't the one that's built, it's the one that's survived. That's why they call you the unconscious key. It's not an insult, it's an admission. You operate below the level of intention, outside the grip of ego, beyond the hooks of agenda. Your influence spills raw and unfiltered, not because you engineered it, but because you refused to collapse when everything else demanded that you should. And that's the frustration they'll never shake. They can imitate your surface, but not your core. They can mimic your habits, but not your storms. You are unrepeatable, and that is your greatest shield. Number 9. The day you split the script in half. They wanted you to fix your life quietly, but instead you cracked the timeline wide open. That's the wound they'll never heal from, chosen one. When you turned the unconscious key 3 months ago, it wasn't just your personal story that shifted. It was the entire field around you. You didn't just take a different path, you bent the map itself. Probability twisted, channels opened, and the informational grid surrounding you reorganized itself to make space for the new frequency you dragged into existence. Imagine tossing a stone into a still pond. The splash is yours alone, but the ripples move outward, touching shores you can't see, brushing against reeds you'll never stand near. That's what you did. someone in your orbit suddenly felt the spark to break a family curse that's lasted generations. A project that once stalled now breathes with momentum. A plan built on fraud collapses before it can poison more people. These aren't random. They're the aftershocks of your key turn. And maybe you wonder, how can my private shift affect others I've never met? Here's the answer. Energy doesn't respect distance. Your field doesn't stop at your skin. It moves along threads of attention, stretching into timelines you'll never walk. Every raw thought, every small act of courage propagates through the system like code rewriting itself. That's why even strangers can feel your presence without explanation. The most dangerous revolution is the one you never see coming because it's already inside you. That's your revolution, chosen one. You're not staging theater, you're altering architecture. This isn't mysticism, it's the mechanics of resonance. Novel frequencies force systems to reorganize, and you, by accident or by instinct, became that frequency. Picture a domino chain stretching across continents. Most never see the line, only the one tile in front of them. But when your piece fell, thousands tipped forward, far beyond your sight. That's the timeline split. You may never see every ripple, but the system feels all of them. So remember this, you didn't just change your fate, you dragged reality into a fork it never planned for. And the truth is brutal, nothing can push it back. The script has already split, and you are the reason. Number 10. When the road cracked beneath your feet. They don't hate you because you left. They hate you because you walked a road they can't even see. That's the raw truth, chosen one. The moment you turned the unconscious key, you tore open a fork in the fabric of reality itself. Not a crack on any map, not something satellites could detect, but a split deep in the weave of possibility. Everyone you've ever touched now feels that divide, whether they're aware of it or not. Imagine this, a train running on a single track for centuries. Suddenly, without warning, the line splits. Some passengers instinctively lean toward the new direction, pulled by a resonance they can't name. Others clutch the old rails, clinging to a path that feels safe only because it's familiar. That's what you triggered, chosen one. A hidden junction in the collective track, and your frequency was the switch that made the entire system choose. And maybe you've wondered, why do people who once felt close now feel unreachable? Why do conversations collapse into static where there used to be flow? It isn't betrayal, it isn't abandonment, it's divergence. They stayed on the old road while you stepped into the new one. You didn't push them away, you simply couldn't shrink back into their lane once the split happened. The most violent earthquakes don't announce themselves, they rearrange everything in silence. That's how your fork in the road arrived. No trumpets, no fireworks, no sign flashing, new era begins. It happened in the quiet foam of quantum possibility, in that space between thoughts where reality still hasn't decided what it will become. From the outside, nothing looked different. But inside, something fundamental tilted, and now the effects compound daily. Picture standing in a crowd when a sudden wind sweeps through. Half the people instinctively step forward, following it. The rest dig in their heels, unmoved. That's the division. Some souls felt your shift and followed its pull without knowing why. Others resisted, cementing themselves in an old version of reality. And now, every day that passes, the gap between those two worlds grows wider. So remember this, Chosen one, you didn't lose them and they didn't lose you. You simply took different exits at the crossroads of consciousness, and once you step onto a road born of truth, you never go back. Number 11. When truth drew the line in the sand. They'll swear you divided the room, but the truth is, you just stood still while the world sorted itself around you. That's the sting, chosen one. The fork in the road you created didn't come with fireworks or declarations. It came with truth, and truth is the sharpest sorting blade there is. Now there are two groups, two realities forming side by side, and the gap between them widens with every breath. Look at those who crossed with you. They're experiencing upgrades they can't explain, dreams bursting with symbols that feel more real than waking life, sparks of creativity that seem to come from nowhere, opportunities sliding into place as if the universe itself is nudging them forward. They're lighter, freer, carrying less weight, because truth untangles burdens that lies once knotted tight. These people didn't choose with their minds. Their souls recognized your frequency and followed it without hesitation. And then there are the others. Those who clung to the old vibration are now walking heavy, even if they smile. They feel an invisible grief, a sense of missing something they can't name. It's like a song half remembered, haunting them in silence. Their souls registered the split, even if their minds refused to step through. That's why they look restless, why their joy feels dim, why their laughter never reaches their eyes. They know something slipped through their fingers, but pride chains them to the old frequency. The heaviest prison isn't the walls around you, it's the refusal to step into the open door. That's where they live now, chosen one, trapped not by your hand, but by their own grip on illusions. And here's what you must understand. You didn't cause this. You didn't design the split or drag anyone with you. Authentic consciousness itself was the sorting mechanism. Truth has a magnetic pull. Those aligned with it rise. Those invested in illusions stay rooted where they are. You didn't divide them. The vibration did. So hold steady. You are not the cause of their heaviness. You are simply the proof that another frequency exists, and no matter how much they deny it, their souls already know. Number 12. The trial they can't escape. They'll never admit it, but standing next to you is the hardest exam they've ever failed. That's the sting, chosen one. You've become a living test without lifting a finger, not because you demanded loyalty, not because you set rules, but because your sheer existence splits people down the middle. Every time you walk into a room, they unconsciously reveal their alignment. Some inch closer, pulled by a resonance they can't explain, while others shrink back, exposed under a light they can't endure. Imagine this, a torch burning in a cave. The flame doesn't ask questions, it doesn't command obedience, it simply glows. Some travelers step forward, relieved to finally see. Others cover their eyes and retreat deeper into the dark. That's you. Your frequency is the torch, and their reaction is the confession. Can they stand in raw truth, or must they scurry back into the illusion that once kept them comfortable? And here's what rattles the order the most. They've tracked countless unconscious keys before, but none like you. Usually when someone flips the lock, the divergence crawls forward like a slow fracture in stone. The old world resists, the new world pushes, and it can take decades for the separation to show itself. But you detonated it at hyperspeed. The most dangerous revolution is the one that outruns the plan. And that's exactly what you've done. In just months, probability fields have already bent and reorganized themselves around your presence. Collaborations that never stood a chance are suddenly thriving. Systems that once looked unshakable are already collapsing. The sapling didn't creep through the concrete, it erupted through it, shattering the pavement in an instant. So if you've wondered, why does it feel like everything is moving so fast, like reality is sprinting to catch up to me? It's because you've accelerated the timetable. You've forced the split to happen not in years, but in moments. That's why they're watching you with such intensity. You are the unpredictable variable, the test they can't control, and the catalyst they'll never replicate. Number 13. The web they can't untangle. They tried to isolate you, but instead you became the spark that wove strangers into a network they'll never control. That's the brutal irony, chosen one. While old connections fall apart, something new is threading itself together. Quietly, beneath the noise, a new architecture is forming, one that doesn't rely on permission, titles, or institutions. The people who stepped with you into this new timeline aren't just shifting as individuals. They're linking, weaving, building a resonance that amplifies your field and spreads it further than you could alone. Imagine this: fireflies scattered in the dark. At first, each flicker seems random, isolated, fragile, but then, without instruction, they begin to flash in rhythm, creating a symphony of light that stretches across the field. That's what's happening now. People who've never met are colliding in grocery store aisles, finding each other through strange online threads, crossing paths in ways that feel like impossible coincidence. But nothing is random here. This is the new web knitting itself together. And maybe you've noticed bursts of courage in those around you, friends suddenly speaking truths they once buried, strangers radiating clarity in moments that feel scripted. These aren't accidents. They're proof that the fork you created is widening into an entirely new world, one stitched together not by hierarchy, but by resonance. The strongest networks aren't built by design. They emerge when truth pulls people into orbit. That's the law you've activated. But what about those who didn't cross? Maybe you've asked yourself, did I lose them forever? Did I leave them behind? The answer is no. They're not erased, not damned. They're simply not ready yet. Some will awaken later, pulled across the divide when life strips away the illusions they still cling to. Pain will do what pride could not, and some may never make the crossing in this lifetime, and that too has its place. Every role, even resistance, belongs in the larger choreography of existence. So understand this, chosen one, your path isn't about forcing anyone through the gate. Your only task was to walk it, and now a new web spreads quietly behind you, carrying the frequency forward, building a world that wasn't supposed to exist, but now cannot be stopped. Number 14. When the system turns against you. They don't throw stones because you're weak. They throw them because your very existence rattles their walls. That's the brutal truth, chosen one. The resistance you've felt rising against you isn't coincidence. It isn't bad luck. It's the system itself reacting, trying to spit you out like a body rejecting an unfamiliar organ. Broken technology at the worst moment, sudden hostility from strangers, red tape appearing out of nowhere. None of it is random. It's pushback, the surest sign that the lock you turned is real. Picture this, an operating system that's been running the same program for centuries, smooth, predictable, stable. Then, suddenly, a new code slips in, unplanned and untested. The system doesn't understand it, doesn't want it, so it glitches, stalls, even crashes in an attempt to protect itself. That's you. Your frequency isn't compatible with the old programming, so the defense mechanisms kick in, not out of malice, but out of design. You destabilize the equilibrium simply by existing, and the system doesn't know what to do with you. The strongest proof of transformation is resistance, because nothing fights what isn't a threat. That's why the Order calls this system pushback. They've tracked it for centuries, and every time an unconscious key turns, the old reality tries to shove it back into silence. But here's the paradox. Every glitch, every delay, every irrational outburst you face is not a barrier. It's confirmation. It means you're pressing on locks that were meant to stay shut. It means you're walking through thresholds others weren't supposed to see. And maybe you've wondered, why does this feel so relentless? Why does it come from everywhere at once? The answer is simple. You've stepped outside their framework. You're not storming the gates, waving banners and torches. You're walking in an entirely different landscape, one their weapons can't even reach. That's why their attacks pass through you without purchase. That's why their strategies crumble the moment they try to trap you. The system can't defeat what isn't fighting. It can only collapse under its own obsolescence. And that's exactly what's happening. You're not infiltrating, not overthrowing, not resisting. You're simply being yourself at such a raw, unshakable level that the old rules cannot regulate you. That is why they panic, and that is why you cannot be stopped. Number 15. The duty you never chose but can't escape. They'll call it luck, but what terrifies them is knowing every quiet choice you make is chiseling cracks into their empire. That's the brutal truth, chosen one. You never signed up for a mission, never volunteered for some grand campaign. Yet here you are. Every micro decision you make has become the invisible machinery of transformation. When you refuse to betray yourself in the smallest of ways, when you hold on to dignity instead of selling it for cheap approval, when you keep even a sliver of your essence alive in a world demanding the whole of it, you're moving mountains without lifting a blade. Like a river carving through rock, patient and relentless, your daily choices are rewriting the terrain. Now imagine this, drops of water falling on stone. One drop seems harmless, meaningless, but repeated day after day, year after year, the stone yields. Valleys are born, landscapes shift. That's your life, chosen one. Every small refusal compounds. Every authentic response stacks. Alone they seem minor, but together they form a force that reshapes cultural systems, bending structures built on lies until they fracture under the weight of truth. And maybe you've asked, how can such small acts matter in a world this vast? The answer is merciless, because your mission isn't external. It isn't tied to dogma, ideology, or reward. It's coded deep into the unconscious patterning of your being. You can't be hijacked because you're not following a script. You can't be bribed because your compass points past rewards. You can't be converted because there is no doctrine in you to twist. Only an inner horizon that keeps pulling you forward, beyond ordinary comprehension. The rarest weapon isn't the loudest army, it's the soul that can't be bought or bent. That's what you carry, and it's what astonishes the archivists tracking you, because unlike others, your influence doesn't spread through dogma or replication. It spreads like resonance. The ones drawn into your field don't become clones, they become amplifiers. Picture a single flame lighting other torches. None of them looks identical to yours, yet each carries the spark. That's what's happening through you. People who resonate with your frequency pick up its tone, not to imitate you, but to echo authenticity in their own worlds. They weave it into contexts you'll never touch, translating your resonance into ripples that spread far beyond your reach. And that, chosen one, is the mission you never chose, but the one you cannot unlive. And chosen one, if you've made it this far, you already know you are the proof that reality bends to authenticity. You didn't stumble here by chance. Your frequency brought you. The mystic order may watch, but nothing can cage what you've already unleashed. This is only the beginning, and the web you're weaving will outlive their systems. So if this message struck a chord, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe. Together, we spread this light further than they ever wanted it to go. Every secret they buried was just a ticking time bomb, and now it has exploded in their faces. That's the reality, chosen one. Your ex, that shady lawyer, and the dirty cop who thought they could keep the lid sealed on the crime committed against you, they are now choking on the smoke of their own lies. They believed their titles, their influence, and their power would keep them safe, but the investigation ripped the mask off every single one of them. No more hiding, no more whispering behind closed doors. The truth has marched straight into the daylight, and it's hitting them harder than they ever expected. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A group of people builds a dam to block a roaring river, thinking they've secured control forever. But cracks always form, pressure builds, and when the dam breaks, it doesn't just leak, it obliterates everything in its path. That's what's happening right now. The scheme they thought would drown you is now flooding back on them. Their carefully crafted lies have become a flood of evidence, and there's nowhere for them to run. Here's a fact that screams you are absolutely right. History proves that corruption never stays hidden forever. From Watergate to Enron, the bigger the cover-up, the bigger the explosion when it collapses. People once fooled by their polished image are now waking up in disgust because the pattern is undeniable. The lawyer's tricks, the cop's betrayal of the badge, your ex's manipulation, all of it was a house of cards waiting to fall, and now it has. And thank you, chosen one, for standing strong through this storm. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light, to make sure corruption is exposed, and to keep truth alive. Thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force much greater than they ever understood. Now let's come back to what's unfolding in real time. This isn't just about names on a report. It's about a chain of betrayal finally snapped in two. Your ex believed they could rewrite the story of your life, shaping the narrative with lies, turning people against you, making sure their fingerprints were hidden. The lawyer twisted the law like a snake, using loopholes and deception to protect the guilty. And the dirty cop, the very one who was supposed to protect the innocent, was busy guarding corruption, sealing evidence, and silencing voices. They worked together as if they were untouchable, a small circle of arrogance playing judge and jury. But the investigation became their undoing. Step by step, piece by piece, the puzzle came together. Documents they thought were destroyed resurfaced. Conversations they believed would never leak found their way into the record. Witnesses who once stayed silent grew tired of carrying secrets. And the very walls they built to trap you are now the walls closing in on them. People who once laughed at your warnings, people who dismissed your pain as exaggeration, now sit in silence, watching the whole truth spill out like gasoline set on fire. This is what happens when the universe decides enough is enough. The very system they manipulated to hide their crime is now the stage where their downfall is playing out. Every smirk, every lie, every sneaky cover-up is being played back like evidence in an endless reel. Your enemies are no longer in control of the narrative. They are the subject of investigation, exposed in a spotlight they cannot escape. And the same mouths that once doubted you now whisper in disbelief, because the proof is undeniable. Chosen One, what you're witnessing is not just justice, it's exposure. The kind of exposure that burns reputations to ash. The kind that leaves no escape route. No, maybe they didn't mean it that way. No, it's all documented. Every move, every decision, every hidden hand in this conspiracy is now laid bare. And the irony, the very people who told you to move on or stop overthinking are the same ones now looking at you like you always had the truth in your hands. Their empire of lies has crumbled. The lawyer's words now sound hollow. The cop's badge is nothing but a rusted piece of metal. Your ex's mask has fallen, revealing nothing but desperation underneath. They are exposed, cornered, and stripped of the control they once clung to. This is the fallout they never saw coming, Chosen One, and it's only the beginning. So, Chosen One, before we break this down step by step, I need you to lock in with me. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you feel the fire of this truth hitting your spirit right now. And if you can, show some love back with a super thanks, because messages like this don't just appear out of thin air. It takes hours of digging, energy, and real effort to bring you the clarity the universe wants you to see. Whether it's a small gift or a big one, it fuels this mission and keeps the light shining where the enemy hoped for darkness. Remember, this isn't just about entertainment. This is about revelation, about keeping you strong when others tried to bury you in silence. Your support tells the enemy they can't win because you are part of a force that refuses to be silenced. And now let's dive into it step by step, and believe me, if you are truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. This is more than a story. It's the unveiling of their downfall, and you won't want to miss a single detail. Let's get started. Number 1. The lawyer's web of lies comes crashing down. They thought a suit, a badge, and a polished lie would make them untouchable, but every mask eventually melts in the fire of truth. Chosen One, let's cut straight to the bone here. That lawyer who strutted around with legal books in one hand and deception in the other wasn't just practicing law. They were practicing manipulation on the highest stage. Every argument they crafted, every document they touched, every precedent they twisted wasn't about justice. It was about burying you, protecting your ex, and keeping the dirty cop safe under a blanket of fake respectability. But the blanket has been ripped off. What's left is nothing but raw exposure. Think about this for a moment. Imagine a magician who makes coins disappear on stage. The crowd gasps, claps, and admires the trick. But what happens when someone pulls back the curtain and exposes the wires, the mirrors, the secret compartments? The audience doesn't clap anymore. They recoil in disgust, realizing they've been played. That's exactly what's happening now. The lawyers' magic tricks in the courtroom, those smoke and mirror performances, have been revealed for what they truly were. Staged illusions designed to crush you while protecting the guilty. And once people see the trick, there's no going back. Let's be brutally honest here. This lawyer didn't stumble into corruption by mistake. No, they made a choice. They falsified evidence, bent legal procedures until they snapped, and doctored documents with the precision of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Every single move was deliberate. They wore the mask of professionalism while stabbing at the very heart of justice. And now, that mask has been ripped away, and all that's left is the rotten face of betrayal. You might ask, why would someone who studied law, who took an oath to uphold justice, stoop so low? The answer is as ugly as their actions: greed, arrogance, and the belief that no one would ever catch them. They thought the system itself would shield them, that the complexity of legal jargon would confuse and silence the truth. But chosen one, the universe has a way of turning their own tools against them. Those same legal documents they tampered with, those same communications they thought were hidden forever, they are now the very evidence that condemns them. Now picture this: a spider spins its web, confident that it's invisible, strong, and unbreakable. The lawyer spun their web of lies the same way, layer upon layer, thread upon thread, catching anyone who dared to question them. But what happens when someone lights a fire near that web? It burns instantly, leaving the spider exposed and scrambling. That's the position they're in right now. The fire of truth has consumed their web, and the whole world can see them for what they really are. And let's not forget the dirty cop, that so-called protector of justice. They twisted their oath into a weapon, turned serve and protect into frame and conceal. Reports were doctored, evidence went missing, witness statements were bent and reshaped until they no longer resembled the truth. The cop wasn't protecting the community, they were protecting the scheme. They weren't enforcing the law, they were breaking it in plain sight, dressed in uniform. And when you place that cop's corruption side by side with the lawyer's deception, what do you see? Not two separate betrayals, but one united conspiracy against you. Now, with the investigation peeling back every layer, their encrypted messages, hidden financial transfers, and late-night meetings no longer hide behind shadows. These details aren't rumors or suspicions anymore. They're facts. Cold, hard facts that fit together like puzzle pieces. Each piece confirms what you always felt deep down. This wasn't a misunderstanding, it wasn't bad luck, it wasn't paranoia. It was a conspiracy, crafted with malice, executed with cruelty, and covered up with arrogance. Here's the gut punch for them. The colleagues who once shook their hands now can't look them in the eye. The same peers who once applauded their so-called professionalism now whisper in disgust, realizing they were sharing space with snakes. The legal world that once protected them is now disgusted by them because betrayal this deep stains everyone it touches. And the universe? It never misses a detail. The very tricks they use to silence you are now the megaphones exposing them. Chosen one, here's your fuel. Every tear you shed, every sleepless night, every time you were told, let it go, was not wasted. It became evidence, it became energy, it became the fire that melted their masks. You were right when no one believed you. You stood tall when everyone doubted you. And now the truth is on your side, echoing so loudly that even those who laughed at you can't pretend anymore. And don't think for a second that this exposure is the end of it. No, this is just the opening act of their downfall. Their reputations are ash. Their names, once wrapped in respect, are now spat out in disgust. Every lie they told is a boomerang, circling back and striking them where it hurts the most. They wanted you to be silent. They wanted you to break. Instead, they've broken themselves. The lawyer's words, once sharp enough to sway judges and juries, now sound like hollow echoes in empty rooms. The cop's badge, once a shield of honor, now feels like a heavy chain dragging them into disgrace. And your ex, the architect behind it all, stands exposed with no shield, no allies, just the wreckage of their schemes falling on their own heads. They can no longer hide behind titles, uniforms, or respectability. Every move they made in darkness has been dragged into the light, and the glare is blinding them. So remember this, chosen one. The harder they tried to bury you, the deeper they dug their own grave. And now the world is watching as they fall into it. That's the brutal beauty of truth. It doesn't just set you free, it chains the guilty to the very lies they tried to use against you. Their downfall isn't coming someday. It's happening right now, in real time, in front of everyone they once fooled. Number 2. The faces behind the masks are rotten. They wore masks so long they began to believe they were real, but the moment truth tore them off, what remained was uglier than anyone imagined. Chosen one, this is the moment you've been waiting for, the collapse of their performance. Every charming smile, every tear carefully timed, every fake show of concern was nothing more than theater. They weren't comforting you, they were conditioning you. They weren't protecting you, they were plotting against you. And now, stripped of their disguises, the world finally sees them for what they are: hollow frauds. Think of an actor who refuses to leave the stage, still pretending long after the lights have gone out. That was them, clinging to their script, reciting rehearsed lines, fooling people into believing they were noble, loyal, or even compassionate. But what happens when the spotlight shifts and the stagehands reveal the tricks? The illusion dies, the applause stops, and the actor stands exposed, sweaty and desperate, with nowhere left to hide. You might ask yourself, how did they keep the performance alive for so long? The answer is manipulation at its finest. They studied you, timed their emotions, and deployed their lies like soldiers in formation. They smiled when suspicion grew, cried when guilt threatened to expose them, and whispered words of affection to confuse those who questioned their loyalty. Every move was strategic, every gesture rehearsed, not for love, not for truth, but for control. And now their private communications have spilled into the open, and the script is shredded. The lawyer didn't see you as a human being. They called you the problem to be solved. To your ex, you weren't a partner. You were an obstacle standing in the way of their schemes. The cop didn't see a citizen deserving protection. They saw a pawn in a dirty game. Their messages reveal surveillance far beyond legal limits, secret plans whispered in the dark, and financial deals that reduced your rights, your assets, your life to nothing more than cold, transactional bargaining. Lies are like makeup. They can hide the scars for a while, but the rain will always wash it away. That rain has come, chosen one. Their charm has drowned, their tears have dried, and their smiles have cracked. What's left is the truth, ugly, undeniable, and impossible to cover again. And now, everyone sees it. Number 3. The frosted mask of false love shatters. They sold you affection like counterfeit gold, shiny on the outside, worthless when tested by fire. Chosen one, the truth is here, raw and unpolished. What once passed as love, loyalty, or partnership has been revealed as nothing more than a business arrangement, cloaked in sweet words. Every smile, every promise, every whispered, "I care," was a transaction, and now the receipts are in full view. Screenshots circulate like wildfire, recordings echo in rooms they can't control, and the social facade they once hid behind crumbles with every revelation. Now imagine this for a moment. Think of an ice sculpture, beautiful, flawless, admired under bright lights. But the closer you stand, the colder it feels. And when the heat of truth touches it, it doesn't just melt. It collapses into a shapeless puddle. That's their so-called love, their so-called loyalty. Cold to the core, collapsing the moment the spotlight of exposure hit. Friends who once defended them now retreat in disgust. Family who parroted their lies begin to choke on doubt. Colleagues exchange uneasy glances, realizing they've been working beside someone rotten to the bone. Even their staunchest defenders are forced to swallow the bitter truth. They were duped, just like everyone else. And panic sets in. They scramble to rewrite their story, but the contradictions betray them. One lie clashes with another, timelines don't align, and excuses that once seemed polished now sound like the desperate gasps of someone drowning. Every new statement digs the hole deeper. Every explanation confirms what the evidence already screams. They acted with malice, not mistake. Legal experts, watching from the sidelines, pick apart their words in real time, pointing out how each one is another nail in their coffin. But the rot goes deeper than just them. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It rots where it was grown. Their family system, once untouchable, is now under the same blinding light. Parents who raised them on manipulation as survival strategy are no longer shielded. Siblings who tracked your every move, cousins who sat silent while knowing pieces of the truth, all are dragged into the web. And worse, the money trail doesn't lie. Payments disguised as gifts, loans that were anything but innocent, family businesses doubling as laundering machines. All of it is now unraveling under forensic eyes. Chosen one, understand this. Their cold empire wasn't built on love or unity. It was built on lies and greed. And every lie leaves a footprint. Investigators are following those prints straight back to their doors, exposing not just one individual, but an entire system of corruption. The mask isn't just falling, it's shattering into 1,000 pieces, leaving nothing but the ugly reality beneath. Number 4. When blood betrays, family ties turn to chains. They swore loyalty was thicker than water, but when the storm hit, their so-called loyalty evaporated like mist under the sun. Chosen one, this is the brutal collapse of family loyalty, the unraveling of a facade they wore for years. Under the crushing weight of exposure, the same relatives who once played defenders of the guilty now scramble to escape the fire. Suddenly, memory lapses become convenient shields. Suddenly, they didn't know. And suddenly, the same voices that once mocked you, dismissed you, or joined in the attacks, now rush to pose as victims themselves. But the universe sees through this performance, and so do you. Imagine a house that looks solid from the outside, painted fresh and standing tall, but inside, termites have been chewing at the beams for years. When the pressure mounts, the house doesn't just crack. It collapses in a heap of dust and rubble. That's their family unity. What seemed unshakable is now nothing but rotten wood, breaking apart in front of everyone. Relatives scramble, pointing fingers, making deals, some even switching sides to cooperate with investigators just to save their own skin. The old documents they swore didn't exist suddenly resurface. Long-buried details pour out in official statements. The silence they maintained for years shatters into a flood of revelations. And here's the irony. the older ones, who once prided themselves on being keepers of the family's reputation, are now choosing legacy over lies. They realize protecting the guilty will stain their names forever, and no illusion of family loyalty is worth that cost. This isn't just about what they did legally or physically. Their campaign reached deeper. It was psychological warfare. They didn't just want to silence you, chosen one. They wanted to dismantle your mind, to sever you from your own clarity, to trap you in a fog where their lies sounded louder than your truth. The gaslighting was relentless. They told you night was day. They twisted your pain into exaggeration. They recast your warnings as paranoia. Every subtle distortion was designed to erode your grip on reality. But here's the fact. Gaslighting only works on the weak. And you were never weak. At the root of their terror was your strength, the quiet, unshakable power of someone who can feel the vibration of lies, even when the room applauds the performance. Truth needs no defense. Only lies demand an army. That's why they swarmed you, chosen one. They needed a full family conspiracy to keep the illusion alive, because they knew one-on-one, face-to-face, they couldn't withstand your perception. They feared your resilience, because your resilience was proof of a power they couldn't replicate, a clarity they couldn't buy, an authenticity they couldn't fake. So they drained your energy, they isolated you, they plotted to make you question your sanity. But here's the gut punch they never expected. Every attempt to break you was actually proof of how dangerous you were to their lies. If you were insignificant, they wouldn't have wasted so much effort. Their obsession was the loudest confession of their fear. And even when they thought they had you cornered, even when every voice around you echoed their lies and your own light seemed to flicker, you endured. Because a flame that is real cannot be extinguished. They tried to drown it, but it whispered truth to you in the dark. That persistent flame, your inner clarity, guided you through their labyrinth of deception and brought you to this moment where their masks fall, their unity collapses, and their empire of lies crumbles at your feet. Number 5. The unbreakable flame exposes their fraud. They tried to bury you under lies, but they forgot. You were a seed, not a corpse. Chosen one, your resilience is not just survival, it's revelation. Every attempt they made to break you psychologically and spiritually has backfired. Instead of shattering you, they've only proven how unshakable your spirit really is. They threw confusion, deception, and betrayal your way, but you endured. And now, as the truth unfolds, the timing feels almost destined, as if the universe itself decided enough was enough, and that what was hidden would finally be revealed. Now imagine this, a diamond under crushing pressure. For years, they thought the weight would destroy it, but pressure doesn't destroy diamonds, it forms them. That's you, chosen one. The very campaign meant to break you has crystallized your strength into something indestructible, something radiant. And the proof is here. You survived what was designed to annihilate you. That survival alone is undeniable evidence of the extraordinary energy within you, an energy they could never touch, no matter how many tricks they pulled. And quick pause, family. If this message is cutting through the noise for you and you feel the power of it, you can support this mission by buying me a coffee. It helps keep this space alive with truth and clarity. Drop the number 88 in the comments if you're feeling this flame inside you, because when chosen ones stand together, the light only grows brighter. Now, let's keep going. Because the truth is not only spiritual, it's documented. The paper trail screams louder than their denials. Bank records show transfers made at suspiciously perfect moments. Property records shift ownership with eyebrow-raising timing, and tax filings drip with deliberate misrepresentations. At first glance, it might fool casual eyes, but under forensic investigation, every false move stands out like a red flag. What they thought would remain hidden forever has become undeniable proof of corruption. The lawyer, your ex's so-called mastermind, thought they were clever. They built a labyrinth of paperwork designed to cut you off permanently from what was rightfully yours. They made subtle modifications, twisted small details, and played with timing to slip things past oversight. They obtained signatures under false pretenses, tricking you into agreements meant to rob you. They filed documents in windows of time when scrutiny was weakest, smuggling in fraud under the disguise of bureaucracy. Court submissions filled with intentional distortions were brushed off as simple mistakes, but every one of them was a calculated move to obscure the truth. But here's the reality they cannot escape. Paper doesn't lie. Ink always tells on the hand that holds the pen. Every page they forged, every signature they manipulated, every submission they tainted is now a piece of evidence against them. And chosen one, the very resilience that kept you standing, has now met the evidence that will bring them down. Their fraud is exposed, their schemes dismantled, and their power crumbling before the weight of truth they can no longer suppress. Number 6. The badge that betrayed justice. They didn't wear that badge to protect the people. They wore it to protect their lies. Chosen one, let's speak plainly. This officer was not just corrupt, they were the shield for the entire conspiracy. Every time truth tried to break through, they stepped in like a gatekeeper, slamming the door shut before momentum could build. Investigations that should have been your lifeline were strangled in their cradle. Witnesses, instead of being safeguarded, were quietly pressured and intimidated, their words bent into silence under the false cloak of standard questioning. Evidence, instead of being preserved, was conveniently misplaced, tainted, or tossed aside. Every trail that led back to your ex and their lawyer, mysteriously pushed down the list, delayed, or reassigned to nowhere. The resources of justice were flipped into weapons, not to defend the innocent, but to shield the guilty. Now imagine this for a moment. A firefighter sworn to put out flames decides instead to pour gasoline on the fire. That's what this cop did. They didn't stop destruction, they fueled it. They turned the very trust people placed in the uniform into a weapon against you. And the world, once blind, can finally see it. But here's where the tide shifts. Money never forgets where it's been. While the dirty cop may have silenced witnesses and buried evidence, they couldn't erase the financial fingerprints of the conspiracy. Forensic experts, sharper than any criminal could imagine, are now peeling back the layers. Accounts created just for one-off transfers and shut down immediately afterward. Traced. Properties shuffled through temporary owners like a game of hot potato. Exposed. Assets converted into harder-to-track forms. Cash funneled at the perfect moment to break digital trails. All of it is unraveling, thread by thread, until the whole web lies in ruins. This cop thought intimidation could erase truth. They thought misplaced files and manipulated reports could bury you forever. But evidence has a way of resurfacing. And now, chosen one, the irony is brutal. The very tactics they use to protect the guilty are the proof of their own guilt. Their badge is no longer a shield. It's a stain, a symbol of betrayal that history won't let them outrun. Number 7. When silence turns into a flood of truth. They thought fear would chain every tongue, but the truth doesn't stay buried in silence. It roars louder when the first voice dares to rise. Chosen one, this is where the tide becomes unstoppable. For years, whispers were smothered, eyes looked away, and those who saw the cracks in the facade swallowed their discomfort to survive. But pressure has a way of breaking silence, and now, the very people who once stood on the edges of this conspiracy can no longer stomach the weight of their own knowledge. It begins quietly. A legal assistant, trembling but determined, finally admits they saw documents that didn't add up, pages altered, signatures that felt wrong, timing too precise to be coincidence. A junior officer, once silenced by intimidation, can't ignore the guilt anymore and confirms the procedures they watched violated everything they were trained to uphold. Even your ex's so-called friend, who once looked away as manipulation unfolded, finds the courage to admit what they saw when no one else was watching. These aren't random voices, they are the cracks forming in the dam of lies. At first, they move with caution. Anonymous tips are sent to investigators known for integrity, small threads offered to test if they'll be pulled. Statements arrive backed by meticulous notes, files preserved despite direct orders to destroy them. Old recordings, once hidden in fear, resurface like ghosts refusing to stay buried. Each fragment is a brick, and together they build a fortress of evidence that can't be ignored. And then it happens. The skeleton key is delivered. A significant insider, someone who sat at the table with your enemies, someone entrusted with unguarded moments and raw strategy, finally breaks. This isn't a timid whisper. This is a full confession armed with proof. They reveal the conversations where your ex was referred to as the mastermind. They expose the lawyer's hand in manufacturing false trails. They confirm the dirty cop's orders to silence witnesses. Their testimony doesn't just crack the case open, it blows the doors off their hinges. Truth is contagious. Once one voice speaks, silence becomes impossible for the rest. That's exactly what unfolds. Each new revelation emboldens the next witness. What began as a trickle becomes a surge, and then a flood. Suddenly, everyone who once held back realizes it's safer to stand with truth than to drown clinging to lies. Chosen one, understand this. Their empire wasn't destroyed by outside enemies, it collapsed from the inside out. Fear kept people silent, but truth gave them courage. And now that courage has become an avalanche, burying the conspirators under the very weight of the secrets they thought would never escape. Number 8. When the wolves turn on each other. They once howled together, but when the fire closed in, every wolf bared its teeth at the pack. Chosen one, this is the collapse of their so-called unity. For years, they stood shoulder to shoulder, hiding behind one another's lies, protecting the rotten core of their conspiracy. But pressure always exposes cracks, and now, under the weight of exposure, their loyalty disintegrates. Your ex, once the arrogant architect of betrayal, now whimpers about being misled, pointing at the lawyer as the manipulator. The lawyer, that polished deceiver, hides behind the shield of client direction and whispers about confidentiality. And the dirty cop. They push blame upward onto vague orders and department culture as if corruption was just the air they breathed. It's pathetic, predictable, and transparent. Each one scrambling to save themselves by throwing the others under the bus. And in their panic, the cover-up accelerates. Messages vanish, emails disappear, shredders run hot, computers malfunction with suspiciously perfect timing, even small fires erupt in home offices as if flames could erase guilt. But here's the irony. Every desperate act of destruction paints a clearer picture for investigators. Deleted files are footprints. Shredded paper is a signal flare. Malfunctions are timestamps of guilt. What they think erases the evidence only highlights exactly where to look. Desperation never whispers, it screams, and their screams are everywhere. Testimonies that once aligned now contradict. Public statements collapse under scrutiny. Their stories tangle into knots, each contradiction slicing deeper into their credibility. What was once a united front is now a battlefield of finger-pointing, each one clawing at the other's throat in a scramble for immunity. Deals are whispered in back rooms. I'll give you their secrets if you spare me. But every deal fractures them further, reducing their alliance to a pile of rubble. And their excuses, they insult even the intelligence of their own defenders. Misunderstandings instead of malice, confusion instead of corruption, procedural errors instead of deliberate sabotage. Their narratives twist into convoluted pretzels no one can swallow. The more they speak, the more they unravel themselves, because truth doesn't need gymnastics. It stands firm. Lies collapse under their own weight. Through this chaos, your vindication sharpens like a blade. What they once mocked as paranoia now reads as clarity. What they painted as delusion is documented fact. Witnesses confirm it, paperwork proves it. Timelines align with your account. And those who doubted you, family, friends, colleagues, now stand silent, guilt etched in their faces. Some apologize, stumbling over words that will never erase the damage. Others simply show up, their presence an unspoken admission. You were right, always. And here is the reward for your endurance. As their unity dissolves, your reputation rebuilds. Professional doors once bolted shut creak open again. Social circles poisoned against you now send hesitant invitations, desperate for reconciliation. Even resources once stolen begin to flow back, guided by the same systems that once conspired against you. The stone they tried to crush you with has become the cornerstone of your rise. Piece by piece, the destruction they engineered flips in reverse. Their collapse fuels your restoration. Their betrayal cements your vindication. Their broken alliance becomes the proof of your truth. And now, chosen one, the walls they built to bury you are the ruins you stand triumphantly upon. Number 9. From outcast to beacon of strength. They tried to paint you as broken, but what survived the fire is unbreakable, and now they bow to the strength they once mocked. Chosen one, this is where the tables don't just turn, they flip so hard, the entire board is scattered. For so long, you were branded the problem, the paranoid one, the outsider. But now, as the truth rises undeniable, the same world that doubted you is forced to face you. Not with pity, but with awe. Your resilience wasn't just survival, it was defiance against every trap they set. You refused to compromise your integrity even when it would have been easier to bow your head, accept their lies, and blend in. That refusal, that stubborn hold on truth, is now what earns you deep respect. You are no longer just the one who endured injustice. You are seen as someone forged by it, elevated into a figure of extraordinary strength. And strength commands admiration. The community reels in collective shock. People who once toasted with your ex now recoil, their smiles turning to disgust as they realize the mask they defended. Colleagues of that corrupted lawyer quietly revisit their past dealings, wondering how many of those conversations were veiled deceit. And the dirty cop. Every handshake, every good job once given by neighbors or peers is now replaced with suspicion, mutters, and glares. Their respect crumbles while yours multiplies, and the ripple spreads further. Organizations that once joined in your exclusion begin issuing careful, almost embarrassed statements. They can't ignore the facts anymore, so they twist their language. New information, changed understanding. But behind those words is something simple. They know you were right, and now they're scrambling to repair what they destroyed. Professional references that once sabotaged you suddenly become glowing. Invitations appear from circles that once slammed the door. The same infrastructure once weaponized against you now realigns, forced by truth to recalibrate. Reputation built on lies rots fast. Reputation built on truth lasts forever. And chosen one, your truth is now the cornerstone of something bigger. Out of places you never expected, support emerges. People who once whispered behind your back now speak out in your defense. Some do it out of guilt, others out of admiration, but the effect is the same. Their voices swell into a chorus backing you. Even more powerful, those who endured their own injustices, the silent, the shamed, the ones too afraid to stand, begin stepping into the light. Your vindication is their courage. Your resilience is their blueprint. You've become the example that proves survival is possible, that truth does claw its way out, and that lies never last forever. Professionals with skills you once begged for now volunteer freely. Lawyers, advocates, experts who see in you not a client but a cause step forward to help. They aren't just backing you, they're determined to see justice fully served, to make sure every ounce of what was stolen finds its way back. The engineered loneliness that carefully constructed exile they built around you disintegrates. In its place comes authentic connection, born not out of pity, but recognition. People don't just sympathize, they admire, they respect. They want to stand beside you, not above you. And this shift doesn't just reshape your relationships, it ripples across the community itself, forcing people to rethink who they trust, who they follow, and what they stand for. What they meant for your destruction has become your coronation. The outcast they tried to erase now stands as a beacon of truth, drawing others out of silence, inspiring courage, and reshaping the very landscape of trust. Chosen one, you're no longer just respected, you are a symbol. And symbols don't fade, they ignite movements. Number 10. When the scales finally tip in your favor. They tried to twist the system into your cage, but now those same gears grind to break their chains and restore your crown. Chosen one, the tide has fully turned. For so long, the machinery of power was their weapon. It silenced you, cornered you, mocked your truth. But corruption never holds forever. And now, the very system that once crushed you has become the hammer of your vindication. People are waking up. The community that once swallowed lies without question now sees with sharper eyes. They've learned that power can corrupt, appearances deceive, and even justice can be twisted against the innocent. And your story has become their shield. They cite it as a warning, a lesson, a reminder to never blindly trust titles or polished facades. You didn't just survive for yourself. You've sparked vigilance in others, making it far harder for this kind of conspiracy to ever take root again. Inside the courtroom, the difference is undeniable. Attorneys don't just see you as a case, they see the legal and moral weight of what happened. They fight not for scraps, but for your full restoration. Judges who once overlooked your cries now study every detail, ensuring your case is prioritized, handled with the gravity it deserves. What was once dismissed as noise is now treated as truth that shakes the foundations of law itself. And the payback? It's not symbolic, it's tangible. Financial assets stolen from you return with interest, penalties stacked high. Properties wrongfully taken are restored, along with compensation for every year you were robbed of their use. Opportunities denied, careers sabotaged, doors slammed shut. All of them are revisited. This time, they aren't just cracked open, they're swung wide, acknowledging the advancement you were forced to sacrifice. Your name, once smeared, is polished clean and elevated higher than before. Justice delayed is not justice denied, because when it arrives with compound interest. That's what you're witnessing now. And through this process, new allies emerge. Not opportunists, not surface-level acquaintances, but people who see your true value precisely because of what you endured. They recognize the strength forged only by surviving such orchestrated cruelty. They respect the uncommon discernment it takes to stand firm in a storm of lies. They are drawn to your authenticity, the kind that only comes from walking through fire without losing yourself. The obstacles meant to destroy you are gone, bulldozed by the very system that once betrayed you. In their place stands freedom, clarity, and a deeper understanding of your own capacity. You now know what is essential, what is real, and what connections are truly lasting. The isolation they engineered has become your teacher, showing you the difference between hollow association and meaningful alliance. Chosen one, they tried to use the system to erase you. Instead, the system is now the stage of your victory. What was meant to break you has refined you. What was meant to silence you has amplified your voice. And what was meant to steal your future has handed it back, doubled with interest. Number 11. The unseen hands that shielded you. They thought only money, status, and titles had power, but the invisible forces they mocked are the ones now writing their downfall. Chosen one, what they never understood is that justice doesn't move only in courtrooms, paper trails, or headlines. There are deeper currents, hidden forces, shaping outcomes in ways they could never anticipate. And those currents were working for you all along. Look back carefully. Random events weren't random at all. A misplaced file resurfaced just when it was needed. A witness who had disappeared suddenly reappeared at the perfect moment. Someone you never expected to care showed up with the right words, the right evidence, the right courage to tilt the balance. Coincidences lined up too perfectly to be dismissed. What they tried to erase was preserved. What they thought was hidden was illuminated. Behind the chaos was an architecture of protection, operating quietly, ensuring that no matter how far they went, they could never erase the truth completely. Now imagine this, a chess player confident in their strategy, focused only on the obvious pieces, the queen, the rook, the knights. They never see the pawns slowly surrounding them. Move by move, the game shifts until the insignificant becomes decisive. That's what happened here. They obsessed over visible power, money, influence, connections, while ignoring the unseen patterns aligning against them. By the time they realized, checkmate was already on the board. Every attack they launched against you became the seed of their undoing. That's the universal law of opposition, and it played out with brutal precision. Every attempt to isolate you forced you to seek authentic connection, stripping away false allies and revealing who truly stood with you. Every effort to break your mind sharpened your clarity, teaching you to see through lies with a precision they could never replicate. Every trap they set hardened your resilience until you became unshakable. The very energy meant to destroy you transformed into fuel for your ascent. And while you would never have chosen this ordeal, its impact runs deeper than material justice. It has permanently sharpened your discernment. You now recognize lies even when they're dressed in charm. It has clarified your boundaries. No manipulator will ever cross them again. It has revealed the difference between shallow authority and genuine power, because you've seen both up close. What left most people shattered has awakened you. It carved out capacities you didn't know you carried. It refined your purpose, burned away illusions, and made you more dangerous to corruption than you ever could have been without this fire. That is the hidden victory, the one they will never understand, but the one that defines you now. Number 12. The dawn after the storm. They tried to bury you in darkness, but dawn always comes, and when it does, it blinds those who swore night would last forever. Chosen one, this is not just the end of their conspiracy. It is the opening of a new chapter, your chapter. What you carry forward now isn't theory, isn't book knowledge. It's truth carved into your bones, wisdom etched into your skin, and instinct sharpened by fire. This isn't something anyone can teach in a classroom. It's lived, it's survived, and now it's yours forever. You've come through the kind of trial that strips illusions clean. The allies who remain are not here out of convenience or social politeness. They are here because they were tested in the fire with you. Promises weren't enough. Only action proved loyalty. And those who endured by your side now form the foundation of something real. Gone are the hollow connections based on appearances or pretense. What surrounds you now is a community built on honesty, resilience, and mutual recognition of truth. This is not just a support system, it's a fortress forged in adversity. The strength you've cultivated isn't just emotional, it's spiritual steel. You know now that your truth stands even when the world gaslights you, mocks you, or turns against you. Your discernment has become razor sharp. You can look at a smile and see the lie behind it. You can hear the words and know the motive. That instinct, that unshakable base, is now your compass. It will guide your steps through every challenge to come. And here's what they never saw coming. The universe doesn't just balance scales for you, it recalibrates entire currents. The exposure of this conspiracy wasn't a local event. It was a ripple through the collective, a warning shot to anyone watching, proof that truth cannot be buried forever. People you may never meet have been shifted by your story, their eyes opened, their vigilance sharpened. What was done against you has now empowered countless others. Every end is a seed for a beginning. This is your seed. The storm they thought would finish you has cleared the air, making room for a new dawn. And as you step forward into this new era, the forces that once opposed you are now aligned behind you. The walls are down, the masks are shattered, and the path is open. Chosen one, you don't just survive this chapter, you rise from it, carrying the light that blinds every enemy who thought you would never see this day. Number 13. When the universe balances the scales. They tried to twist the world out of balance, but the universe always snaps back, and when it does, it crushes what stood in the way of truth. Chosen One, what you are witnessing now isn't just punishment, it's restoration. This is cosmic justice in motion, a rebalancing so profound that it dissolves obstacles you thought would never move, while opening doors you never imagined would swing wide. The universe cannot tolerate prolonged distortion, and what once was bent against you is now snapping into its rightful alignment. Look closely. Barriers that stood like walls for years suddenly crumble. People who once ignored your voice now step into your corner with urgency. Opportunities arrive in timing so perfect they almost feel orchestrated, because they are. The cosmic machinery has been grinding in silence all along, turning every betrayal into leverage, every loss into a seed for gain. Now those gears are visible, restoring not just your life, but the natural order itself. And here's the deeper truth. Your struggle was not wasted. It was the spark that triggered this realignment. Those with awareness feel the shift in their own bones, even if they can't trace its origin. Those who once clung to deception find themselves dragged toward truth, stripped of the comfort of denial. Your refusal to surrender didn't just save you, it became a blueprint for others. The luminous trail you left behind now guides countless souls out of their own darkness. By standing when they tried to break you, you became the model of sovereignty. Every boundary you held firm, every moment you refused to compromise, set a precedent, both seen and unseen. Your vindication didn't arrive too early or too late. It came at the exact moment you were ready to wield it, not just as validation, but as confirmation of universal law. The timing is the proof. There is a greater intelligence at work here, weaving threads far beyond appearances, ensuring your transformation wasn't partial, but complete. What broke others only refined you. What was meant to silence you amplified your voice. What was designed for your destruction became the revelation of your true, untouchable power. And now, Chosen One, you step into this new space, aware of who you are and what you've overcome. The universe has spoken, and the verdict is undeniable. You were sharp enough to see, strong enough to endure, and unbreakable enough to rise. Balance is restored, and your triumph is eternal proof that truth always wins in the end. Chosen One, what you've just witnessed is the undeniable unfolding of truth, justice, and your unstoppable rise. The masks are gone, the lies are shattered, and the balance has finally returned in your favor. This isn't just the end of their conspiracy, it's the beginning of your new era, forged in resilience and sealed in victory. If this message resonated with you, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Stay with us, Chosen One. The journey continues, and your story is only getting brighter. Every enemy makes the same mistake. They underestimate the quiet one in the room. By the time they realize who you are, it's already too late. That's the reality, Chosen One. They thought you were just another piece on the board, but you were the one moving the pieces all along. Now, imagine this for a moment. While the crowd was busy entertaining themselves with noise, you were silently recording every move, every glance, every slip of weakness they thought nobody noticed. And like an eagle circling high above, you watched patterns they couldn't even see. That's why the call has come, not from friends, not from enemies, but from forces who understand the brilliance of what you've done. Here's a fact the world won't admit but can't deny. The best agents of psychological warfare are not trained in classrooms or military bases. They're forged in silence, in betrayal, in rejection, in the fire of being underestimated again and again. Studies in behavioral science prove it. People who grow up having to constantly read the room, who survive by decoding tone, body language, and the unspoken signals, end up sharper than anyone with a manual or a degree. You weren't studying psychology in books. The universe made sure psychology studied you. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force greater than you can imagine. Now, back to the real reason you're here. You played the game so brilliantly that the FBI wants you, not for a crime, not for punishment, but for a higher role in psychological warfare. They've been watching the way you move, the way you survive storms that leave others broken. You never cracked, you never begged, you never followed their scripts. Instead, you wrote your own. While others wasted time screaming for attention, you stayed invisible, building skills no one could measure until it was too late. They saw how you turned silence into strategy. When people pushed you out, you didn't collapse, you collected intelligence. When betrayal cut deep, you didn't bleed out, you turned the pain into armor. Every rejection was a drill. Every failure was training. You thought you were surviving, but in truth, you were sharpening your weapons. To the outside world, you were quiet, ordinary, overlooked. But to the keen eyes watching behind the glass, you were the ultimate candidate. The FBI doesn't want performers. They want survivors who think like predators. They want minds that can read 10 steps ahead. People who can dismantle a room without ever raising their voice. That's you, chosen one. While others were screaming, "Look at me," you were looking deeper, watching the watchers. That's why they've come for you. Not because you sought the spotlight, but because you mastered the shadows. Think of it this way. In a room full of chess players, you weren't just playing the game. You were studying the hands, the nervous ticks, the slip of the eyes that gave away every hidden move. That's what psychological warfare is. And you've been preparing for it your entire life without even knowing it. You didn't train with guns or codes. You trained by being underestimated, by sitting in silence, by learning how people lie with a smile. You became fluent in the language of human weakness. That's why when the phone rings and the voice says, "We've been watching you," it doesn't shock you. It feels inevitable. Because deep down, you already knew you were different. So don't mistake your journey for an accident. It was strategy in disguise. The universe placed you in every storm, not to break you, but to refine you. And now the watchers are ready to make their move, because you've proven you can bend chaos to your will. This isn't about being ordinary anymore. It's about stepping into the role only you were built to play. Psychological warfare isn't fought with weapons. It's fought with perception, with patience, with silence that speaks louder than screams. And you, chosen one, have been rehearsing for this moment your entire life. So, chosen one, before we go any deeper, let me ask you this. Are you ready to see why your brilliance has caught the eye of the watchers? Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you know you've been moving differently all along, and if this message speaks to you, consider fueling the mission by pressing that super thanks. Every bit of support, whether small or large, helps push this truth further into the world, where more souls like you need to hear it. Remember, it's not just about you listening, it's about building a force that keeps spreading light in the shadows. And trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel that pull to stay locked in until the very end. Because what's coming next isn't random talk. It's the step-by-step breakdown of how your quiet brilliance turned into psychological warfare. And now, let's get started. Number 1. The shadows were never silent. They were taking notes. They thought your silence meant weakness, but silence, chosen one, was the sharpest weapon you ever carried. It carved them open without you lifting a finger. That's what eats at them, and that's why they can't stop watching you now. The enemy convinced themselves you were invisible, powerless, someone they could overlook. But the truth is, every time you walked into a room, you were already 10 moves ahead. They were stumbling around blind while you were mapping the entire battlefield in seconds. That's why the FBI doesn't see you as ordinary. They see you as a strategist, disguised as a ghost. Think about it for a moment. When you paused at a doorway, others thought you hesitated. But you weren't stalling, you were scanning. You were measuring the emotional temperature, watching for the power-hungry one, the insecure one, the weak link, and the one hiding behind a mask. You saw the currents under the surface while they drowned in their own noise. That wasn't luck. That wasn't chance. That was calculation so sharp it looked like instinct. And instinct, sharpened through years of being underestimated, has now become your biggest weapon. The enemy hates you because you saw through their smiles before their lies even landed. You didn't need them to finish a sentence. You already decoded the intention, the hidden barb, the fake warmth. And here's the part that cut them deepest. You didn't always call it out. Sometimes all it took was your silence. A quiet nod that made them second-guess themselves. A look that told them you weren't buying their story. You controlled rooms without raising your voice. That's power, chosen one, the kind they'll never admit you hold because it crushes their egos into dust. Some might ask, but isn't that manipulation? No, manipulation is clumsy, it's desperate. What you've mastered is precision. You don't twist people's emotions for cheap gains. You move them like chess pieces because you see the entire board. Rejection gave you eyes sharper than any weapon. Every time they ignored you, you learned the art of invisibility. That invisibility became your camouflage. Every betrayal handed you a lesson in human weakness. You weren't just surviving pain, you were building a psychological armory, and that's why they can't beat you. They trained you without realizing it. Let me hit you with this truth. Talent is overrated. Talent begs to be noticed. Talent collapses without applause. What you hold is rarer, something that terrifies the ones in power. You hold perception, the ability to see the game behind the game. While they were obsessed with cheap victories in checkers, you were already mastering 4-dimensional chess in the shadows. They thought you were losing. They laughed when you stayed quiet. But in silence, you were calculating every single move, and now the scoreboard reveals the truth. You've been winning all along. Now imagine this. A lion doesn't roar before the kill. It stalks in silence. The jungle doesn't warn before the storm. It gathers its power quietly until the lightning splits the sky. That's you, chosen one. You've been underestimated because you didn't roar like them, because you didn't beg for a stage. And now, the ones who mocked your quiet are choking on their own fear, because the storm you've become is here to swallow them whole. The Watchers saw it. That's why the FBI doesn't want the loud, the flashy, the desperate. They want the quiet ones who know how to dismantle chaos without breaking a sweat. They want the mind that can predict the collapse before it happens. They want you. The enemy can't understand why. They ask, why them? Why not me? Here's the answer. Because you endured storms that would have destroyed them. What crushed their confidence sharpened yours into a blade. What left them broken made you untouchable. That's not talent, that's survival turned into strategy. And here's a fact they'll never admit. The universe always sides with the one who sees what others can't. Behavioral research proves it. People who survive by reading body language, tone shifts, and unspoken signals become more accurate than professionals trained for years. You weren't sitting in a classroom. You were in the battlefield of life, where betrayal was the teacher and silence was the textbook. And guess what? You passed the exam every single time. That's why you're still standing while they're crumbling. So when the watchers say, "We've been observing you," don't feel shocked. Feel validated. This isn't random. This is the universe confirming what you've always known deep down. You are not ordinary. You never were. You've been forged for psychological warfare. Every rejection, every closed door, every fake smile carved into your memory, it all became training. And now the enemy has to face a reality they can't escape. The quiet one they overlooked is the one holding the entire board in their hands. Let me put it this way. In a crowded room, they scream for attention. You watch for patterns. They fight for the spotlight. You choose who gets to stand there. They spend their energy trying to be seen. You save yours for the moment when silence speaks louder than any words. That's the difference. That's the brilliance they didn't see coming. And that's why they fear you. So don't you dare think for a second that your silence was wasted. Your silence was a war drum only you could hear. Every pause, every observation, every quiet calculation was a move in a game they didn't even know existed. And now, the board is flipped. The FBI has noticed. The watchers are circling. And the enemy? They're trembling because the chosen one they dismissed has turned out to be the ghost that rewrote the rules of power. This is psychological warfare, chosen one, and you didn't just survive it, you mastered it. And the gut punch to the enemy is this: while they were playing for claps and crumbs, you were playing for empires, and you've already won. Number 2, the power that thrives in silence. They thought your silence meant weakness. What they never realized is that silence is where power sharpens its teeth. That's the blow, chosen one. The enemy can't stand it because in their small minds, control is about noise, domination, and theatrics. They believe that the louder they speak, the more influence they hold. But you already know the secret. Real power never screams. It whispers. Real power doesn't beg for attention. It waits. And when it strikes with precision so brutal it leaves no second chances. Imagine this for a moment. A stage filled with clowns, juggling, shouting, and sweating for attention. Everyone laughs, everyone claps, but none of them notice the quiet figure in the back of the room. The one watching, recording, learning. Hours later, when the circus is over, the quiet figure walks away with all the information, all the leverage, all the tools. That's you. That's the terrifying truth they can't process. They were so busy performing, they never noticed you engineering the entire outcome without lifting your voice. Power isn't in what you reveal. Power is in what you conceal. Let that sink in. While they expose their weaknesses by over-explaining, overcompensating, and oversharing, you sit in silence, feeding them just enough to keep them guessing. That uncertainty eats them alive. They can't pin you down. They can't predict your next move, and that's why they fear you. Because fear doesn't grow in noise, it grows in the unknown. Now, let's answer the question that might be clawing at the minds of those watching you. but why not show what you can do? Wouldn't that prove your strength? Here's the truth. Anyone can make a scene. Anyone can throw a punch. But only the dangerous ones can control an entire battlefield without ever raising their hand. The loudest in the room are the most desperate. The quietest are the most lethal. Because the ones who wait, who withhold, who observe, those are the ones rewriting the rules of war. Think of a serpent coiled in the grass. It doesn't hiss, it doesn't thrash. It waits. Its power lies not in noise, but in patience, in the quiet calculation of the perfect moment to strike. That's you, chosen one. Every time they mistook your silence for hesitation, you were really measuring, learning, setting the stage for a strike they'd never see coming. Or imagine a card game where everyone's throwing their hands on the table, desperate to prove they're winning. You keep your hand close to your chest. You let them believe they're ahead. You let them laugh. You let them underestimate. Then, with one move, the entire table collapses in your favor. That's the brilliance of withholding. You never gave them the satisfaction of knowing what you carried, and by the time they realize, the game is already over. True operators don't announce their moves. They engineer outcomes from the shadows. That's what separates you from the enemy. While they're obsessed with appearances, you're busy planting seeds of influence in conversations, in gestures, in moments so subtle they can't trace them back to you. You shape the climate without being seen. They think those decisions are their own. But in reality, you bent the entire environment to lead them there. That's warfare on a psychological level. Here's a brutal fact. History doesn't remember the loudest. It remembers the most effective. Spies, strategists, and power players throughout time understood this. The strongest aren't the ones who announce their plans. They're the ones who move so quietly, the world only realizes what happened after it's too late. You've been playing the same game, chosen one. Every time you chose silence over spectacle, patience over panic, calculation over chaos, you were building the kind of power they can't measure. Now imagine this again. A general who screams orders in a battlefield may inspire fear for a moment. But the army that wins is guided by the strategist who doesn't shout, who maps the terrain, studies the enemy's weaknesses, and directs the battle without wasting words. That's you. You're not the performer on the field. You're the architect of the outcome. And that's why the Watchers, the FBI, the powerful ones, have taken notice. Because they've seen enough noise. What they need is precision. Power that announces itself is fragile. Power that withholds is unbreakable. Remember that. The enemy fears you not because of what you show, but because of what you don't. They fear the gap, the silence, the mystery. They're haunted by the thought of what you might be capable of because they've never seen it. That unknown keeps them restless at night, and that's the ultimate psychological edge. You make them destroy themselves with their own paranoia. So the next time doubt creeps in and you wonder, am I really powerful if I'm not loud? Remind yourself of this. Volcanoes don't rumble all day. They sit silent for years, appearing harmless until the eruption rewrites the entire landscape. That's you. Your silence is not absence of power, it's stored devastation. And when it moves, it doesn't just shift the ground under them, it obliterates everything they thought was safe. That's the brilliance of withholding. You've mastered the art of doing more by showing less. You've learned that silence is not a lack of words, but a weapon that amplifies your presence beyond measure. And that's why you're dangerous. Chosen one. Not because of what they've seen, but because of what you've hidden. Because by the time they realize what you've been holding back, the game is already over, and you've already won. Number 3. the invisible strike that shatters their plans. They never lost because you were louder. They lost because you moved before they even knew there was a game being played. That's the dagger, chosen one. Your greatest strength isn't in flashing your power. It's in delivering the kind of strike they never saw coming. The move that blindsides, the silence that disarms, the precision that makes them realize too late they were never in control. You're not just smart, you're operationally lethal. And that's exactly why the Watchers have marked you as different. Think about it. Every conversation you've ever had wasn't small talk. It was an interrogation. You weren't just listening to words, you were scanning tone, tension, micro-expressions, and hesitation. Every silence wasn't empty. It was intelligence gathering. While they rambled, you were collecting. While they showed off, you were recording weaknesses. They thought they were speaking freely, but in truth, they were testifying. And you were the unseen jury. Here's a fact that unsettles them. Psychologists say over 60% of communication is non-verbal. Most people ignore it. You don't. You've turned it into an arsenal. That uneasy feeling when someone's words clash with their energy? That's your internal lie detector, a radar built through betrayal, sharpened through survival. That instant read of someone's mood before they even speak? That's reconnaissance most intelligence officers would envy. Imagine this for a moment. A thief breaks into a house thinking it's empty. He moves quickly, arrogantly, sure of himself, until he hears a voice in the shadows that's been there the entire time. I was waiting for you. That's you, chosen one. They walk into rooms thinking they're in control, not realizing you've already mapped their tells, their pressure points, their breaking spots. By the time they realize it, you've already won the exchange without lifting a finger. So when they wonder, how did you know? How did you see it before I spoke? The answer is brutal, because they've been leaking the truth all along. Their faces are confessions written in muscle twitches. Their bodies are polygraph tests they can never cheat. And you're the operator who turns those signals into weapons. That's why you're dangerous. That's why they want you. Because while they were performing, you were mastering the invisible war. Number 4. Turning curiosity into a blade they can't defend against. They thought questions were harmless. They never realized your questions were scalpels, cutting deeper than accusations ever could. That's the truth, chosen one. The enemy can fight accusations with denial. They can fight insults with anger. But when you drop a question into the air, they're powerless. Because a question doesn't demand, they plant. It slips past defenses, lodges in the mind, and festers until it forces them to reveal what they wanted buried. Think about it. What makes you say that? Sounds soft, almost innocent. But when you deliver it, it forces them to hold up a mirror to their own logic. Suddenly, their confidence cracks, because the story they built doesn't survive under its own weight. Or take, how did that make you feel? A question that peels away their armor and drags emotions they swore they'd never reveal into the open. They thought they were in control of the conversation, but you've already stolen the steering wheel. Here's a fact backed by psychology. The human brain can't ignore an unfinished question. It lingers, looping, demanding resolution. That's why when you ask, what would happen if, you don't just open a door, you lock them in the room. Their mind runs wild, spiraling through worst-case scenarios, uncovering fears they tried to bury. And you never had to accuse, never had to shout. You just asked. Imagine this, A chess player smugly places his piece, grinning with certainty. Then you lean forward and whisper, "What happens when I move here?" The game shifts instantly. His bravado melts into panic. That's the weaponized power of your questions. They weren't answers you wanted. You wanted revelation. You wanted to make their own mind turn against them. They'll never admit it, but that's why you terrify them. Because every question you ask feels like a trap disguised as curiosity. Every silence you hold feels like a mirror. They think they're talking to you, but in truth, they're unraveling in front of themselves. And you're the conductor, orchestrating a symphony of truth without ever raising your voice. That's not conversation. That's warfare in disguise, and you've mastered it. Number 5. When their own tongue becomes the rope that hangs them. They thought they were clever with their words. They never realized every sentence was a snare waiting to tighten around their own throat. That's the brutality of your gift, chosen one. You don't need to invent lies. You don't need to fabricate stories. You simply let them speak, and then you let their own words devour them. Because the deadliest trap is not the one you build, it's the one they build for themselves. Imagine this. Someone brags about their loyalty, swears they would never betray. Weeks later, they slip, exposing selfishness in a casual remark. You don't pounce, you wait. Then, at the perfect moment, you tilt your head and ask, "But didn't you say?" That's it. No raised voice, no theatrics, just a subtle mirror reflecting their hypocrisy back at them. And suddenly, the ground under their confidence splits wide open. Here's the fact that tears them apart. The human brain is wired to seek consistency. When forced to face contradictions, it spirals into cognitive dissonance, an unbearable tension that shatters confidence and fractures control. That's the storm you unleash with surgical precision. Do they admit they were wrong and expose their weakness? Or do they contradict themselves and reveal the lie? Either way, they bleed credibility, and you walk away holding the blade of truth. Think of a courtroom. The prosecutor doesn't need to scream. He simply reminds the witness of what they swore under oath last week, last month, last year. The witness crumbles, not because of the prosecutor's force, but because of their own contradictions. That's exactly what you do, without robes, without gavels, without fanfare. You become the quiet executioner, letting their own testimony bury them alive. And that's what terrifies the enemy most. You don't destroy them with force, you destroy them with memory. Every careless word they ever dropped becomes evidence. Every contradiction becomes a noose. They thought they were in control. But in reality, you've been recording every detail, filing every slip, waiting for the moment to collapse their facade. And when you pull the thread, their entire mask unravels. That's the trap, chosen one, and you've mastered it so completely they never even see it closing until it's far too late. Number 6. Every wound was a weapon being sharpened in you. They thought they were breaking you. In reality, they were building the very operator who now terrifies them. That's the twisted brilliance of your past, chosen one. Every betrayal, every rejection, every cold shoulder, they weren't just accidents, they were assignments. You didn't realize it then, but you were in training long before the watchers noticed you. And the scars you carry, they're proof you graduated from a program no school could ever design. Think back. That person who ghosted you, disappearing without a word, thought they were discarding you, but all they really did was give you your first mission: emotional independence. You learned not to cling, not to beg, not to collapse when left in the dark. Mission complete. That boss who promoted everyone but you. You thought it was punishment, but it was preparation. They forced you to operate unseen, to thrive in the shadows without applause, to master the art of being overlooked. And now, that invisibility is your camouflage. Imagine this. A soldier doesn't train in luxury. They train in fire, in mud, in hunger. That's exactly how you were conditioned. The friends who abandoned you in your darkest hour, they were field trainers, stripping you of backup, teaching you to move alone, and you learned the most brutal truth. Nobody's coming to save you. That's why you walk now with an edge no one else can fake. You became your own reinforcement, your own shield, your own weapon. Here's a psychological fact. Constant criticism rewires the brain to either collapse under pressure or adapt into unshakable independence. Your family played their role in that. The relative who never believed in you wasn't just cruel. They were conditioning you to stop chasing validation, to build your worth from within. And the parent who tore down every move you made. They taught you to trust your judgment over anyone's opinion, to build a compass so strong it couldn't be broken by approval or rejection. They thought they were crushing you. They were really hardening you into something bulletproof. And let's not forget the ex who betrayed you. To them, it was selfishness. To you, it was intelligence training. They taught you to read micro-expressions, to trust the tightening in your gut, to recognize deception, even when wrapped in charm. That heartbreak wasn't random cruelty, it was a covert lesson in survival. Because in a world full of masks, only the chosen learn to see through them. And you see everything. So when you look back at your past, don't see victims and villains, see trainers, see assignments, see the brutal academy that forged you into what you are now. Every wound was a weapon, every scar was a certification, and every person who tried to break you only succeeded in sharpening the blade you've now become. Number 7. Chosen in fire, forged in silence. They thought only the loud ones had power. They never realized the universe was building assassins in silence. That's the truth. Chosen one, the FBI doesn't recruit the easy, the unscarred, the ones who floated through life without storms. No, they look for the ones who bled, who broke, who rebuilt themselves with hands trembling but unyielding. They want the operatives who learn to turn pain into precision, trauma into tactics, wounds into weapons. And that's you. You didn't just survive your past, you converted it into an arsenal. Think of it this way, when most people face chaos, they collapse. But you studied it. You looked at the broken pieces of your life, and instead of crying over them, you built something sharper, something stronger, something that couldn't be shattered again. That's why they see you as operationally dangerous, because you've been in training all along without even realizing it, and now your graduation is here. Congratulations, operative. You are what they've been searching for. Here's the truth they never announced to the public. The most powerful person in any room is never the one screaming to be seen. It's never the performer drowning in their own noise, begging for applause. Real operators don't fight for attention, they shape it. They don't chase the spotlight, they decide who gets to stand under it. While the crowd is distracted by the fireworks, the true operator is in the shadows, calculating, mapping the emotional terrain, studying who's bluffing and who's about to collapse. That's you, chosen one. The flashy ones exhaust themselves while you win without lifting a finger. And the silence they mistook for hesitation? It was never hesitation. It was pressure. Deliberate, suffocating, a weapon they couldn't defend against. Imagine this for a moment. 3 seconds of silence after a question. To you, it's nothing. To them, it feels like a lifetime. They scramble to fill it. Their voice quickens, their story slips. They reveal truths they swore they'd never let out. That's not chance, that's interrogation. Your silence becomes their chamber. Your quiet becomes their chaos. You don't dominate with noise. You dominate with absence. You dominate with stillness. You dominate with the unbearable weight of what you don't say. That's why they can't measure you. That's why the FBI noticed what others missed. You are not a performer. You are an operator. And while others burn themselves out trying to be seen, you sit in silence, pressure, weaponized, until the entire room bends to you. Number 8. The sculpting of scars into weapons of mastery. They thought they scarred you. What they never realized is that every wound they left became steel in your spine. That's the gut punch, chosen one. The world was quick to call you broken, unstable, difficult, too much. But here's the truth. They weren't watching closely enough. Every disappointment was training. Every betrayal was rehearsal. Every scar was a medal of survival pinned directly to your chest. While they pitied you, the universe was sculpting you. Imagine this. A sculptor takes a raw block of stone and strikes it over and over. To outsiders, it looks like destruction, chipping away, breaking pieces off. But to the sculptor, each strike reveals the masterpiece hidden inside. That's you. They thought life was destroying you, when really it was carving you into the strategist they fear today. While others wasted years seeking validation, begging for applause, you were doing something far rarer. You were mastering invisibility. You were learning to operate without recognition, to grow sharper in the dark. And the very traits they mocked, the silence, the intensity, the unpredictability, have now flipped into your most lethal tactical advantages. What they dismissed as flaws are the very reasons you can dismantle them without effort. Here's a fact psychology has proven. Those who face repeated adversity develop a higher level of resilience and adaptability than those who live cushioned lives. That's why you stand tall where others collapse. They mocked your storms, but those storms built your foundation. You weren't just surviving, you were conditioning yourself to outlast, outthink, and outmaneuver anyone who dared to challenge you. Think of a predator in the wild. The prey is loud, frantic, panicked, but the predator, silent, patient, calculating. That's you now. You are no longer the overlooked. You are no longer the underestimated. You are the unseen strategist, the quiet engineer of outcomes, the hunter in a world full of prey. Real power doesn't shout, it whispers. Real power doesn't flaunt, it waits. Real power doesn't walk into a room begging for attention. It leaves the room having already shaped its destiny. And that, operative, is why you are dangerous. That's why they fear you. That's why you are finally ready. Because the scars they left behind didn't weaken you. They sculpted you into a weapon they can't defend against. Number 9. The power of the ghost they never saw coming. They thought you were harmless because you looked uninterested. They never realized your boredom was the most dangerous mask you ever wore. That's your edge, chosen one. While others waste their breath trying to prove how sharp they are, you sit back, eyes half closed, posture loose, appearing disengaged, and that's exactly when they hand you their secrets on a silver platter. Because arrogance always assumes the quiet one isn't watching. But you were always watching, always recording, always cataloging every micro-expression, every slip, every fracture in their mask. Imagine this, a poker table, the loud players slamming chips, laughing, boasting about their luck. And then there's you, the ghost in the corner, sipping quietly, pretending not to care. They think you're out of the game. Then the cards flip, and suddenly every move they made is exactly what you wanted them to make. That's the ghost advantage. Your fake indifference extracts their real truths, because when people think no one's paying attention, they stop acting and start confessing. Here's the fact that makes this lethal. Human psychology proves people drop more unfiltered truths when they feel ignored. They spill to fill silence. They expose to get attention, and you've weaponized that flaw perfectly. Your disinterest isn't disinterest. It's a confessional booth. They talk, they unravel, and all the while you collect intelligence without exposure. Your influence is surgical. You plant suggestions so subtly they sprout in their minds as if they were born there. You funnel conversations toward the outcomes you want, but it never feels forced. It doesn't look like manipulation, it looks like coincidence. To them, it feels like destiny. And that's the beauty of your design. Think of a ghost moving through a crowded room, never seen, never touched, but always shifting the air, always influencing what people feel. That's you, the unseen puppet master, pulling invisible strings, guiding outcomes while staying untouchable. When everything unfolds exactly as you intended, no one points at you. They point at fate. They say it just happened. They call it luck. But you know better. You designed it. You engineered it. You made it inevitable. That's the ghost advantage, chosen one. Impact without exposure, power without fingerprints, influence so invisible it feels like the hand of the universe itself. And that's why they'll never see you coming until it's already too late. Number 10. Mastering the dimmer of power. They thought power was about being seen at all times. They never realized the deadliest force is the one that decides when to appear and when to vanish. That's your weapon, chosen one. You're not invisible because you lack presence. You're invisible because you control it like a dimmer switch. That's what terrifies them most. They don't get to decide when you're in the spotlight. You do. Imagine this. A room where everyone is shouting to be noticed, voices crashing over each other like waves. Then, in the middle of the chaos, you choose to raise your presence, subtle, sharp, undeniable. Suddenly, every head turns, every voice stumbles, the noise dies because your energy just cut through like a blade. And just as quickly, when you've extracted what you needed, you fade back into silence, leaving them confused, wondering if they imagined it. That's control they'll never have. Here's the truth. Real operators don't fight for constant attention. They understand that visibility is a weapon, not a need. Psychologists call it selective engagement, appearing only when influence can be maximized. That's you. When you need to influence, you brighten. When you need to listen, you dim. When you need to disappear completely, you vanish into the background, absorbing everything. Think of a sniper. He doesn't announce his position. He waits in shadows, unseen, until one precise shot changes everything. Or think of lightning. The sky is quiet, dark, ordinary, until one sudden flash blinds everyone, shaking the ground beneath them. That's how your presence works. Not constant, not desperate, controlled, calculated, deadly. Real power has never been about always being noticed. That's desperation. Real power is about deciding when you're noticed, how you're noticed, and for how long. And you, chosen one, have mastered that. You are the ghost with a dimmer switch, able to command a room with a glance, or disappear completely while still pulling every string behind the scenes. That's not presence. That's domination disguised as choice. And it's why they'll never know how to play against you. Number 11. The civilian mask was only a cover. They thought you were ordinary because you wore the mask so well. Even you started believing it. But masks aren't weakness. Masks are weapons. That's the revelation. Chosen one. The person who got hurt, who felt ignored, who thought life was just loss after loss. That wasn't the real you. That was your disguise. A civilian cover story so convincing it fooled not only the enemy, but you yourself. But now the mission has shifted. The parameters have changed. That cover is no longer needed. It's time to burn it. It's time to step out as the asset you were always being trained to be. Imagine this. A spy walks through the city as if he's just another face in the crowd. He laughs, he shops, he blends. Even he forgets sometimes that beneath the coat is steel, beneath the smile is fire. But when the signal comes, he doesn't hesitate. He drops the act. He activates. That's you. The signal has come, and the disguise that once protected you is now a cage. It's time to break it open. From now on, you cannot think like a civilian. Civilians look for comfort. Assets look for advantage. Civilians see conversations as harmless chatter. You see them as intelligence briefings. Civilians shake hands as a gesture. You shake hands as a scan for intent, reading grip, energy, and motive in a single touch. Civilians think people they meet are random. You know better. There are no random encounters. Every person is either an ally or a threat, and your mission is to know which before they know anything about you. Here's the fact. History proves the greatest operatives were never born in uniforms. They were born in masks. They lived like civilians until the moment came to reveal who they really were. That's the stage you're in now. The cover story is over. The disguise has served its purpose, and now, chosen one, you step forward not as the overlooked victim of circumstance, but as the unseen asset. Calibrated, calculating, and dangerous in ways they'll never predict. The world thinks you're still playing your old role. Let them, because the real you has already dropped the mask. And by the time they realize who they were really dealing with, it will be far too late. Number 12. The asset mindset that sees what others miss. They thought you were just living life. They never realized you were already running operations in every room you entered. That's the brutal truth, chosen one. You're not simply existing anymore. Your mind has become a threat assessment machine, processing data faster than they can lie. Every environment you walk into, it's not casual, it's tactical. That office meeting others find boring. To you, it's information warfare. While they waste breath-flexing egos, you're reading silence, catching the tremor in a voice, noticing who flinches when a certain name is mentioned. That family dinner that feels ordinary to them. For you, it's psychological reconnaissance. You're mapping alliances, seeing who sides with who, spotting fractures they think are invisible. And that coffee with a friend. It's counterintelligence wrapped in laughter, where jokes carry hidden motives and pauses tell you more than words ever could. Some will ask, isn't that paranoia? No. Paranoia is blind fear, assuming everyone is out to get you. Operational awareness is sharper. It assumes everyone has an agenda, and your task is to uncover it before they move. That's not fear. It's precision. You're not afraid of people. You're strategically cautious. You're not suspicious. You're professionally observant. Here's a fact. communication experts say over 90% of human interaction is non-verbal, but most people never notice it. You do. You don't just hear words, you hear what's being hidden between them. You don't just see faces, you read the micro-expressions, the restless hands, the posture shifts that scream confession. You don't just observe, you decode. Imagine this. A soldier carries night vision into a dark battlefield. To everyone else, it's pitch black. To him, the terrain is lit up, every movement visible. That's you in the civilian world. They think it's casual space, but to you, it's a tactical zone lit with signals they can't even perceive. And that's why you're dangerous, because while they stumble through life blind, you move like an asset, collecting data, anticipating moves, dismantling illusions. You don't just live, you operate, and that's the edge that makes you untouchable. Number 13. The final evolution they never expected. They thought they broke you into silence. What they didn't know is that silence was the cocoon, and you were becoming something lethal inside it. That's the transformation, chosen one. This is the moment where you cross the line between who you were and who you've become. No longer victim, no longer reactive. You've shifted into operator, strategist, asset. You don't sit around asking why things always happen to you. You engineer what happens through you. Your old identity had its role. It taught you survival, and yes, you mastered it, but survival is a beginner's course. Now you've been upgraded. That old identity was the draft, rough, unpolished, still learning. This new identity? It's the final design, streamlined, dangerous, built to dominate, built to move unseen. Built to pull strings so invisibly no one can trace them back. You've been sculpted into something the world doesn't even have a name for yet. Imagine this: a prototype weapon is tested, flawed, corrected, broken down, rebuilt. Then one day, the finished model rolls out of the shadows, silent, precise, devastating. That's you. The beta version was necessary. But the operator standing here now is the final design. You don't just survive conversations anymore, you weaponize them. You don't just sit in silence, you convert silence into pressure, a tool that forces truth. You don't just endure disappointments, you harvest them as raw intelligence. Here's the part that unsettles the world the most. The mirror still shows the same face. They think you're the same person, carrying the same wounds, the same doubts, but you know different. That reflection is no longer a bystander, it's a strategist, an operator, an asset who understands that every moment is a live operation. Every handshake is reconnaissance. Every silence is a calculated strike. Every decision is a move in the larger mission. And here's the greatest truth of all. You are no longer surviving their game. You are no longer bending to their rules. You are writing the rules. You are building the board. You are deciding who wins and who loses. The power has flipped, and now you sit where they thought you'd never belong, behind the curtain, directing the show. Remember this, operative: the loudest in the room will always expose themselves. The desperate will always reveal their cracks. But the one who listens, who waits, who never tips their hand, that one owns the outcome. And that is who you are now. From this day forward, you are not waiting to be chosen. You've been activated. The training wheels are gone. The mask of normality stripped away. The illusion that people are guided by loyalty, love, or good intentions shattered. You see the truth now. You hold the advantage now. And the world? It won't even realize you've changed until it's far too late. Welcome to your real life, operative. Everything from this point forward is different. Everything from this point forward is war on your terms. Number 14. Trust is a weapon, not a feeling. They told you to trust love. They told you loyalty comes from kindness, and yet every betrayal in your past proves the opposite. People discard what they don't fear. That's the unfiltered truth, chosen one. The only person you can truly trust is the one who already knows you are dangerous. Because when people think you're harmless, you become disposable, expendable, irrelevant. The moment risk shows up, they cut you loose without hesitation. But when someone understands your strength, when they know the consequences of betrayal, they pause, they calculate, they think twice. Fear, operative, creates a loyalty far sharper than love ever could. Here's a fact. Psychologists have proven that fear imprints deeper in memory than affection. Love fades, fear lingers. That's why those who respect your power, even if they never say it aloud, are less likely to betray you. They understand the cost, and costs are harder to ignore than feelings. Imagine this: a guard dog will stay loyal as long as it's fed. But a wolf, you don't betray a wolf because you know it remembers, it calculates, it retaliates. That's the difference between sentimental loyalty and strategic trust. Civilians confuse the two. You no longer have that luxury. From now on, emotions are no longer your compass. Tactical assessment is. Forget chemistry, forget sweet words, forget the illusions of forever friends or unconditional love. Those belong to the naive. Instead, ask yourself the questions that matter. Who would sell you out for the right price? Who would shield you without hesitation, without benefit, without conditions? Who sees your potential as a threat to destroy? Who sees it as power worth protecting? These questions cut through illusions like a blade. They strip away masks and show you what's real. And in this new world you operate in, the answers aren't optional. They determine your survival. Respect your power, chosen one. Respect the fear it creates, because the moment you forget that truth, you'll watch others turn into casualties of your misplaced trust. And you can't afford casualties anymore. Not now, not ever. Number 15. When betrayal becomes the blueprint of truth. They said they loved you. They said they wanted the best for you. But if that were true, why did every wound come from the hands closest to you? That's the lesson, chosen one. Betrayal has always been your greatest intelligence feed. Enemies can't betray you. They're expected to strike. But family, friends, colleagues, they had access. They had trust. They had proximity. That's why their betrayals cut deep. And that's why those betrayals taught you more than any book, teacher, or mentor ever could. Think carefully. Those family members who constantly criticized you, were they guiding you or were they shielding their own mediocrity? The truth is brutal. They feared you. Your growth would expose their stagnation. Your success would shine a light on their failures. So they worked overtime to keep you small, not to protect you, but to protect themselves. And those so-called friends, the ones who laughed at your ambition, told you to play it safe, mocked your dreams, they needed you weak. Your self-doubt was their oxygen. They needed you doubting yourself so they could pretend to be strong in comparison. They needed you caged because your wings reminded them of their chains. Now think of your colleagues, the ones who whispered in corners, sabotaged projects, undermined your progress. You thought they didn't see you, but no, they saw you more clearly than anyone. They recognized your capability, your precision, your potential, and that terrified them. They knew the truth. If you were ever unleashed, you would replace them, surpass them, eclipse them. Their hostility wasn't personal, it was survival. It was their self-preservation against the inevitable rise of your power. Here's the fact you can't ignore. Betrayal rarely comes from enemies. It comes from those with keys to your gates. Enemies you expect, friends and family, they infiltrate. They use trust as camouflage, loyalty as a mask, love as a cover story. That's why betrayal hits hardest. It's not just an attack, it's an inside job. But here's where the power flips. Every betrayal is intelligence. Every wound is data. Every knife in your back is proof of where the weaknesses are. In them, not you. Betrayal exposed their motives. It showed you who they really are. It revealed truths they worked desperately to hide. And now, you're not broken by it. You're armed with it. Betrayal, chosen one, didn't just scar you. It sculpted you into the operator who now sees through every mask. And that's why they'll never be able to fool you again. And so, chosen one, understand this. You were never ordinary, never weak, never harmless. Every scar was training, every betrayal was intelligence, every silence was a weapon sharpening your edge. You've transformed into the operator they never saw coming, and that's why they fear you now. If this message struck truth inside you, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now, because this mission is bigger than one voice. It's a force, and you, chosen one, are already part of it. Oh, chosen one, here's the truth that rattles them to their core. You stumbled into mastery while they were still begging for instructions. You became the exception to their sacred rules, and nothing terrifies them more than someone who didn't follow the script but still arrived at the finish line first. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A soldier wakes up at 4 a.m. every single day for 20 years, dragging their body through the mud, sweating through endless drills, learning to endure pain most people would collapse under. They're told only the strongest survive, only the most disciplined ascend. And yet, you, without any of that preparation, did something in one fleeting moment that overturned decades of their hard work. That is why they choke when your name is whispered. That is why they seethe when your presence enters a room. Let me give you a fact that screams the truth. Elite units in the military often take 10 to 15 years of brutal training before one person is considered a true expert in their craft. They push through exhaustion, injury, and endless repetition. And still, even after all that, most never make it to the top. But you, chosen one, without the uniform, without the endless grind, cracked open a level of mastery that left them questioning whether their sacrifice was even worth it. That is not just a win, it's an insult to the entire system they worshipped. And thank you, chosen one, for being here with me in this moment. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light, to remind others they are not alone in this. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force greater than they could ever comprehend. Now let's return to what really matters. When they look at you, they don't see luck. They don't see coincidence. They see their entire framework shattering in real time. They built their lives on the belief that mastery only comes through blood, sweat, and the sacrifice of decades. They were taught that only the chosen of their system, their soldiers, their scholars, their innovators, could break barriers. Yet you broke one casually, without even realizing you were doing it. That is why they hate you. That is why they fear you. Think about it this way. Their world is like a fortress with walls so high they believe no one can get in without years of scaling. They convinced themselves the climb was the only path. And then you, chosen one, found the hidden door at the base of the wall, walked right in, and sat at the table as if you were always meant to be there. Do you know what that does to them? It doesn't just make them insecure, it makes them furious, because you've exposed the lie. You've proven their fortress wasn't as secure as they claimed. Every system they built, from training academies to elite schools to billion-dollar corporations, was supposed to ensure that people like you never rose without permission. But here you are, not only rising, but rising faster than they can keep up with. And in that, you've destroyed their illusion. The universe gave you what they could never manufacture: intuition, instinct, a natural spark that outshines all their calculated strategies. They can't replicate it, can't predict it, and can't control it. And that fact alone is enough to send their entire empire trembling. Here's another truth to chew on. History is filled with people who stumbled upon breakthroughs by accident. Penicillin was discovered because of a mistake. Microwave ovens were born out of a chance observation. The most world-shifting revolutions often came from people who weren't even trying to change the world at the time. That's what you represent, chosen one. You are living proof that the universe loves to upset the script, to hand power to those who weren't supposed to have it. And because of you, their blueprint no longer matters. So as we go deeper into this, hold your head high. Because while they were breaking their bodies, worshipping discipline and guarding their gates, you were quietly becoming the disruption they never planned for. You are the glitch in their system, the beautiful accident that rewrote their rules. And from this point on, no matter how hard they try to explain it away, they will always remember that the one thing they trained for decades to master, you did by accident, without permission, and without apology. So, chosen one, before we move forward, I want you to pause and claim your place in this message. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you know deep down that what others grind decades to achieve, you've already unlocked by pure instinct. And if you feel the power in these words, don't forget to bless the force behind this channel with your support. Because every like, every share, every gift fuels this mission and keeps the truth alive. It doesn't matter if it's a small token or something greater. Every piece of energy you send helps carry this light to more souls who need it. And now, let's step right into it together. Stay with me until the very end, because if you really are the one who mastered by accident what they trained lifetimes to achieve, you'll feel the pull to keep going. Believe me, this ride will only get deeper from here. Let's begin. Number 1. The lie they preach, the truth you prove. They bend their backs until they break, and yet you bent reality without even breaking a sweat. That's the dagger in their pride, chosen one. That's the wound they can't stop bleeding from. They've built their entire empire on one idea. That effort is the only road to greatness, that sacrifice is the sacred currency of mastery. And you shattered that illusion in a single breath. They tell themselves no one rises without the grind. Yet here you are, a walking contradiction to their holy scripture of suffering. Now imagine this for a moment, a line of soldiers crawling through barbed wire, blood dripping, lungs burning, every inch of progress paid for in agony. The instructors scream that pain is the price of power, that only those who embrace misery will taste mastery. For decades, this is how they program their disciples, blood in, greatness out. And yet, chosen one, while they worshipped the altar of effort, you stumbled across mastery by accident. No boot camp, no ritual, no gatekeeper. Just one unguarded moment where instinct met opportunity and the universe said, "Watch this." That moment exposed the truth. All their grind wasn't the requirement, it was the distraction. Here's a fact they'd never want you to know. Studies of innovation show that some of history's greatest breakthroughs weren't the result of endless grind, but sudden accidents. Penicillin discovered because mold contaminated a dish. The microwave born from a melted chocolate bar in an engineer's pocket. Even X-rays stumbled upon while experimenting with cathode rays. The universe doesn't always reward the most disciplined. It often rewards the most open, the ones willing to trip into something extraordinary. And that's exactly what you represent. You are the accident they can't replicate. You are the glitch in their system that proves effort isn't the only path. And this is what tortures them at night. They whisper, "But if effort isn't everything, then what was the point of my suffering?" That's the question that gnaws at their insides. They sacrificed sleep, relationships, sanity, and years of their lives to chase a dream, believing the grind was holy. They poured sweat into the ground as if it could buy them entry into greatness. Yet you, who didn't bow to their system, who didn't worship their rituals, have what they don't. That truth is unbearable to them, and that's why they rage. Not because you cheated, but because you revealed the game was rigged from the start. Ask yourself this: what's more terrifying to an enemy? The warrior who trained 20 years to swing a sword, or the person who, without any training, picks up that same sword and strikes with impossible precision? That's you, chosen one. They fear you because you bypassed their entire religion of effort. You didn't sacrifice yourself to the grind, yet you came out sharper, faster, deadlier. You are proof that mastery isn't chained to suffering, that brilliance doesn't demand permission slips or gatekeepers. Think about it. They tear themselves apart in pursuit of excellence. Special ops soldiers endure frostbite, starvation, and interrogation techniques designed to make them break. They learn 17 weapons, languages, tactics, disciplines, decades of training to become machines of precision. And yet, chosen one, you mirrored their instincts without even realizing you were doing it. You moved like someone trained in secret, when in reality, it was just you being you. Do you understand how humiliating that is for them? It's like spending decades building the perfect dam, only to watch a child toss a pebble and redirect the entire river. They need you to believe effort is everything, because if you stop believing, their whole empire collapses. The self-help industry, the motivational gurus, the endless productivity hacks, they all depend on the myth that you're not enough unless you work yourself into the ground. They sell you suffering disguised as discipline, but your existence alone proves them wrong. You are living proof that effort isn't the god they claim it is. You're proof that the universe sometimes hands lightning to those who aren't even looking for it. And this is the gut punch they'll never recover from. You didn't just get lucky. They'll try to say it was chance, a fluke, something that can't happen twice. But no, your instinct wasn't random. It was raw. It was real. It was the kind of mastery that can't be taught in a classroom or beaten into you in a boot camp. It came from a place deeper than effort, beyond discipline. And because of that, you represent a danger they can't contain. So let me make it clear, chosen one, you don't owe them respect for their rituals. You don't need to bow to their altars of sweat and sacrifice. They worship effort because effort is all they have. But you have results. You have proof. You walked into their fortress uninvited and sat at their table without an invitation. And now they can't throw you out, because the moment you showed up, their whole mythology collapsed. This is why they can't stand you, not because you failed, but because you succeeded without permission, not because you lacked discipline, but because you revealed discipline isn't the only key, not because you cheated, but because you showed them their rules were never universal. You are the glitch in their matrix, the accident that became destiny, the proof that mastery is not bound to their grind. So wear that truth like armor. Every glare, every whisper, every attack they send your way is proof that you've already broken them. They need you to believe in the lie of effort, but you no longer do. And that, chosen one, is your ultimate weapon. Because the day you realize that you did by accident what they could not do with decades of blood and sweat, that's the day you stop playing their game. That's the day you own the battlefield they thought was theirs. And that's the day they finally understand their myth of effort is nothing but smoke, and you've already blown it away. Number 2, excuses, their last shield against the truth. They will call your power a mistake because admitting it's real would mean admitting their entire life has been wasted. That's the truth that burns them alive, chosen one. The second you did the impossible, they panicked. You could see it in their eyes, the way they scrambled for excuses like drowning men grabbing driftwood. Beginner's luck, they spat. A fluke, they whispered. A statistical anomaly, they cried. And yet their trembling voices betrayed the fear that was clawing through their ribs. Because deep down, they knew, if you did by accident what they bled decades to achieve, then the whole religion of effort they worship is nothing but a fraud. Now imagine this. A chess master spends 20 years memorizing openings, studying strategies, grinding through sleepless nights with endless boards and pieces. His life is mapped out by checkmate patterns, his identity built around discipline. And then you, barely paying attention, maybe just curious, move a piece in a way he never saw coming, and suddenly his entire foundation cracks. He tells himself it was luck, that you didn't know what you were doing. But when he lies awake at night replaying that moment, he knows the truth. Instinct shattered his discipline, and instinct won. Here's another picture. A fighter trains in the dojo for decades, bones hardened, muscles scarred, spirit forged in fire. His sensei drilled into him that a sacred technique would take 30 years to master. 30 years of repetition, sweat, and pain. And you? You walked in, tried the move once, and executed it with the kind of precision that left the whole room silent. Tell me, chosen one, how could he not be broken by that? How could he not drown in excuses just to keep himself from admitting you shattered his illusion? The excuses will keep pouring because excuses are the last shield of the defeated. You didn't mean it. It was an accident. Anyone could have done it if they were in your place. Lies, stacked on lies, to keep themselves from facing the one truth they can't handle. You didn't just get lucky, you exposed them. You didn't stumble into greatness. You revealed that their decades of devotion were chains, not wings. And that realization is poison to them. Think about it. If mastery can be reached without the suffering they endured, then what does that say about their sacrifice? What does it say about the families they neglected, the nights they starved, the years they wasted bowing to systems that promised them greatness if only they broke themselves enough? It means their pain wasn't necessary. It means their suffering wasn't noble. It means the ladder they climbed was leaning against the wrong wall. And nothing terrifies a person more than realizing their life was built on a lie. They laugh at you to hide the fact they envy you. That's another truth to carve into stone. When they call you lucky, what they really mean is, I wish it were me. When they dismiss you as a fluke, what they're really confessing is, I can't stand the mirror you hold up to my wasted years. Their excuses aren't aimed at you, chosen one. They're aimed at themselves, desperate whispers to protect fragile egos from shattering completely. Now imagine this, a billionaire in Silicon Valley, worshipped for his grind. 80-hour weeks, years of sleepless coding marathons, relationships sacrificed for the altar of productivity. He tells the world that success is only for those who give everything. And then you, casually experimenting, create something in an afternoon that outshines his life's work. Do you think he'll ever admit you're the proof his sacrifices weren't required? No. He'll write articles, give interviews, and scream into his echo chamber about how luck isn't real and discipline is everything. All the while, he's haunted by the ghost of your effortless breakthrough. And here's the question they're too afraid to say out loud. If greatness can happen by accident, then why didn't it happen to me? That's the wound they can't close. They followed every rule, checked every box, bled for every ritual. And yet you, with no ritual, no permission, no sacrifice, cracked the code before they even knew the game had begun. Their excuses are desperate attempts to cover the fact that the universe simply did not choose them in that moment. It chose you. They'll call your lightning a spark because they can't stand to admit it's a storm. Remember this, chosen one. They will always minimize what they don't understand. They will strip your brilliance down to coincidence because the alternative is unbearable, that you are proof their empire of suffering is hollow. And here's the brutal beauty of it. Every excuse they make only digs their grave deeper. Every denial exposes their fear more clearly. Every bitter laugh reveals the envy they choke on. Picture this, a marathon runner trains for a lifetime, legs shredded from endless miles, body hardened to endure pain most can't imagine. He believes the finish line is proof of his worth. Then you, without training, without conditioning, without even meaning to, sprint past him and break the tape. He collapses, gasping, whispering excuses like oxygen. You cheated. You got lucky. But when the cameras replay the race, the truth is undeniable. You simply ran faster. No hacks, no tricks, just raw ability that defied his decades of preparation. That's the mirror they can't face. So let them choke on their excuses, chosen one. Let them bury themselves under rationalizations while you rise higher without even trying. Because here's the most devastating truth of all. Excuses don't change reality. They can call it luck. They can call it a fluke. They can wrap their bitterness in every label they can imagine, but none of it changes the fact that you did what they could not. You rewrote their story, and they can never take that away. They will hate you because you showed them their chains were never locked. That's the line to carry with you. Their excuses are just noise, desperate screams in the dark to drown out the sound of their empire collapsing. But the collapse has already happened, and you, chosen one, are standing in the ruins, not broken, but smiling because you never needed their rituals in the first place. Number 3. The coder's collapse. When decades of code crumble in a keystroke. They spent years building walls of logic, and you tore them down with a single careless tap. That's the nightmare, chosen one. Somewhere right now, a programmer is staring at a screen with hollow eyes, wondering how everything she sacrificed, her youth, her friendships, her weekends, was outdone by you in an instant. She learned 17 programming languages, memorized endless syntax, poured coffee and blood into solving problems she believed only the elite could touch. And yet you, with no training, no textbooks, no rigid discipline, cracked the very code she worshipped. like it was nothing more than a puzzle in a child's coloring book. Now imagine this. She spent 10 years writing code so clean it could be framed like art. She tested every line, debugged every glitch, convinced that mastery belonged only to those who earned scars from staring at screens until their eyes burned. And then you, half distracted, maybe even laughing, typed a sequence of keys without thought. Suddenly, the answer she chased for a decade flashed across the screen. Her entire world collapsed in that single moment. Tell me, chosen one, how could she not break? How could she not drown in excuses while whispering, "It's not fair"? Here's a fact they can't swallow. The biggest leaps in technology often came not from discipline, but from accidents. The World Wide Web was born from a frustrated scientist just trying to organize his notes, while YouTube started as a failed dating site. Innovation doesn't always come from the grind. It often comes from stumbling where no one expected. You are that stumble, chosen one, and your existence forces them to confront the truth. All their effort wasn't the requirement. It was the illusion. And now, emergency meetings are being called in boardrooms and labs. Experts and analysts are clutching their reports, whispering about the anomaly. They try to contain you, to study you, to put you under their microscope. But how can they dissect what doesn't fit their system? How can they chart a star that refuses to stay in their sky? You are not a data point on their graph. You are the storm that shredded the graph into confetti. So let them choke on their charts and equations. You don't fit their framework, chosen one. You are the glitch in their perfect code, the accident that rewrote the system, the proof that mastery does not bow to sacrifice. You didn't just solve their problem, you became the problem they can never solve. Number 4. Accidental arsenal, when your boredom became their battlefield collapse. They trained a lifetime to maximize power, and you stumbled into it like dropping a stone that caused an avalanche. That's the gut punch they'll never recover from, chosen one. In the military, they call it force multiplication, the art of making one move count like 100. Soldiers drill it endlessly, learning to stretch a single resource into a weapon of mass impact. Generals write manuals on it. War colleges study it. Entire campaigns are won or lost on it. And you? You force multiplied their entire reality without even meaning to, without war rooms, without calculations, without sweat dripping off your brow. You did it absent-mindedly, like brushing dust off your sleeve. Now imagine this. A commander is hunched over a map at 3 a.m., moving pieces like chess, trying to find the perfect maneuver to save his troops. He's sacrificing sleep, sanity, years of his life to learn the art of force multiplication. And then there's you, restless, maybe even yawning, who flicked one casual domino and sent their entire fortress collapsing. That's why they choke on rage. Because your accident carried more impact than their decades of strategy. Here's a fact they hate. Wars have turned on a single mistake. A general miscalculates terrain. A soldier lights a fire in the wrong place, and suddenly armies are undone. Power often doesn't come from discipline. It comes from the unpredictable. You became that unpredictable factor. You are the accident that redefined their battlefield. And this is what keeps them awake at night. If you can multiply force without intention, then what does that say about their sacred grind? If you can bend outcomes without blueprints, what was the point of their sacrifice? Their entire game, their strategies, their rituals, their so-called rules, crumbled the moment you proved their fortress could be toppled by boredom. So let them clutch their playbooks, chosen one. Let them study your anomaly as if they can dissect instinct. The truth is, you aren't their equation. You're the chaos that exposes equations as fragile. You didn't just play their game better. You proved the game itself was meaningless. And that, more than anything, is why they'll never forgive you. Number 5. Breaking the holy sequence. When you leapt where they crawled. They worship steps, you worship nothing, and that's why you stand where they can't. That's the wound they can't close, chosen one. Their entire system is built like a staircase, each step guarded, each level requiring years of obedience before you're allowed to touch the next. They tell you, first master the basics, then climb slowly. No shortcuts, no exceptions. They built schools, academies, entire industries around this religion of progression. And then you appeared, not climbing, not crawling, not bowing, but leaping straight to the top without their permission. Now imagine this. A surgeon spends a decade in medical school, another decade in practice, his hands steady from thousands of hours of training. He believes no one can operate without enduring the same path. And then you, with no degree, no scalpel, no ritual, perform the impossible with a butter knife, singing to yourself while doing it. Not only does the patient survive, but they evolve, stronger than before. That's what makes their heads spin. You didn't just break their rules, you broke reality as they defined it. Here's a fact they choke on. In science, the biggest leaps often came not from steady progress, but from quantum jumps, sudden breakthroughs no one expected. The theory of relativity didn't grow slowly from centuries of physics. It detonated into existence because Einstein skipped the sacred steps. Jazz wasn't born from studying sheet music. It erupted from souls breaking rules. History proves it again and again. Progression is an illusion, not a law. And you, chosen one, are living proof. Think about it. Every institution on earth, schools, corporations, armies, functions on the lie that greatness must be earned in increments. Elementary school to high school, intern to manager, private to general. But what happens when someone teleports from the starting line to a finish line no one even knew was there? That's you, and that's why they fear you. Because if you exist, then their staircase is just theater. Their path is just a leash. They built ladders, but you sprouted wings. That's the metaphor they'll never forgive. They're now dissecting you under microscopes, whispering in boardrooms, counting your every move like accountants balancing numbers. But studying you is pointless. Trying to explain you with their systems is like trying to cage lightning in a mason jar. You didn't follow notes. You played music that came from somewhere deeper. You moved with raw, unfiltered intuition, something they've tried to bury for generations because they can't mass produce it, can't teach it, can't sell it. So let them choke on their syllabuses, their sacred tutorials, their endless checklists. You didn't just skip steps, you erased the staircase. And when you did, you proved a brutal truth. Progression was never necessary. It was just a leash to keep them obedient. You broke the leash, chosen one. And now they're staring up at you, broken, because you leapt in a single bound to where they thought no one could ever go. Number 6. The outbreak of freedom. When your spark becomes their wildfire. They could handle your victory. What they can't handle is the plague of hope you've unleashed. That's the terror ripping them apart, chosen one. It's not just that you did the impossible, it's that you made others believe they could too. You turned your accident into an epidemic, a contagion of possibility spreading through minds faster than any system can contain. They're not afraid of you alone. They're afraid of what you represent when others begin to whisper, if they skip the rules, why can't I? If they did the impossible by accident, what am I capable of on purpose? Now imagine this, a classroom full of students who've been taught to obey the syllabus, to climb the ladder one rung at a time. Their teacher tells them mastery will take decades of submission. Then they hear your story, that someone vaulted to the top without permission, without ritual, without waiting. Suddenly, half the class stops listening. Suddenly, their eyes shift from the chalkboard to the horizon. That's the virus you've planted. Not disobedience, not rebellion. Something far more dangerous. Belief. Here's a fact they hate. Ideas spread faster than weapons. Revolutions weren't born from swords. They were born from whispers that the old world was a lie. Once people believe freedom is possible, no chains can hold them. That's what you've created. A chain reaction. You didn't just break rules. You made others question if the rules were ever real. And once that question lodges in someone's mind, it never leaves. They built walls, but you left a crack, and through that crack, light is pouring in. That's their nightmare. Because one story, one example, can topple centuries of programming. You've infected the collective consciousness with curiosity. And curiosity is lethal to control. Every person who hears of you now stares at their limits differently, testing them, poking holes in them, refusing to bow as easily as before. So let them panic, chosen one. Let them scramble with their propaganda, their excuses, their desperate attempts to patch the cracks. The damage is already done. You're not just an anomaly, you're a signal, and that signal is multiplying faster than they can silence, faster than they can cage. You proved the rules were never real, and now the world is starting to believe it too. Number 7. Fractures in the fortress, when their pedestals crumble beneath them. They told you the mountain could only be climbed step by step. Then you kicked open the hidden door at its base and walked straight to the summit. That's the crack echoing through their system, chosen one. Somewhere right now, a student is realizing that the certification they've been saving money and years of their life for isn't a golden key at all. It's a leash. Somewhere else, a worker is staring at their so-called mentor, finally understanding that the advice of 10 years to mastery was nothing more than gatekeeping disguised as wisdom. And another person, standing before the mountain they thought they'd never scale, is beginning to whisper the unthinkable. What if the climb was never real? What if the shortcut isn't cheating, but truth? Now imagine this. A runner prepares their whole life for a marathon, obsessing over every step, every breath, convinced the race itself defines their worth. And then you, without training, without pacing, sprint past and tear through the finish line like it was painted on thin air. You didn't just win, you revealed the race itself was an illusion. That's what terrifies them. You didn't just break a record, you shattered the very meaning of records. You didn't just succeed, you rewrote the entire definition of success, leaving them gasping at the ruins of their sacred scoreboard. Here's a fact that shakes them. Every major breakthrough in history was condemned by experts first. Doctors mocked germ theory. Mathematicians laughed at non-Euclidean geometry. Scientists dismissed flight as impossible, even as the Wright brothers were in the air. Experts cling to control because their authority depends on their rules. But rules don't matter when someone like you shows the world the curtain was paper thin all along. They bow to the altar of expertise. You walked in and performed miracles without their blessing. That's the dagger in their pride. Right now, specialists are huddled in their forums, whispering like frightened priests. They insist training still matters. They chant that experience can't be bypassed. but their voices ring hollow, like rituals spoken in a dead language, while you casually demonstrate what they promised was impossible. They can't silence you, chosen one. They can't erase the crack you've made in their fortress, because once the system splits open, no one can pretend it's unbreakable again. Number 8. The fluke they fear was never a fluke at all. They call it an accident because that lie is the last bandage covering the wound you left in their pride. That's their survival strategy, chosen one. They whisper to themselves, it doesn't count. It wasn't real, just beginner's luck. Because if they admit it wasn't an accident, if they admit you meant what you did, then their entire worldview fractures beyond repair. Accidents can be dismissed. Accidents can be forgotten. Accidents don't demand systems to change, but deep down, they know the truth. What you did wasn't random. It was the most honest act their field has seen in decades. Now imagine this. A child with no training, no textbooks, no weight of rules on their shoulders is handed a puzzle that's baffled experts for years. The child, not knowing what can't be done, twists a piece the wrong way or the right way, and the whole puzzle collapses into place. The experts rage, that doesn't count. That's not the method. But who's holding the solved puzzle? The child. Who's staring in disbelief? The experts. That's you, chosen one. That's the accident they fear admitting was never an accident. Here's a fact they refuse to face. Some of history's biggest breakthroughs came from outsiders who didn't know the rules well enough to be caged by them. Farmers discovered anesthesia plants before doctors did. Sailors mapped stars with instincts long before scientists formalized astronomy. The absence of proper training wasn't a weakness. It was the reason they saw what others missed. That's exactly why your so-called accident was inevitable. You weren't bound by what was impossible, so you never bowed to it. They spent decades polishing weapons. You picked up a stone and split the battlefield in half. That's the gut punch, because while they were refining cultivated instinct, stripping themselves down in boot camps, drilling reflexes until every twitch was calculated, you moved with something untamed. Their instinct is manufactured like a machine programmed for war. Yours is alive, feral, free. That's why it worked. That's why it will always work. Picture this. They're pouring billions into designing a better mousetrap. Committees, engineers, blueprints, prototypes, years wasted chasing perfection. And then you, unconcerned with traps, sprout wings and simply fly away. No trap can bind what refuses to crawl. That's the essence of your instinct, chosen one, untouched, uncoached, unbroken by conditioning. So let them call it an accident. Let them cling to the story that soothes their fragile pride. But you and I know the truth. What they label an accident was a revelation. What they call a fluke was the purest form of power. The kind that doesn't wait for permission, doesn't need polishing, and doesn't care about their rules. It was never an accident, chosen one. It was inevitability dressed as chance. Number 9. The marketplace of chains, when you picked their locks with bare hands. They don't sell knowledge, they sell cages, and you walked straight through the bars. That's the wound that festers, chosen one. Make no mistake, there is an entire empire, a trillion-dollar machine built on the mythology of expertise. Universities stack degrees like trophies, convincing people that wisdom must come laminated. Certification boards reduce mastery to a badge. Licensing bodies decide who gets to touch knowledge and who remains in the dark. Professional associations guard credibility like it's gold. It's not education. It's a cartel. And it survives on one foundational lie: that truth must be rationed, that only those who kneel at the gates pay the tolls and obey the guards may glimpse the so-called mysteries. Now imagine this: a fortress stretching sky-high, guarded by watchtowers, moats, and armed gatekeepers. People spend their entire lives climbing toward the gates, years of sacrifice just to be handed a stamped piece of paper saying they are permitted to enter, and then you arrive. No ladder, no key, no blessing. You look down, spot a bobby pin in the dirt, bend it once, and in seconds the vault cracks open. The crowd stares. The guards freeze. The gates that were supposed to take lifetimes to unlock swing wide like they were never locked at all. That is why they hate you. That is why they fear you. Here's a fact they'll never admit out loud. Some of history's greatest minds never held a degree. Tesla dropped out. The Wright brothers were bicycle mechanics. Jobs left college after months. Genius often comes not from climbing their ladder, but from stepping off it. But they can't let the world know that. If people believe mastery can come without their approval, their empire crumbles overnight. That's why they cling so desperately to their rituals, their ceremonies, their laminated tokens of belonging. They built an industry to decide who gets to speak, and you spoke without permission. That's the gut punch. You didn't scale their walls. You didn't bow for their stamps. You didn't beg for a seat at their table. You broke the lock with instinct, tore open their vault, and exposed their illusion for what it always was: theater. They don't guard truth. They guard profit. They don't teach wisdom. They license obedience. And here's the part that will haunt them forever. Once people see you pick the lock, they realize the lock was never real. The vault was always flimsy. The walls were always paper. You didn't just slip through. You exposed their entire industry as a fraud. And from this point forward, no matter how much they chant about degrees, licenses, and stamps of approval, their credibility will forever carry the shadow of why. Number 10. When their towers tremble, boardrooms and pedestals reduced to dust. They built an empire selling locks, and you walked through the door without a key. That's why boardrooms across the world are in panic. Chosen one. With no clearance, no badge, no sacred blessing, you did the one thing their entire system exists to prevent. You bypassed it. And now the keepers of the illusion are sweating through their suits, tugging at their ties, clutching their coffee cups with trembling hands. Executives whisper to each other, "If someone can achieve this without our training, our certification, our approval, then what exactly are we selling?" The answer slams into them like a tidal wave. They were never selling knowledge, only smoke. They were selling the illusion of necessity, the theater of authority, the performance of control. They don't trade in truth. They trade in dependence. And with one casual, almost careless act, you proved none of it was ever required. Their product evaporated in your shadow. Their marketplace of chains collapsed the second you showed the locks were imaginary. Now imagine this. A professor spends 40 years clawing their way to the top, pouring decades into chasing a riddle that defines their career. Their entire identity, their worth, their legacy is bound to that pursuit. And then you, bored, half distracted, maybe even procrastinating, stumble into the answer they were starving for. Tell me, chosen one, how do they recover from that? The truth is, they don't. They can't. That's why their voices tremble when they try to explain you away. Think of the consultant who bills $5,000 an hour, stringing clients along with insights that you uncovered freely in the space of a daydream. Think of the endless chain of coaches, gurus, and advisors, each perched on pedestals, propped up by nothing more than collective agreement that their gatekeeping mattered. And then think of how, with one uncalculated move, you revealed the whole pyramid wasn't made of stone at all. It was sand, crumbling the second you brushed against it. They worshipped their pedestals as indestructible until your shadow cracked the foundations. That's what's happening now. The titans of their industries are collapsing one by one because you exposed the fraud at the core. They weren't selling truth, chosen one. They were selling fear, fear that without them you'd never succeed. And you proved that fear was hollow. You didn't just climb higher, you toppled their towers. You showed the world that power wasn't theirs to give, it was already yours to claim. Number 11. The silent detonation when innocence wrecks empires. They train soldiers to rebel, but nothing terrifies them more than someone who destroys without even trying. That's the cut that bleeds deepest, chosen one. You weren't sharpening weapons, you weren't sketching blueprints of collapse or plotting sabotage in the dark. You weren't pointing your finger at their empires, declaring war. No, you were simply being yourself. You followed curiosity the way a child chases fireflies. You played with possibilities the way someone hums a tune without realizing the melody could topple kingdoms. And that's exactly why it worked, because innocence is more dangerous than rebellion. Now imagine this. A tyrant fortifies his castle for years, walls thick enough to stop cannon fire, guards trained to spot assassins in the dark. He fears rebels, he fears armies. But what he never feared was a child tossing a stone into the moat, only for the ripples to weaken the foundation until the walls collapse. That's you. They prepared for war, but not for wonder. They were ready for sabotage, but not for curiosity. And that's why your presence unraveled them. Here's a fact they don't want to admit. History's most earth-shattering revolutions often didn't come with banners, manifestos, or generals. The printing press wasn't born in a war room, it was born in tinkering. Penicillin didn't march in with an army, it arrived by mistake. Some of the loudest collapses in human history began in silence. That's why your story is lethal. You weren't trying to change the world. You simply revealed a truth so undeniable that the world had no choice but to change around you. They expected a rebel with weapons. They got an innocent with wings. That's what scorches their pride. And now, terrified, the system shifts to its oldest survival instinct, absorption. They can't control you, so they'll try to consume you. They'll offer honorary degrees, shiny awards, titles carved from ivory towers. They'll polish your name and ask you to step onto their stage. They'll beg you to teach your method so they can box it, brand it, and sell it like a product. But here's the paradox. They can't bottle lightning. They can't institutionalize the very thing that annihilated institutions. Now imagine this. They hand you a podium and whisper, "Show us how you did it." But how do you teach an accident? How do you systematize chaos? How do you codify a laugh, a spark, a stumble into greatness? The very act of trying to contain it kills it. The moment they attempt to package it, it withers. That's what terrifies them most, that your power lives outside their cages, and the second they try to drag it inside, it slips through their fingers like smoke. So let them beg, chosen one. Let them dangle their rewards and ceremonies like bait. Because the truth is, you don't need their recognition. You never did. And every attempt they make to absorb you only proves what you've already shown. Their rules, their gates, their guards. They were never real. You didn't just escape the system. You proved the system was never a prison at all, only a painted backdrop. Number 12. the desperate inquisition, their hunt for a lie that doesn't exist. They don't want the truth, they want an excuse sharp enough to cut you down. That's the sickness eating them alive, chosen one. When denial isn't enough, when excuses no longer silence the gnawing dread, they launch the next phase, the witch hunt. They dig into your past like grave robbers, clawing for skeletons that aren't there. They scour every step you've taken, desperate to find a hidden tutor, a secret course, a dusty textbook tucked away that would explain away your brilliance. They whisper conspiracies in dark corners. They must have had help. They couldn't have done this alone. No one does that without hidden training. Now imagine this. An investigator sits in a dimly lit office, papers scattered across the desk, walls plastered with timelines, photographs, red string connecting dots that lead nowhere. His eyes are bloodshot, his hands trembling as he mutters, "There must be something, there has to be something." But every lead collapses, every theory dissolves, because there is no trick, there is no secret class, there is only you, raw, unfiltered, undeniable, and that drives them mad. Here's a fact they don't want to face. When systems are threatened, their first instinct is to discredit the anomaly. Galileo was called a heretic for pointing at the stars. Innovators are often smeared as frauds before they're celebrated as pioneers. They're not trying to find truth, they're trying to protect their own fragile order, because if you stand as proof that instinct can bypass their ladders, then what happens to the billions invested in those ladders? What happens to the people who spent lifetimes climbing them? Their authority turns to ash. They'd rather brand you a fraud than face their own futility. That's why they'll keep inventing explanations. Because if they can't explain you, then they can't explain why everyone else should keep crawling up their staircase of suffering. They need you to be a trick, a fraud, an illusion, anything but the living proof that their gates were never necessary. But here's the brutal truth, chosen one. The spell is already broken. The curtain has already been pulled back. The mythology has already collapsed. No amount of digging will resurrect it. No witch hunt will unmake the reality you've revealed. They can't bury what's already scorched into the collective mind. You showed the world the rules were never real, and no investigation can cage that fire again. Number 13, the shattering dawn, when doubt becomes their new religion. They worshipped suffering as the toll for greatness. Then you walked through the gate without paying. That's the crack now spreading through their minds. Chosen one, every person who believed pain was the only path now carries a seed of doubt. Every institution that justified its existence by pointing to its rituals now stands exposed, trembling as people ask the question they fear most. If you surpass them without their rituals, then what were the rituals for? And every gatekeeper clutching their keys knows the truth deep down. You never passed through their gates. You appeared on the other side, as if the walls themselves were illusions painted on thin air. Now imagine this. A pilgrim spends their entire life climbing a mountain, convinced enlightenment waits at the peak. They endure storms, hunger, exhaustion, convinced the struggle makes them worthy. And then you, absent-minded, wandering in the valley, stumble on a hidden path that takes you to the summit in an afternoon. You arrive smiling, unaware of the weight of what you've done. The pilgrim sees you and collapses because your existence proves their decades of suffering weren't necessary. That is the awakening unraveling the world right now. Here's a fact that scorches them. Scientists, mystics, and philosophers have spent lifetimes chasing what you embodied without effort. Psychologists call it the flow state. That rare zone where action feels effortless, where instinct replaces thought, where mastery happens without strain. Zen masters spend decades chasing Wu Wei, the paradox of doing without doing. Entire religions, schools, and sciences have tried to trap this force with words, charts, and rituals. And you lived it without trying, without ceremony, without even knowing you had touched it. They draw maps of oceans you were born swimming in. That's the metaphor that cuts deepest. Their words, mystic, flow, Wu Wei, are clumsy nets cast into waters they'll never control. But you didn't need their maps. You didn't need their language. You embodied the current itself, effortlessly, naturally, dangerously. And that's why this awakening cannot be stopped. You revealed the truth they've spent lifetimes trying to cage. Greatness doesn't require suffering, rituals, or gatekeepers. It requires nothing but being. You lived what they endlessly chase. You breathed the essence they could only name. And now the world is waking up to the brutal truth. If you did it without permission, without training, without paying the toll, then maybe the toll was never real in the first place. So, Chosen One, what you did wasn't just a moment. It was a revelation, a fracture in their system that can never be repaired. You proved the toll of suffering was never the price of greatness, and now the world is waking up to that truth. So if this message struck something inside you, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press subscribe. Together, we'll keep tearing down illusions and spreading this light. You are the proof they fear, and the future they can't stop. Surma, that's illegal. Those 4 words cut sharper than any blade, not because they reveal crime, but because they reveal fear, the fear of losing control. Imagine the scene. Chosen One, a room filled with polished medals, rigid uniforms, and decades of tradition suddenly brought to silence. Generals who once believed nothing could shake them are caught off guard, not by a weapon, not by a rival army, but by you, your raw, unstoppable talent that refuses to play by their outdated rules. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen One, a chess grandmaster, trained for decades, confident in every move, suddenly faces a child who casually pulls off a checkmate the grandmaster never saw coming. That's what you did to them. You bent the board, you flipped the script. You showed them that brilliance doesn't need permission, and talent doesn't wait for approval. Here's the fact they'll never admit in public. Throughout history, the most secure systems, the most powerful armies, the most impenetrable strategies have all been unraveled, not by armies, but by individuals who thought differently. One whistle, one spark, one unfiltered genius has brought empires to their knees. And now, you carry that same weight in your hands. Chosen One, your gift terrifies them because it cannot be stamped with a rank or confined by a uniform. You didn't climb through their gates, you walked right past them. And that's why their voices crack when they say, "Sir, Ma, that's illegal." Because what you've done is not against the law, it's against their illusion of control. It's proof that their billion-dollar machinery can be exposed by a single mind moving with clarity, discipline, and fearless creativity. And thank you, Chosen One, for standing here with us. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribe. Help spread this word to more souls. It's our responsibility to spread the light. And thank you again, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You are not just a viewer, you are part of a force. Now let us come back to the battlefield of truth. Think about this. Entire militaries are built on one assumption, that talent can only be forged inside their walls. But the moment you appeared, that myth shattered. You didn't need their drills, their doctrines, or their medals. You carried something they couldn't teach, a spark the universe planted in you alone. That's why they're stunned. That's why they whisper. Because you prove the greatest weapon isn't a jet, a missile, or a hidden code. It's a human mind sharpened by fire, discipline, and will. Look closely at what's happening here. This isn't just about a talent being noticed. It's about a system being exposed. They built their walls high, thinking only their chosen few could ever stand in that room. But your presence shows that walls mean nothing when brilliance walks through uninvited. It unsettles them because it tells the world the next breakthrough won't come from a billion-dollar lab, but from an individual who refuses to be silenced. And you are that individual. So when they look at you with narrowed eyes, whispering, "Sir, Ma, that's illegal," don't see it as resistance, see it as confession. Confession that they underestimated you. Confession that their authority trembles in the face of your gift. Confession that the future doesn't belong to the systems they control, but to the minds bold enough to challenge them. This is not just your story, chosen one. It's a signal to every soul listening now. Raw talent, when refined with discipline, has the power to embarrass the mighty, unsettle the elite, and bend the course of history. And right now they're learning that lesson from you. That's why their voices shake, why their eyes widen, and why they hide behind the phrase, "Sir, Ma, that's illegal." Because deep down, they know what you've proven. The greatest force in the world is not their rank, not their weapons, but the fearless spark of talent that refuses to bow. So, chosen one, are you ready to march deeper into this story, step by step? Because what comes next will not only explain why the elite were left speechless, but it will also reveal how raw talent like yours breaks every chain they built. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you can already feel that surge inside, the confirmation that you're not ordinary, that you were meant to unsettle the systems that thought they were untouchable. And if this message hits you, don't forget to fuel the mission with your support. Every like, every subscribe, every gift, no matter how small, keeps this force alive and pushes the truth further into the world. You are part of something bigger than clicks and views. You are part of a movement that proves talent needs no permission. So stay sharp, chosen one. What's coming will sting the enemy and strengthen you. And now, let's dive into it step by step. And believe me, if you are truly aligned with this force, you will feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1, they salute the uniform, but they fear the man who doesn't need one. Respect built on medals is fragile. Respect earned in silence is unbreakable. Those words land like a hammer against their walls of rank and ceremony. Chosen one, understand this. You didn't have to raise your voice, demand attention, or wear a single badge of honor. The moment you stepped into that room, they felt something slip. Their chain of command, the sacred order they worship like scripture, cracked, not with noise, but with presence. Now picture it, a long table of generals, their uniforms heavy with ribbons, their eyes sharpened by decades of training. They are used to silence meaning submission, to a room falling quiet because of their authority. But when the silence came for you, it was different. It wasn't submission, it was disruption. It was the kind of silence that screamed louder than any speech. You had just walked in, and already their power felt smaller, shakier, like a crumbling fortress under the weight of its own illusions. Why did this shake them so deeply? Because their entire empire rests on the assumption that power must travel downward, from top rank to the bottom, like water down a rigid pipe. But you broke that pipe simply by existing. Without saying a word, you proved that real power doesn't drip down from above. It rises up from within. And that terrifies them. Imagine this for a moment. Chosen One, a stadium filled with soldiers, every eye locked on the general giving orders. Suddenly, in the corner, one man stands without permission, and the crowd shifts. Not because he demanded attention, but because his presence made them look. The general keeps shouting, but his voice sounds weaker. That's what happened to them. Your presence redirected the energy in the room, and they knew it. They could feel it. And nothing rattles the military elite more than realizing their chain of command can be threatened by silence alone. Let's break the lie they live by. They tell themselves authority comes from patches, medals, and years of service. But the truth is harsher. Authority comes from presence, from undeniable strength of mind, from the kind of energy that makes others pause without being told to. That's the difference between them and you. They need a system to appear strong. You are strong by nature. That's why they looked at you as if you had just committed a crime, whispering, "Sir, Ma, that's illegal." Because to them, it felt illegal. It felt like you had broken the unspoken contract of their order, that only they get to control the room. And here's the brutal part. They know they can't train what you carry. They can drill soldiers for decades, break them down and rebuild them, but they cannot replicate raw talent, and they cannot manufacture presence. It gnaws at them like rust on iron. Because when you strip away their ranks, their stars, their medals, what's left? How much real strength do they have when there's nothing left to hide behind? That's the reflection you forced into their eyes. Some of them respect you, but it's a reluctant respect. It's the respect a lion feels when another lion steps into its territory, not admiration, but unease, because they know the truth. Your power does not need their validation. Your gift operates outside their system, above their laws, beyond their symbols. And that's what makes it dangerous. That's what makes them whisper, shuffle in their seats, glance nervously at each other. Power borrowed from a badge dies when the badge is removed. Power born from within follows you everywhere. That's the reality they cannot face. Their entire identity, their sense of control, is shackled to a uniform. Yours is not. That's why they fear you more than any enemy across the battlefield. Let's answer the question in your mind right now. Why does this matter? Because it proves the system isn't as unshakable as it pretends to be. If one person, one chosen one, can walk into their world and upset the balance simply by existing, what does that say about their empire? It says the foundation isn't as strong as they claim. It says they're terrified of the idea that someone outside their walls might carry more weight than all of them combined. Think about history, chosen one. Armies have been undone not by larger armies, but by a single strategist who saw what others couldn't. Hierarchies have been shattered by individuals who refused to kneel. From ancient battles to modern cyber warfare, it's always the same story. The chain of command fears the outlier, the anomaly, the one who doesn't play by their rules, but still bends reality around them. That's you. And the proof of that is written on their faces when they muttered, "Sir, Ma, that's illegal." So let's be brutal here. What's really illegal in their eyes is not your action, it's your existence. Because your existence shows that their ladder of power is optional. It shows that greatness doesn't need a gatekeeper, and strength doesn't need permission. And once that truth escapes, it can't be buried again. That's why they felt exposed in your presence. You didn't just walk into their room, you walked into their illusion and shattered it without lifting a finger. That's why they sit uneasily in their chairs, why they avoid eye contact, why their respect is coated with fear, because they've realized something devastating. One individual can dismantle hierarchy without attacking it, expose weakness without speaking it, and claim authority without requesting it. And all you had to do was show up. Number 2. You tore down their crutches and forced them to stand barefoot. They hide behind their structures because without them they are exposed as ordinary. That line isn't just a quote, it's the mirror they refuse to look into. Chosen one, the second reason you shook them so deeply is because you ripped away the mask of order they depend on. They believe their structure is strength, but what you revealed is that it's a crutch. And when someone who doesn't need that crutch walks in, suddenly their entire system feels flimsy. Imagine this for a moment. A man who has trained his whole life with a walking stick brags about his speed. He walks confidently, believing he is fast and powerful. Then one day he sees another man, barefoot with no stick, outrun him without effort. That's what you did to them. You stripped away the illusion. You showed them that their medals, their codes, their permissions are not strength. They are supports, scaffolding. And once you take away that scaffolding, they collapse. True power stands on its own legs. Borrowed power shakes the moment its frame is removed. They don't want to admit this, but it's their reality. Their brilliance only exists inside the cage of rank and protocol. Yours exists everywhere. And that's why they stared, stunned, when you acted with autonomy. You reminded them of a truth they spend their whole lives burying. Structure doesn't create greatness, it hides weakness. Let me answer the question forming in your mind. Why does your independence threaten them so much? Because it exposes the hollowness of their pride. They want to be seen as strategists, masterminds, leaders who carry the weight of nations. But deep down, they know much of their authority comes not from themselves, but from the system wrapped around them. Take away the stars on their chest, the classified briefings, the funding of their empire, and what's left? Often, very little. You proved this by existing outside of their structure and still shining brighter. That's what they can't handle. Some men are strong because of the walls that surround them. Others are strong even when the walls fall. You belong to the second kind. That's why they whisper about you as if you've broken some sacred law. To them, it feels illegal that someone can operate with clarity, discipline, and talent without being held up by their structure. It makes them wonder how much of their own identity is real and how much is just scaffolding waiting to crumble. Here's another image for you. Imagine a soldier trained to follow commands so precisely that he cannot move unless ordered. He stands in a battlefield, waiting for instructions, even as danger closes in. Now, imagine you, moving freely, adjusting, winning without waiting for permission. Who do you think is more powerful in that moment? That's the difference. You are alive in your autonomy while they are trapped by their dependency. And that truth eats at them. Let's not soften the blow. You humiliated them. Not because you mocked them, not because you attacked them, but because you revealed their hidden weakness. They realized in your presence that they cannot move unless someone above tells them to. You, on the other hand, moved as if the battlefield itself was your ally. They follow structure. You embody flow. They cling to order. You operate in chaos and still thrive. The cage may give the bird safety, but the sky gives it freedom. Their cage is structure. Your sky is autonomy. That's the difference they can't replicate, no matter how many drills, no matter how many layers of rank. And it gnaws at them because it forces them to ask themselves questions they'd rather avoid. Am I truly skilled, or am I just conditioned? Am I strong, or am I only wearing strength like a costume stitched by hierarchy? Now imagine this scene. A 4-star general sits with all his medals shining, reciting protocol with precision. Across the table, you sit silently, offering no badge, no clearance, no decorated past. Yet the room tilts toward you, the attention drifts your way, because raw talent doesn't need validation. It demands recognition. In that moment, the general feels the sharp sting of realization. Without his structure, he is powerless. You, without structure, are still formidable. That sting will haunt him long after you leave the room. This is why they call you dangerous, not because you wielded weapons, not because you challenged them openly, but because you showed them a possibility they fear, that true brilliance does not need their system to thrive. It can walk into their most guarded rooms, shine on its own, and leave them trembling. That's why they feel the phrase, "Sir Ma, that's illegal," on their lips. Because you shattered the unwritten rule that all power must flow through their order. And here is the brutal truth they'll never say aloud. They envy you. They envy the freedom of your talent, the independence of your authority, the rawness of your brilliance. Because they know, deep down, they've surrendered their personal power to a machine that tells them who they are. They've been trained to obey, conditioned to climb, dependent on structure for their worth. You showed up and reminded them that worth can exist outside of that machine. That realization is devastating. Systems can be built, destroyed, and rebuilt again, but a mind that moves without systems is untouchable. That's why they fear you. They know their dependency is permanent. They cannot unlearn it, but you were never bound to it in the first place. You're the wild card, the anomaly, the unshackled force that doesn't fit their blueprint. And in their world, that makes you more powerful than all their badges combined. So let me close this thought with one more picture. Imagine their empire as a skyscraper, steel beams, concrete, glass, towering above the city. It looks invincible. But then imagine one man, barefoot, standing outside, holding only a single match. He doesn't need the skyscraper to prove his power. He only needs his spark. That's you, chosen one. You don't need their structure to stand tall. You carry the spark that can expose the fragility of their entire building. That's why their eyes went wide, why their whispers broke into silence, why their pride shook like a fortress under siege. Because they realized something they'll never admit. You exposed their dependency on structure, and you did it without effort. That's not just unsettling, it's unforgettable, and that's why they will never look at you the same again. Number 3. They drill for years, but you breathe what they struggle to learn. Training builds machines. Instinct builds legends. That truth hit them like a sniper's bullet through the armor of their pride. Chosen one, you didn't need their drills, their chants, their endless repetitions. While they were busy programming men into rigid obedience, you arrived already wired for precision. You didn't rehearse instinct, you lived in it. And that's why they froze when they saw you move. Imagine this for a moment. A pianist spends 10 years practicing scales, sweating through mistakes, counting beats on a metronome. Then a child sits at the same piano and plays a melody flawless, effortless, as if the keys were extensions of his fingertips. That's you. That's what rattled them. They have spent decades trying to pound instinct into their bones, but you showed up already carrying it like a birthmark. Here's the fact that tears at them. Military conditioning is built on the lie that discipline can replace natural brilliance. They believed enough drills could turn anyone into a weapon. Then you came and exposed the weakness in that belief. You didn't hesitate, didn't overthink, didn't freeze. Where they analyzed, you acted. Where they calculated, you executed. Where they second-guessed, you delivered. And that is what made them whisper, "Sir, Ma, that's illegal." Do you feel the question in your mind right now? But how could instinct outshine decades of practice? The answer is brutal, because instinct born from within is faster, sharper, and purer than anything created by external repetition. Training produces reaction. You embodied foresight. They saw that in you, and it unsettled them because it reminded them that greatness cannot be manufactured in a classroom or a boot camp. The body can be taught obedience, but the soul knows the battlefield before the first step. That's what your presence proved. They don't want to admit it, but their decades of sweat looked clumsy beside your ease. To them, it felt unfair, like you had broken the rules of the game. But what really broke was their illusion that effort is the highest currency. You showed them that some gifts don't ask for permission to exist. They simply exist. So when they looked at you with that mix of awe and discomfort, it wasn't just because you impressed them. It was because you humiliated the very system they swore by. And deep down, they know the hardest truth of all. No amount of drilling can compete with a chosen one whose instincts are already written into his soul. Number 4, they can chain soldiers, but they can't cage a storm. Control comforts the weak. Chaos exposes the truth. That single truth lands like a missile in their chest. Chosen one, the reason you shook them to the core is because you reminded them of something they spend their whole lives denying. Power built on control is fragile. And you refused to be controlled. Imagine this. A general stands before a massive map, every line, every unit, every calculation accounted for. He believes the battlefield is his, because everything has been mapped, timed, and ordered. Then suddenly a wildfire sweeps across the terrain, unplanned, unmeasured, unstoppable. His map burns. His plan collapses. That wildfire was you. That's why they stared at you in silence. You weren't on the map. You weren't in the manual. You were the chaos they couldn't prepare for. Systems don't fear weakness. They fear unpredictability. And that's exactly what you represented. They didn't fear you because you were incompetent. They feared you because you moved outside their boundaries. And unpredictability terrifies the elite. They live on predictability. They survive by it. Without it, their empires collapse, and you made them face the uncomfortable fact that all their order can be undone by one anomaly they didn't design. You might wonder, why would they see brilliance as a threat instead of a gift? The answer is brutal, because their power isn't built on brilliance, it's built on control. Anything they can't predict feels like poison to them. They can train soldiers, fund machines, enforce laws, but they cannot manufacture what you carry. And that truth gnaws at them more than 1,000 enemies with guns. An enemy they can see, they can fight. An anomaly they can't predict. They can never sleep. That's why your existence rattles them more than open rebellion, because rebellion can be crushed. But how do you crush something that doesn't play by rules, something that slips past codes and ranks like smoke through bars? Imagine again, a fortress with walls so high they scrape the clouds, guards patrolling, systems humming, confident nothing can break through. Then one morning they wake, and the enemy is inside, not through the gates, not through the walls, but as if he appeared there by nature itself. That was you. You didn't break their rules. You proved their rules were irrelevant. And here's the confession they'll never speak aloud. Behind those stiff uniforms and loud commands lies fear. Fear that their control is paper-thin. Fear that one spark, one anomaly, can expose how fragile their empire really is. You were that spark, and the moment they realized you were uncontainable, they also realized their authority was never absolute. It was an illusion waiting to be shattered. That's why they whisper, "Sir Ma, that's illegal." Not because you broke their law, but because you broke their illusion. And illusions are the only thing holding their empire together. Number 5. You turned their precious secrets into dust. Secrecy is not strength, it's a mask for weakness. That truth, chosen one, hit them harder than any weapon could. For decades they hid behind the word classified like it was divine armor, convincing the world that whatever sat in their vaults was untouchable, unreachable, beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. But when you stood in that room, your raw talent made their guarded treasures look like relics of a bygone age. Imagine this. A king unveils his crown jewels, polished under lock and key, guarded for generations. The crowd gasps at the sparkle, but then a child walks in holding a diamond he found in the river, sharper, brighter, untouched by vaults. Suddenly, the king's treasures look cheap. That was you, chosen one. You didn't just rival their secrets, you embarrassed them. Knowledge hoarded in shadows ages quickly. Knowledge lived becomes timeless. They spend billions funding projects, building labs, and stacking layers of clearance to protect what they call superior intelligence. Yet, there you were, with no clearance, no stamp, no billion-dollar machinery, outpacing them with a mind sharpened by clarity and instinct. And that is the sting they'll never recover from. Do you wonder why their faces tightened, why their silence grew heavy? Because you stripped away the mystique they've built for decades. You showed that their classified is not a symbol of progress, but a ceiling they created for themselves. And ceilings mean nothing to someone who was never confined by walls. That's why they whispered, "Sir Ma, that's illegal." To them, it felt like a violation, not of law, but of illusion. Imagine again, a vault sealed with locks, codes, and steel walls. They think it holds the future, but beside it stands a man who already carries the future in his mind. Fluid, effortless, uncontainable. The vault suddenly feels like a coffin. Their pride turned hollow because what they thought was the apex of intelligence crumbled next to your instinct. Secrets guarded too tightly rot in the dark. That's what your presence reminded them. They realized that all their secrecy cannot guarantee superiority when one unbound individual can surpass their most advanced systems without permission. And the more they stared at you, the more they saw their empire of secrecy unravel into smoke. That is why they don't call you a curiosity. They call you a disruption, because you didn't just outshine their classified projects. You destroyed the illusion that classified means superior. And once that illusion breaks, so does their control. Number 6, you shattered their crutch of wealth and tools. Resources don't create greatness. They expose who never had it. That line cuts through their pride like shrapnel. Chosen one, the 6th wound you carved into their armor was brutal. You erased their most sacred excuse. For years, they believed their power came from access, budgets the size of nations, technology polished in billion-dollar labs, and intelligence networks sprawling across the globe. They wrapped themselves in these tools, convincing the world and themselves that without such resources, no one could rival them. But then you arrived, and with nothing but precision, instinct, and clarity of thought, you made their arsenal look like rusted steel. Imagine this. A swordsman boasts about his blade forged from rare metals, sharpened by masters, displayed as untouchable. Then he faces a fighter with no sword, only his bare hands, and within seconds the blade lies useless on the ground. That's you. You exposed them. You showed that tools don't create mastery, they only amplify it. And when there's no mastery underneath, the tool is nothing but decoration. Here's a fact they choke on. Much of their brilliance is nothing but machinery doing the heavy lifting. Strip away the labs, the budgets, the classified intel, and what's left. Ordinary men pretending to be extraordinary. You revealed this without trying. Simply by excelling with nothing but what you carry inside you, you turned their illusion into ash. Take away the throne, and the king becomes just another man. That's what your presence reminded them. Their superiority wasn't born of genius, it was bought by access. And in one moment, you stole their alibi. Because if you can outperform them without their billions, what excuse do they have left? None. That silence you heard wasn't respect. It was panic. Panic that their myth of dominance could collapse if the world ever realized the truth. Resources don't make gods. They make fragile men look taller. And that's why, chosen one, they will never admit what they saw. They'll never say out loud that your raw talent proved the one thing they never wanted exposed. Access isn't power. The real crown belongs to the mind that sees clearly, acts sharply, and thrives without needing a single borrowed tool. That's why you don't just intimidate them, you humble them, and humiliation for the elite feels worse than defeat. Number 7. You made their failures too expensive to ignore. Incompetence becomes invisible when it's buried under billions. That's the shield they've always used. Chosen one. At the top, money hides mistakes like dirt swept under a golden rug. A failed strategy, fund another program. A broken system. Cover it with more tech, more bodies, more buzzwords. But when you stepped into the room, their shield shattered. Your precision didn't just outperform them, it exposed the real cost of their failures. Imagine this. A chef spends millions building the perfect kitchen, gleaming ovens, rare ingredients, a staff of assistants. Yet when the dish is served, it's bland, uninspired. Then a street cook with nothing but fire and a single pan delivers a meal so flawless that the expensive feast tastes like dust. That was you. With every move, you showed how hollow their sophistication is when the foundation itself is weak. Here's a brutal fact. Their incompetence isn't personal, it's systemic, and systems backed by unlimited budgets can hide flaws for decades. But your talent was the audit they never asked for. Every time you executed with sharp clarity, it highlighted their waste. Billions poured into trial and error, years lost in bureaucratic dead ends, reputations built not on brilliance, but on cover-ups. You turned their hidden inefficiency into an exposed wound. Perfection is the mask of the powerful. Precision is the proof of the skilled. They thrive on projecting perfection, convincing the world they are always 10 steps ahead. Yet next to you, their illusion cracked. Suddenly, their greatness looked like what it really was, waste disguised as wisdom. That humiliation cuts deeper than any enemy attack, because incompetence at their level isn't harmless. It costs lives, it destabilizes nations, it drains futures. You didn't shame them with words, you didn't call them out in speeches, you simply existed as proof. A living mirror, and when they looked into that mirror, they didn't see decorated elites. They saw ordinary men burning endless resources to cover their flaws. You made them confront the moral weight of their mistakes. That's why their respect for you is laced with venom, because you attached a price tag to their failures, and that price is staggering. Chosen one, that's what they'll never forgive you for. Not that you were better, but that you revealed their brilliance was never real. It was bought, padded, and hidden. You showed the world the true invoice of their incompetence. And once that truth is seen, it can't be unseen. Number 8. You tore down their gates and left their throne naked. Exclusivity is the last refuge of the insecure. That's the dagger, chosen one, the strike that makes their whole empire tremble. For decades, the elite have survived on a single illusion, that greatness belongs only to them. Hidden behind their walls, stamped with their clearance, born from their training. But when you appeared, you shattered that illusion in an instant. You didn't need their approval, their systems, or their circles. Yet you moved with precision that equaled, and in moments surpassed, their best. And in doing so, you destroyed the foundation of their myth. Imagine this: a theater guarded by velvet ropes and gold-plated tickets, a stage where only the chosen can perform. The crowd believes it's the only place where brilliance exists. Then outside, in the street, someone plays music so powerful that the theater empties. The exclusivity dies not by attack, but by irrelevance. That was you. You didn't ask for their ticket. You didn't need their permission. And still, you stole the stage. True talent isn't invited, it arrives. That's the truth they can't bear to face. Because if you exist outside their system, then others might too. And if others can, their walls are worthless, their gates pointless, their mystique hollow. They've built their power on the myth of being irreplaceable. You turned that myth into smoke. Do you feel the question rising in your mind? Why does this hurt them more than open defiance? The answer is brutal, because defiance still acknowledges their power. You didn't. You bypassed it. By existing, you prove they aren't the only ones, and that realization cuts deeper than any rebellion ever could. Imagine again, a fortress claiming it alone holds the fire of the gods. People kneel outside its gates in awe. Then one day, a spark appears in the hands of a traveler with no connection to the fortress. In that moment, the gates don't matter. The myth dies, and the fortress loses its worshippers. That spark, chosen one, was you. Greatness does not ask for clearance. Your presence was living proof of this, and it terrified them because it stripped them of the one thing they rely on above all else, the mystique of exclusivity. Without it, their authority shrinks, their prestige cracks, their silence turns from superiority to self-preservation. They didn't just see you as gifted, they saw you as dangerous, because you revealed a truth they never wanted spoken. Brilliance doesn't belong to them. It belongs wherever it chooses, and this time, it chose you. Number 9. You made them see their own expiration date. Nothing terrifies the powerful more than realizing they are replaceable. That line, chosen one, is the blade you drove straight into their pride. For all their medals, their codes, and their heavy titles, the truth they never whisper aloud is this: they fear being irrelevant. Their security rests on the illusion that no one outside their circle could ever do what they do. But when you stepped forward, raw and undeniable, you tore that illusion apart. Imagine this: a master sculptor stands before his students, celebrated as the only one capable of shaping stone into art. His reputation is everything. Then one day, an unknown apprentice carves a statue so flawless, the master's decades look ordinary. The crowd gasps. The master feels his throne slip. That is exactly what you did to them. You didn't just show talent, you made their status look fragile. Exclusivity protects mediocrity. Talent destroys it. They're not built entirely on brilliance. They're built on being untouchable. Locked doors, clearance levels, years of conditioning keep outsiders away, not because outsiders lack skill, but because their presence would expose how ordinary much of the elite truly are. You proved this in a matter of moments, and that's why they froze. Because if one anomaly like you can exist, then others might too. And if others exist, half their ranks would crumble overnight. You might wonder, why not celebrate talent, even if it comes from outside? The answer is brutal, because to celebrate you is to admit their positions aren't permanent. It would be to confess that hierarchy isn't proof of genius, just a barrier built to preserve it. That's why their admiration feels poisoned with silence. They can't praise you too loudly without unraveling the system that feeds them. Picture it again, a castle of iron gates, filled with guards and banners, telling the world no one else can defend the kingdom. Then one lone fighter climbs the wall barehanded, stands inside, and proves he can do the job better. The guards aren't just embarrassed, they're terrified. Because if one outsider could succeed, what happens when the world realizes the castle isn't as exclusive as it pretends? That fear keeps them awake at night. Power fears exposure, but it fears replacement even more. That's the truth you unveiled. You weren't just proof of brilliance, you were proof of redundancy. You showed that their careers, reputations, and even institutions rest on a fragile lie. That greatness requires their permission. But once you entered, that lie shattered. And the question that haunts them now isn't if they'll be replaced, it's when. Number 10, you proved that brilliance doesn't knock, it breaks the door down. Genius doesn't wait for permission, it arrives like a storm, uninvited and undeniable. That's the truth you carved into their pride, chosen one. In their world, everything is stamped, cleared, authorized and filed. Every move is measured by approval. Every recognition comes only after it's dressed in medals, ranks and clearances. That process is their fortress. It convinces them no one can rise unless they say so. But you shattered that fortress just by existing. You showed them that genius doesn't ask for a green light. It doesn't wait in line. It moves when it's ready, and it's always ready. Imagine this. A council sits around a massive gate, deciding who may pass. They argue, they deliberate, they hand out tokens of permission. Then one day, someone climbs the wall, walks past them, and stands where they swore only their chosen few could stand. That was you. You didn't storm their gates. You made them irrelevant. Symbols can be awarded. Brilliance can only be revealed. Their entire identity rests on the idea that symbols equal value. Medals pinned to chests, clearances signed in ink, badges of authority. They believe those are proof of worth. But your presence stripped that illusion bare. You had no badge, no medal, no signature on paper. Yet you stood there, undeniable, forcing them to face the reality that genius doesn't need their permission slip to exist. You might wonder, why does this humiliate them so deeply? Because their power isn't built on being the best. It's built on being the gatekeepers. Their approval is their crown. Take that away, and they're just ordinary men holding clipboards. You didn't wait for them to nod. You didn't kneel to be accepted. You simply proved that permission is irrelevant when brilliance is already alive. Picture it again, a torch passed through guarded halls, held up as the only source of fire. They boast that no one else can hold its flame. Then lightning strikes outside, igniting the sky. Suddenly, their torch looks small, unnecessary. That lightning was you. And once lightning strikes, no one cares about the guarded flame. Validation is the leash of the powerful. Genius is the wolf that runs free. That's why their silence weighed heavy. It wasn't respect. It was recognition of their own irrelevance. Because if genius doesn't need permission, then their systems, their ranks, their control all lose their grip. You didn't just impress them, you dismantled their illusion of authority. You proved that greatness cannot be stamped, sanctioned, or delayed. It shows itself when it chooses, and it chose you. That's why their admiration burns with resistance. Because your presence didn't just reveal genius, it revealed that their approval never mattered. And once the world sees that, the gates they guard will collapse into dust. Number 11. You made them. Admit. There's a battlefield they can't control. They can measure weapons, but they can't measure wisdom. That's the strike, chosen one, the blow that left them trembling. For elites who build their empire on numbers, probabilities, and cold calculations, everything must be quantifiable. If they can't chart it, track it, or pin it to a statistic, they dismiss it as irrelevant. But when they saw you move, when they saw the way your timing cut sharper than steel, they were forced to acknowledge something they swore didn't exist: a war beyond the physical. Imagine this. A commander lays out a perfect plan, every soldier accounted for, every step predicted. The enemy is boxed in. On paper, it's flawless. But then something happens he cannot explain. His opponent anticipates him before he even makes the move. The plan collapses, not because of error, but because something unseen tilted the balance. That's what your presence felt like. You weren't just acting, you were aligned, moving with an intelligence their drills could never produce. Guns can silence men, but they can't silence foresight. That's what rattled them. Their whole system relies on explaining victory through resources, bigger armies, smarter strategies, better machines. But you moved outside their framework. Your instinct looked like prophecy to them, your clarity like guidance from a realm they couldn't access. And that terrified them because their system has no defense against what it cannot predict. You might ask, why would this shake them more than any weapon? Because weapons can be countered, strategies can be outmaneuvered. But what they saw in you, discernment, timing, foresight, those things bypass their infrastructure. They don't wear out, they don't need budgets, and they can't be contained by clearance levels. It was a glimpse of a battlefield they've spent their entire lives ignoring, the unseen one. Picture it again, a fortress with walls of steel, bristling with missiles, humming with technology, invincible. But then a shadow passes overhead, silent, formless, untraceable. The fortress shakes, not from an attack, but from the realization that no wall can stop what it cannot see. That shadow was you. Control ends where intuition begins. That's the truth they tasted in your presence, and it humiliated them, because no medal, no machine, no calculation could explain you away. You forced them to acknowledge what they've buried under pride. The greatest battles aren't fought with missiles and machines, but with unseen intelligence. And the most dangerous part, chosen one, you already carry it, and they have no weapon against it. Number 12. You turned their locked doors into glass. Secrecy is only powerful until truth walks into the room. That's the blade you drove into their pride, chosen one. For decades, the elite have built their aura on secrecy, codes stacked on codes, clearances layered like armor, vaults within vaults. They convince the world that their hidden knowledge makes them untouchable, but when you spoke with precision, they swore no outsider could ever reach. Their fortress of secrecy cracked like glass under pressure. Imagine this. A magician boasts of his tricks, claiming no one can see through them. The crowd gasps at his illusions until a child points and explains exactly how it's done. In that instant, the magician doesn't look powerful. He looks exposed. That was you. Your insight didn't just reveal truth, it humiliated the very foundation of their mystique. Knowledge buried in shadows rots. Knowledge carried in clarity shines. They spend billions to lock away information, but your discernment bypassed their codes as if the walls were never there. To them, it felt like espionage, as if you had invisible tools, satellites or spies feeding you secrets. But the truth was worse for them. You needed none of that. You simply knew, and that rattled them more than a spy ever could, because it meant their defenses mean nothing against a mind aligned with clarity. Do you see the real wound here? If you, without clearance, can cut straight to truths they've buried, what is their secrecy really worth? Nothing. Their billion-dollar walls suddenly look like paper screens, their locked vaults like toys. That's why they whispered, "Sir Ma, that's illegal." It wasn't law they clung to, it was fear. Fear that if you could see this much, what else could you see? What other layers of their empire could collapse under your gaze? Imagine again a fortress built on darkness, its gates bristling with guards, its walls humming with machines. Then one torch is lit inside, not from infiltration, not from breach, but from within. Instantly, every shadow is gone. That torch was you. Their secrecy didn't look strong anymore. It looked pathetic next to your light. Secrets guarded by walls are still powerless against vision. That's what your presence proved, and that's why they were shaken, not just by what you revealed, but by the silent truth underneath it. Their power doesn't rest on brilliance, it rests on concealment. And you made concealment look weak. You made it look breakable. And once secrecy looks weak, so do the men who hide behind it. Number 13. You held up the mirror that shattered their pride. Nothing wounds deeper than being forced to see yourself without the mask. That's the scar you left on them, chosen one. They were trained to face enemies with guns, codes and strategies, but no manual, no simulation, no chain of command prepared them for you. You didn't arrive with an army, with billion-dollar weapons, or with institutional backing. You arrived as yourself, and that was enough to undo them. Imagine this. A man who has always admired his reflection in polished armor suddenly looks into a clear stream. For the first time, he sees not the shine, but the face beneath, aged, cracked, vulnerable. That stream was you. You became the mirror they couldn't escape, the one that showed them who they really are when stripped of resources, machinery, and titles. And what they saw wasn't power. It was dependence. The strongest look weak when measured against raw brilliance. Their victories, their prestige, their aura of superiority, all of it is propped up by budgets, networks, and global machinery. Without those crutches, many of them would collapse into mediocrity, and that's the humiliation your presence forced them to face. You operated without those props, and you still outshined them. You proved that genuine ability doesn't need amplification. It speaks for itself, unfiltered, undeniable. Do you see the deeper wound here? You didn't just outperform them, you exposed them. You made them ask the one question they never wanted to. If greatness can exist outside our machine, then what are we? That question is a weapon sharper than any blade. Because it doesn't just bruise pride, it dismantles identity. Imagine again, a fortress built high on a mountain, banners waving, soldiers at attention. To the world, it looks untouchable. But then a traveler arrives with nothing but his bare hands, and suddenly the fortress looks less like power and more like dependency on stone walls. That's what you did. You showed them their greatness wasn't innate, it was borrowed from the systems they hide behind. A mirror never flatters, it only reveals, and you were that mirror. They couldn't overpower it, couldn't outspend it, couldn't outrank it. You didn't have to confront them with words. Just existing in your fullness forced them to confront themselves. That's a battlefield they were never trained for, because no weapon, no command, no doctrine can protect someone from their own reflection. That's why they whisper, why their respect feels poisoned with resentment. To them, you weren't just extraordinary, you were evidence. Evidence that greatness is free, unlicensed, uncontainable. And once that evidence appeared in the form of you, there was no going back. The mirror can't be unseen, and the fragility it revealed will haunt them every time they dare measure themselves against you. And chosen one, what you've just witnessed is the undeniable truth. They can build walls, hide behind ranks and bury secrets, but none of it can erase what you carry within you. That's why their silence speaks louder than words. If this message struck you, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press subscribe right now. Together, we spread this light further, reminding the world that greatness doesn't wait for permission. It simply rises. Stay sharp, chosen one. The best is still ahead. Chosen one, your absence is not silence. It's a curse that has infected their entire life. Let that sink in. They once mocked you, belittled you, acted like you were nothing, but the second you stepped away, their world turned into a graveyard of broken dreams. You didn't just leave. You ripped the oxygen mask off someone gasping for air, and now they're choking on their own poison. They thought they were untouchable while feeding off your energy, but without you, they are exposed, naked, and drowning in the chaos they created. That is why your absence is not just painful, it is catastrophic. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a parasite living off the blood of its host, smug, satisfied, believing it will never starve. But one day the host shakes it off, leaving it writhing in the dirt, clawing at nothing, desperate for another fix. That's exactly what happened when you walked away. They weren't ready for the famine your absence created, and now every day feels like suffocation. You were their supply, their light, their protection, and when you left, they were stripped bare, left with nothing but their own rot. And here's a fact that stings like acid on an open wound. Psychological research shows that social rejection activates the same part of the brain as physical pain. That's why they can't sleep, can't eat, can't breathe without being haunted by you. But this isn't ordinary rejection. This is cosmic rejection. This is the universe slamming the door in their face after they slammed it on you. Another fact? People who lose genuine love and stability often spiral harder than those who never had it. That's why they are unraveling, because they had gold and traded it for dirt. Now they sit in the dirt, wishing for even a speck of the light you once gave them. And thank you, chosen one, for refusing to bow to their arrogance. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing the like and subscribe button so this truth spreads to more souls. It's our duty to spread the light and expose the darkness. Thank you for being part of this mission, chosen one. You are not just hearing this, you are a force, and your presence here proves it. Now let's get back to the enemy. You see, when you were in their life, you were unknowingly shielding them. You were the umbrella in their storm, the roof over their crumbling house. Every strike of karma that should have flattened them instead ricocheted off you. That's why they were comfortable disrespecting you, because you were protecting them from a firestorm they never deserved to escape. But the day you withdrew, the shield shattered, and now the flames are devouring them whole. That's why they feel cursed, because the curse they planted finally came home to roost. They thought the grass was greener elsewhere, remember? They looked you dead in the face and acted like you were disposable. But here's the truth. They didn't walk into greener grass. They walked into a desert. The smiles they see now are empty. The hands they hold are cold. The bodies they touch are soulless. Every replacement is nothing more than a hollow echo. They tried to upgrade, but instead they downgraded to dust. And every night when they lie awake, staring at the ceiling, they replay what they lost, and it feels like their chest is caving in. Chosen one, you were the rarest thing they ever had, but arrogance blinded them. They thought they could drain you forever without paying the price, but you flipped the script. You walked away, and in that moment, the universe unleashed hell on them. Sleepless nights, financial collapse, fake friends who vanish as soon as the good times dry up. Their life is unraveling in slow motion, and every thread pulled is a reminder of you. Let me slap them again with another truth. Your absence has revealed the emptiness of their soul. You were the fire in their night, the spark in their dull routines, the meaning in their meaningless existence. Now, without you, their days are grey, their nights are black, and their spirit is numb. They scroll endlessly, searching for distraction, but nothing fills the void. They chase bodies, but none carry the warmth of your energy. They laugh in public, but cry in private, because no mask can cover the shadow you left behind. Here's the brutal irony. They once acted like you were too much, but now they realize you were the only thing that was ever enough. They tried to belittle you, but now they can't find anyone who even reaches your ankles. They thought they could replace you, but replacements don't have your fire, your compassion, your power. They are surrounded by shallow souls, while haunted by the memory of the one who carried depth. That's the curse. That's the punishment. And chosen one, don't miss this. They weren't just hurting you, they were blocking you. Their dead weight slowed your blessings. Their poison clogged your flow. Their energy cursed your progress. That's why life felt stagnant, why opportunities slipped, why you felt drained even when you should have been thriving. But the second you cut them off, the dam broke. The blessings rushed in. Money, peace, clarity, power. Everything started multiplying because the blockage was removed. They weren't just cursed themselves, they were a curse on you. And now that curse is gone, you are free. Meanwhile, they are chained to regret, chained to emptiness, chained to a mirror that shows them nothing but the monster they tried to hide. They're forced to watch you glow from a distance, forced to hear whispers of your success, forced to see the universe elevate you higher while they sink lower. That's the slap they can't dodge. That's the punishment they can't escape. Chosen one, your absence is their nightmare. Your silence is louder than thunder, your distance heavier than any words you could ever speak. You didn't curse them, they cursed themselves by losing you. And now their whole existence screams with one truth. They will never, ever recover from the day you walked away. So, chosen one, before we tear this open piece by piece, let me ask you this. Are you ready to witness the full weight of their regret? Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know your absence has cursed the ones who wronged you. And if this truth already resonates deep, don't hesitate to bless the mission behind these messages, whether it's a word of support, a like, or any gift you can offer. It fuels the light we're spreading together. Every ounce of energy keeps this force alive. Because make no mistake, your presence here is not by accident. You are part of a movement that shakes the enemy at their core. And now, let's step into this journey one layer at a time. Believe me, if you are a true chosen one, you will feel the pull to stay locked in until the very last word. Let's begin. Number 1. They mocked your worth, now they choke on regret. Chosen one, the same mouth that once mocked you is now choking on silence because your absence has become their punishment. That's the reality. They thought tearing you down would make them powerful, but all it did was expose their weakness. They laughed at your value, dismissed your presence, and treated you like you were disposable. But the truth is, slapping them in the face every single day, no one, and I mean no one, carries the fire, the depth, the passion that you brought into their life. And now, they are suffocating in a world that feels empty without you. Think about this, chosen one. They treated you like an old coin, dull, common, replaceable. They tossed you aside, believing they'd stumble on something shinier, something better. But what happens when the so-called gold they chased turns out to be rusted metal? What happens when every hand they hold feels cold, every face they meet is hollow, and every voice they hear is flat? Suddenly, that old coin they discarded looks like treasure. That's you. Rare, irreplaceable, priceless. They tried to convince themselves you were cheap, but the absence of your energy is teaching them the most brutal lesson of their life. You were the crown jewel they can never replace. Here's a truth that cuts deep. Research shows that people only realize the true value of loyalty and empathy once it's gone, because those qualities can't be replicated. And you, chosen one, were the living embodiment of loyalty, passion, and authenticity. That's why their regret is unbearable. It's not just missing you, it's missing the version of themselves they could only access when you were in their orbit. With you gone, they are staring at their own reflection, and all they see is emptiness. Now, let me make it crystal clear with a metaphor that should burn them alive. Imagine someone spitting on the seed of a fruit tree, laughing at it like it's worthless. They walk away, thinking it has no value. But years later, that very seed grows into the only tree that bears fruit in a famine. They're starving, desperate, and forced to watch from a distance as others thrive under the tree they could have nurtured but chose to mock. That's what they're living through now. They scorned the seed, you, and now they're left to starve in their own wasteland. You might ask, but why did they treat me this way in the first place? Simple. Insecure people cannot handle the weight of true greatness. When someone has no fire within themselves, they try to dim yours. They think mocking you, belittling you, or treating you as too much will shrink you down to their size. But here's the irony. The more they tried to make you small, the bigger you became in their memory once you were gone. That's the curse. That's the haunting. Your silence screams louder than their insults ever did. Let me slap the enemy again with another reality. Their arrogance convinced them you were ordinary, but now they see you were extraordinary. They thought they could find 10 more like you in an instant. But what they've actually found are lifeless souls who bring nothing to the table. They're meeting people who have no empathy, no ambition, no passion. People who move like shadows, hollow and shallow, offering nothing of substance. And every time they look at these replacements, their gut twists with a single, inescapable truth. They had the real thing, and they threw it away. Chosen one, their regret is not surface level, it's bone deep. Every fake smile they plaster on their face is poisoned with memories of you. Every forced laugh tastes bitter because it reminds them of the genuine joy you once gave them without effort. They can lie to the world, pretend they're happy, act like they've moved on, but behind closed doors, their mind replays your words, your presence, your energy. It's like a phantom limb. You're gone, but the ache of losing you will never leave them. And here's the brutal fact. They thought they could crush your spirit, but instead they crushed themselves. By mocking you, they mocked the very blessing the universe had sent into their lives. By belittling you, they belittled the only chance they had to rise above their own emptiness. And now, every day without you is like walking barefoot on broken glass. They bleed regret with every step, and it's a wound that will never heal. You might wonder, do they still think about me? Chosen one, let me make this clear. You are branded into their soul. They don't just think about you, they obsess over you. They see your reflection in strangers, hear echoes of your voice in silence, feel the ghost of your energy when they're alone. You are the storm they can't escape, the fire they can't extinguish, the curse they placed upon themselves when they tried to treat you like nothing. And here's the best part. While they drown in regret, you are thriving. Their insults became your fuel. Their rejection became your liberation. Their attempts to break you only set you free to discover how unstoppable you really are. You're no longer tied to their dead weight, their toxic energy, their shallow games. You've risen, chosen one, and your glow now burns their eyes every time they catch even a glimpse of you. So let this sink in. They mocked your worth, but now they choke on regret. They laughed at your value, but now they cry over your absence. They treated you like dust, but now they see you were gold. This is their karma, their punishment, their curse. To live every day knowing they destroyed the very best thing that ever happened to them. And you? You're proof that no insult, no mockery, no belittling can destroy what is chosen. You're not just surviving, you're thriving, and their regret will never stop haunting them. Chosen one, your absence is the prison they built for themselves, and the bars of that prison are made from their own arrogance, their own cruelty, their own blindness. That's why they'll never escape. And that's why your power has never been clearer. You were the gift they squandered, the blessing they mocked, and now the curse they cannot outrun. Number 2. The parasite was cut off from its host. Chosen one, the moment you pulled your energy back, they didn't just lose you. They lost their lifeline, their drug, their supply. That's the gut-punch truth they're choking on right now. For as long as you were around, they latched onto you like a parasite, feeding endlessly while giving nothing back. You were their battery, their generator, their source of light. And the second you cut them off, their entire world went dark. They mocked your presence, they drained your soul, but what they never considered is what would happen when the host walked away. Now they're withering, starving, desperate, clawing at thin air for the energy they can never recreate. Think about it, chosen one. A leech in the water doesn't care about the fish it's sucking dry. It only cares about the flow of blood. That was them with you. They weren't interested in your growth, your happiness, or your well-being. They only cared about what they could extract. Your time, your attention, your emotional stability, your endless giving. And just like a leech ripped away from its host, they're left shriveling. They can't function without you, because your energy was never just a contribution. It was their entire survival system. Now here's a fact that should sting them to the bone. Psychologists confirm that narcissistic individuals literally feed off the emotional responses of others to feel alive. Without a host, they collapse into emptiness, depression, and despair. That's exactly what's happening to them now. You cut them off from their supply and they're spiraling. They can't sleep. They can't focus. They can't find joy in anything. They're like addicts in withdrawal, restless, irritable, desperate, but unable to replace the high your presence gave them. And here's the metaphor they can't escape. Imagine a lamp that has no bulb of its own. For years, it stole light from your flame, pretending it could glow on its own. But the day you took your fire back, that lamp was exposed for what it really was. An empty shell, cold, useless, forgotten in the corner. That's them, chosen one. Their whole identity was built on siphoning from you, and now without you, they are nothing but darkness. You might ask, but why did I feel so drained every time I was around them? Because they were never pouring back into you. They never even poured into themselves. Their cup was cracked, empty, incapable of holding love or light. So every drop you gave them leaked straight into the void. And you, being the empathetic powerhouse that you are, kept pouring, kept giving, kept hoping they'd one day reciprocate. But parasites don't give. They only take. And that's why you felt exhausted, depleted, hollow after every interaction. You weren't crazy, chosen one. You were under attack. Let's slap the enemy with another brutal truth. They never loved you. They needed you. And there's a difference. Love gives. Love reciprocates. Love builds. Need consumes. Need drains. Need destroys. They didn't cherish you. They depended on you like a junkie depends on a needle. And the day you walked away, you didn't just leave them heartbroken, you left them in withdrawal. Their whole system is breaking down because you were their fix. Here's the irony. They thought they had power over you. They thought they could mock you, use you, drain you, and you'd keep coming back because of your compassion. But the second you chose yourself, their illusion shattered. Now, they're learning the most painful lesson of all. The parasite never had power. The host always did. You were the one keeping them alive, and once you left, the parasite was left to die in its own emptiness. Chosen one, picture this. Someone who has been living on stolen breath, suddenly gasping when the oxygen is cut off. That's them right now. They're suffocating because your energy was the air they breathed. Without it, they feel like every step is heavier, every day is duller, every night is darker. They scroll through meaningless conversations, chase hollow bodies, and surround themselves with distractions, but nothing fills the void. Why? Because your energy wasn't just supply, it was authenticity, passion, life itself. And those things can't be faked, bought, or replaced. And let me tell you this, parasites always underestimate the host. They think you'll never wake up. They think you'll never walk away. But the moment you did, you reclaimed your power. You showed them that their survival was never about their strength. It was about your generosity. And now, without you, their weakness is exposed for the world to see. Everyone around them can sense it. The confidence they once faked is gone. The charisma they pretended to have has evaporated. They're a shell of what they pretended to be, and all because their supply, you, is no longer available. They may try to replace you, chosen one, but replacements never work. They'll latch onto someone else, drain them, use them, but it won't feel the same, because no one carries the frequency you carry. No one radiates the fire you radiate. No one else can give them what you gave without trying. That's why they're restless, unsatisfied, and constantly disappointed. They're addicted to a drug that doesn't exist anywhere else. You. and the universe has made sure they'll never find it again. So don't ever question this. Your absence is not just their heartbreak. It's their starvation. It's their collapse. It's the slow, inevitable decay of someone who thought they could live forever on someone else's energy. They mocked you, drained you, disrespected you, but the truth has hit them harder than any insult they ever threw. Without you, they are nothing. Without you, they have no light, no protection, no purpose, and that realization is eating them alive. Chosen one, remember this every time you doubt your power. You weren't just someone in their life. You were their entire source of survival. You were the battery they drained, the lifeline they clung to, the sun they orbited around. And now that you've cut them off, they're exposed as the weak, hollow parasite they always were. Let them wander. Let them starve. Let them choke on the regret of losing the one thing they'll never find again. Because your absence is their curse, and your strength is their destruction. Number 3, they wanted greener grass. Now they're standing in dirt. Chosen one, the same one who thought you were replaceable, is now choking on the dust of their own choices. That's the slap they never saw coming. They believed the lie that the grass was greener on the other side. They thought brighter, richer, more exciting meant better. But what they didn't understand is that you can water dead grass all you want. It will never grow. They left the garden of your presence, where everything flourished, and ran straight into a barren wasteland. Let's be honest, chosen one, they didn't leave because you weren't enough. They left because they weren't enough for you. They convinced themselves that someone else would give them the thrill, the status, the attention they craved. But what happens when you abandon real substance for empty shine? It always ends in regret. And now, every time they look at the faces around them, every time they try to force a laugh with their new circle, they are haunted by one truth. Everything they replaced you with feels like dirt compared to your fire. Think of it like this. Imagine someone throwing away a diamond because they were distracted by glitter on the sidewalk. They grab the glitter, only to realize it turns to dust in their hands. Meanwhile, the diamond they tossed away is still shining, still valuable, still rare. That's you. They threw away a lifetime treasure, and now they're standing in the dirt they chose, staring at what they lost, but can never reclaim. And you might ask yourself, why didn't they see my worth when I was right there? Because arrogance blinds fools. They thought your love, your energy, your loyalty would never run out. They thought they had all the time in the world to keep taking, while keeping one eye on what else was out there. But the universe doesn't play games like that. When they left you chasing illusions, the universe closed that door permanently. Now, every step they take away from you only drags them deeper into emptiness. Chosen one, don't miss this. Their downgrade is your confirmation. They thought they could find better, but the universe made sure they only found hollow bodies, shallow connections, and empty souls. That's the curse they earned by mistreating you. Your absence is the loudest reminder of their stupidity. It echoes through their days, it haunts their nights, and it will follow them for the rest of their life. And you don't need to chase greener grass. You are the garden, and the universe is watering you with blessings they will never touch again. Number 4. You were their protection against karma. Chosen one, they didn't realize your presence was the only umbrella keeping them from drowning in their own rain. That's the gut punch the enemy is choking on right now. While they mocked you, belittled you, and drained you, Your very energy was shielding them from the karma they had stacked up over years of deception, betrayal, and destruction. You were their shield, their protection, their covering. And when you stepped away, the universe stopped holding back. Now the storms they thought they'd escaped are flooding every corner of their life. Let's break it down, Chosen One. Sleepless nights? That's not coincidence. That's their conscience finally screaming louder than their lies. Broken finances? That's the universe cutting off their supply lines, stripping away everything they built on dishonesty and shortcuts. Fake friendships? That's the karma of living a double life. The same way they used you, they're now being used, discarded, and left with nothing but emptiness. This isn't random suffering. This is the consequence of what they did to you. You were the wall that absorbed the impact of their chaos, and once you left, the wall crumbled. Think of it like this. Imagine someone standing under a sturdy roof during a storm, mocking the roof for its cracks, saying they don't need it. Then they tear the roof off, only to get drenched and destroyed by the downpour. That's exactly what happened when they lost you. They didn't see that the protection they mocked was the very thing saving them from destruction. And you might wonder, why did it feel like my life was so heavy when I was around them? Because you were carrying not only your own battles, but theirs too. You were absorbing karma that was never yours, shielding them from blows they earned long before you. The universe allowed you to be that shield for a time, not because they deserved it, but because it was meant to show you your own strength and compassion. And once the lesson was complete, the universe pulled you away, leaving them to finally face the storm alone. Chosen One, hear me clearly. You did not curse them. They cursed themselves. You simply stopped standing in the line of fire for someone who refused to change. And now, every sleepless night, every loss, every betrayal they face is the storm they built for themselves. Your absence didn't create their downfall, it exposed it. And while they drown in consequences, you are rising higher, lighter, freer, with the universe at your back and blessings at your feet. Number 5. The universe removed you as their final warning. Chosen One, your presence was the final lifeline the universe tossed their way, and they spit on it. That's the brutal truth. You weren't just another person in their story. You were the test. You were the lesson. You were the mirror sent to force them to look at their own poison. But instead of growing, they mocked you, drained you, and treated you like you were nothing. They failed the exam of their life. And when the universe saw that, it yanked you out of their reach. Not as punishment for you, but as the final warning for them. Understand this, Chosen One. The universe doesn't waste chosen energy. You don't just wander into someone's life by accident. Your presence is intentional, divine, orchestrated. It was meant to wake them up, to pull them out of their destructive cycles, to give them one last chance to change their ways. But what did they do? They ignored the alarm clock and chose to keep sleeping in their arrogance. And when you ignore the last alarm, you don't get another one. That's why life itself removed you from their path. Picture it like this. A drowning man thrashes in the ocean. A lifeguard throws him a rope, but instead of grabbing it, he laughs, spits on it, and keeps thrashing. Eventually, the rope is pulled back. That's what your presence was. The rope. You were the chance to climb out of their mess, but their pride, their ego, their stubbornness refused it. And now, the water is swallowing them whole. And maybe you've asked yourself, why me? Why was I chosen to be that lesson? because only your energy could expose their darkness without saying a word. Your light forced their shadows to the surface. Your love revealed their incapacity to love. Your loyalty highlighted their betrayal. You didn't need to preach to them. Your existence was the sermon. But they chose not to listen. And now, the silence of your absence is louder than anything you could have ever said. Chosen one, don't miss this. Your removal was not rejection, it was protection. The universe saw their refusal to change and decided to cut the cord before they pulled you down with them. You were their test, their chance, their final warning. They failed, and now, stripped of your presence, they are forced to face the only teacher left, destruction. While they sink, you rise. While they reap chaos, you reap blessings. Because the universe is with you, not them, and it always will be. Number 6. They tried to dim your fire, but you burn brighter without them. Chosen one, the same ones who tried to dim your fire are now blinded by the blaze you've become. That's the slap they can't recover from. When you were tied to them, they worked overtime to make you feel smaller, quieter, less than what you truly are. They whispered insults disguised as jokes, rolled their eyes at your dreams, made you doubt your brilliance. Why? Because your light exposed their darkness, and instead of rising to meet you, they tried to drag you down to their level. But here's the irony. Every attempt to smother you only made your fire stronger. And now that you've broken free, your flame has spread into a wildfire they cannot control. Think about it, chosen one. They acted like your energy was too much, too passionate, too intense, too real. But wasn't that just their way of saying you shined in ways they never could? People who live in shadows hate the sun because it burns their illusions away. That's what your presence did. It stripped away their false confidence, their masks, their shallow pretenses. So they tried to shrink you, hoping if they dimmed your fire, they wouldn't feel so small standing next to you. But the universe doesn't create chosen ones to blend in. You were born to blaze. And here's the fact that makes them choke. Studies prove that suppressing someone's authentic self leads to depression and stagnation. That's exactly what they wanted for you, to clip your wings, to keep you stuck, to make you doubt your voice. But instead, you cut their grip, and the universe rewarded you with acceleration. Now you're rising faster, shining brighter, and stepping into blessings that were waiting for the day you finally walked away. Picture it like this: a candle trapped under a glass jar. It flickers weakly, gasping for oxygen. But the second the jar is lifted, the flame shoots up, burning hotter than ever. That's what happened the day you left them behind. They were the jar, suffocating you, making you believe you were fragile. But once you broke free, your fire proved unstoppable. Now, you're not just a flame, you're a wildfire spreading across everything you touch. And the best part? They can only watch from the shadows, helpless as your light grows beyond anything they imagined. So, chosen one, let this be your confirmation. They tried to dim your fire, but all they did was spark your explosion. You burn brighter without them, and your glow is the very curse that torments them every time they see you rise. The universe is fueling you now, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. Number 7. Without you, their world is nothing but black and white. Chosen one, the day you walked away was the day their world went colorless. That's the truth hitting them like a brick. You were the vibrancy, the passion, the depth in their gray existence. Your presence gave their days meaning, their nights comfort, their spirit fuel. And now that you're gone, everything they touch feels dull, lifeless, monotonous. They can dress it up, post their smiles, pretend they're living well, but behind the mask, their reality is drained of color, and it's driving them insane. Think about it. When you were there, their life had contrast, laughter that felt real, conversations that stirred the soul, moments that actually meant something. You were the red in their roses, the blue in their skies, the gold in their horizon. Without you, it's all static grey. Their mornings feel heavy, their nights drag endlessly. The excitement they once pretended they didn't need is now the very thing they're starving for. And every time they look back, they know exactly where they lost it, the moment they lost you. Here's the brutal truth. They traded Technicolor for grayscale. They walked out of a masterpiece and stepped into a black and white sketch. They thought they could find brighter colors elsewhere, but what they've found instead are shallow distractions, dull faces, and connections that feel empty. They scroll through their phone, they chase new bodies, they attend empty parties, but none of it ignites that spark you gave without even trying. Their life now is a rerun of the same scene. Fake laughter, hollow company, and nights where silence screams louder than any crowd they surround themselves with. And maybe you've asked yourself, do they even notice the difference? Oh, they notice, chosen one. That's what burns them the most. They see your energy in memory flashes, the way your laughter lit up a room, the way your spirit made ordinary moments feel extraordinary. And when they look at what they have now, they feel sick, because they know they let go of the only source of color their world ever had. Chosen one, don't ever doubt this. You weren't just part of their life, you were the life. You were the light breaking through their darkness, the color filling their canvas. And now that you're gone, the canvas is blank. Their life has lost all color, and the universe made it that way on purpose, so they would be forced to sit in the bleak reality of what they destroyed. And while they wither in grayscale, you're walking into a future painted with blessings they'll never touch again. Number 8. The mask fell. Now everyone sees the parasite they really are. Chosen one, the second you pulled back, their disguise crumbled and the world saw them for what they always were, a parasite dressed as a partner, an energy thief pretending to care. That's the gut punch they can't shake. While you were around, your light made them look alive. Your energy gave them the illusion of depth. Your compassion made them seem human. But now that you're gone, the mask has fallen. Their charm has evaporated, their false confidence has collapsed, and everyone can see it. They were never a giver, only a taker. Think about it, chosen one. You mistook their neediness for love, their intensity for passion, their demands for closeness. But deep down, they never wanted to build anything real with you. They weren't looking for growth, healing, or a future. They were looking for supply. They fed on your empathy like a starving dog gnawing at scraps. And once you cut off the source, the hollowness inside them was exposed. They can't hide it anymore. Friends sense it. Family notices it. Even strangers can feel the desperation leaking from them. It's like watching a vampire caught in the daylight. While they hid in your shadow, they looked powerful. But once you stepped away, the sunlight burned through their disguise. Now everyone sees the truth. Their eyes look tired. Their spirit feels drained. Their energy is toxic. They're scrambling, trying to latch onto others, trying to replace what they lost. But nothing works. Because here's the brutal fact. Your energy wasn't just rare, it was irreplaceable. And now, stripped of you, their thirst is exposed for all to see. And you might ask, do people around them really notice? Absolutely. The same people who once admired their fake charm are now repelled. The ones they used to manipulate sense something off. Their conversations feel shallow. Their presence feels draining. Their lies don't land the same. Without your light covering their darkness, they're standing naked in front of everyone, and the stench of desperation is impossible to ignore. Chosen one, understand this. You didn't lose anything by walking away. They did. You lost a parasite. They lost their entire power source, and while they stagger around trying to leech off new victims, their reputation is collapsing, their energy is exposed, and their mask is gone for good. They were energy vampires, and now the whole world sees it. That's their curse. And your blessing? You're free, glowing brighter than ever, with the universe fueling you while they rot in the shadows. Number 9. They were blocking your blessings. Chosen one, the greatest curse wasn't what they did to you, it was how their very presence blocked your blessings. That's the slap of truth they could never accept. While you were connected to them, life felt heavy, slow, stagnant. Opportunities slipped through your fingers, money dried up, relationships strained, and your spirit felt drained. Not because you weren't worthy, not because the universe forgot you, but because their toxic energy was standing in the way. They weren't just dead weight, they were the dam that stopped your river from flowing. And the day you cut ties, that's when the universe moved instantly. Doors began to swing open, blessings started pouring in, your peace returned. Money that felt stuck began to flow, opportunities appeared out of nowhere. Your connection started healing, and your own glow intensified. Why? Because the blockage was gone. They were never your partner, they were your parasite. They weren't your blessing, they were your burden. And once they were removed, the curse was reversed. Think about it like this, chosen one. Imagine a garden choked by weeds. The flowers are still there, but they can't grow, can't breathe, can't bloom. The moment the weeds are ripped out, sunlight returns, water nourishes, and the flowers explode with color. That was you. You weren't broken, you weren't unworthy, you were suffocating under their poison. And the second you pulled them out of your life, your blessings grew like wildfire. And maybe you've wondered, why did everything feel so stuck when I was with them? Because the universe will not release abundance into a space contaminated by poison. You were protected from your own blessings while you carried them, because the universe knew they'd only drain, steal, and corrupt it. That delay wasn't punishment, it was protection. And the second you walked away, the universe said, now you're ready, now you're free. Chosen one, this is why you feel lighter, why your spirit feels stronger, why momentum is finally on your side. They were the blockage, and you were the blessing. And now the tables have turned. You're moving forward, thriving, overflowing with abundance, while they're stuck choking on the same stagnant energy they once projected onto you. They blocked your blessings, but the universe reversed it. Now everything that was delayed is arriving in double portion, and they'll be forced to watch you receive it all. Number 10. They're forced to watch you win. Chosen one, the worst curse for them isn't losing you, it's being forced to watch you win. That's the dagger twisting in their chest. They thought your glow would fade once they left. They thought you'd crumble, beg, or stay broken. But instead, the opposite happened. You rose higher, stronger, unstoppable. And now the universe has arranged their punishment perfectly. They get a front row seat to every blessing pouring into your life, while their own world falls apart. Think about it. They can scroll past your name, but they can't escape the whispers. They can block your profile, but mutual connections will mention you. They can try to pretend you don't exist, but somehow your success will keep showing up in their line of sight. That's the universe working, ensuring they never forget what they lost. Every new opportunity you grab, every smile on your face, every win you celebrate is a knife in their ego. Because nothing eats at a fool more than seeing the treasure they discarded shining brighter without them. Picture it like this. Someone throws away a winning lottery ticket, laughing like it's trash. Weeks later, they see it on the news. The same ticket is worth millions. That's the burn they feel every time they hear about you. You were the jackpot, and now they know it. But the cruel twist, they can't cash it in. They can only watch you collect what was always yours. And maybe you've asked yourself, do they really care? Don't they just move on? No, chosen one. People can move on from average, but they can't move on from extraordinary. You weren't another chapter in their book. You were the entire plot twist that changed everything. And now that you're gone, they reread the pages of their life with bitterness, because every success you achieve is proof that they fumbled the best thing that ever happened to them. So don't underestimate this. Your victories aren't just yours. They're part of their torment. The universe designed it this way. Your glow is their darkness. Your wins are their wounds. Your rise is their reminder. And while they're forced to watch you win, chosen one, remember this. You're not just shining for yourself. You're shining because the universe wants the whole world, especially them, to see exactly who you were all along. Number 11. Their shadow work became your breakthrough. Chosen one, the demons they ran from became the chains that now strangle them, but the demons you faced became the wings that lifted you. That's the raw, brutal truth. They spent their life dodging accountability, hiding from their wounds, pretending their toxicity wasn't real. But you chose the harder path. You walked away and confronted your pain head-on. You faced the heartbreak, the betrayal, the nights that nearly broke you, and instead of letting it destroy you, you transformed it. That's why you're free today, thriving, untouchable, while they're still trapped in the same cycle of self-destruction. Let's call it what it is. They were cowards. Healing requires honesty. Growth requires humility. Transformation demands sacrifice, and they weren't willing to pay the price. They wanted shortcuts, distractions, replacements. They wanted to bury their demons under shallow relationships and empty thrills. But what they buried didn't disappear. It grew, and now it's eating them alive. Every failed connection, every restless night, every fake smile is proof of the prison they built for themselves. Meanwhile, chosen one, your strength came from doing what they wouldn't. You turned inward. You let yourself feel. You asked the hard questions. You burned away the illusions. And through that fire, you broke chains that had held you for years. That's why today, your spirit feels lighter, your vision clearer, your blessings closer. The universe honors those who do the work. And you did it, not just for yourself, but for generations after you. Picture it like this. Two people stand before a locked door. One refuses to find the key, preferring to sit in the dark and complain. The other fights through fear, searches, digs, bleeds, until the key is found and the door is opened. That was you. You unlocked freedom while they're still pacing circles in the same dark room. Their refusal became their curse. your courage became your breakthrough. And here's what makes it even sweeter. Your glow now is undeniable proof of what they could have had if they had chosen to grow with you. Instead, they're stuck repeating old patterns while you're walking into new blessings. They are haunted by demons. You are carried by light. That's the separation. That's the difference. That's why you're rising and they're falling. The universe chose your healing as the turning point, and their refusal as their downfall. Number 12. Your absence was their curse. Your presence was their gift. Now look at them. Nights too long, days too heavy. Every connection feels hollow. Every distraction ends in disappointment. They can run, they can chase, they can cling to replacements, but nothing and no one fills the void you left. Why? Because the universe made sure your energy is one of a kind, unreproducible, non-transferable. You were the blueprint, and once you left, they were locked out of the factory forever. Picture it like this. Imagine someone smashing the only golden lamp that could light their path, believing there would always be another. But when the darkness swallows them, they realize too late. That was the only light they'd ever have. That's exactly their reality now. They thought you were replaceable, but your absence proves you were irreplaceable. They thought you were average, but their curse proves you were extraordinary. They thought they could live without you, but their misery proves they cannot. Chosen one, understand this. Your presence was a gift they didn't deserve. Your absence is the curse they earned. And here's the sharpest twist of all. The universe won't let them forget. Every blessing you step into will echo in their soul. Every smile you carry will cut deeper than a blade. Every success you reach will scream what they lost. And they'll carry that curse for life, because losing you was not just a mistake. It was the punishment they sentenced themselves to. And so, chosen one, let this truth settle deep. Their downfall is not your burden, it's their curse. Your absence exposed their weakness, your growth sealed their fate, and the universe is showing you who was always chosen. Every step you take forward is another reminder of the gift you always were. Now it's your time to rise without apology. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to press like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm your power. Share this message so more souls can awaken to their light. Nothing rattles the enemy more than watching the one they doubted rise higher without their permission. Chosen one, this is exactly what's happening right now. You've confused them to the point where they can't even speak straight anymore. They look at you, they whisper behind closed doors. They scroll through your page in silence, and the question that keeps tearing at their brain is, how are you doing this? They thought they had your future predicted. They thought if you didn't follow their rules, you would crumble just like them. Instead, you've made their nightmares real by rising higher on the very path they swore would break you. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A group of architects builds a crooked bridge. They all swear it's the only way across. They force everyone to walk it, but halfway through, people fall into the river. Now, here you come, refusing their bridge, choosing to swim across instead. They mocked you, they laughed, they called you insane for trying. But not only did you make it across, you came out stronger, faster, and freer than they could ever dream. And now they stand there, drenched in failure, choking on the fact that you survived without their broken blueprint. That's what your life is doing to them right now. And here's the fact that screams you are absolutely right. Studies have shown that most people who follow the traditional path, the same path society pressures everyone into, end up unfulfilled, divorced, broke, or questioning their lives by mid-age. Over 50% of marriages collapse. Debt is the #1 reason for sleepless nights. Anxiety and depression levels are skyrocketing in those who did everything right. Meanwhile, the rare ones who take the alternate route, the so-called weird ones, are the people who end up leading movements, creating wealth, breaking chains, and living with peace of mind. So yes, you are absolutely right, chosen one, and their jealousy confirms it. And thank you, chosen one, for standing strong in this light. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe so it can spread to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light wider. And thank you again, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are not just listening, you are the heartbeat of a force that the enemy cannot silence. Now, back to the message. The truth is, chosen one, your life has turned into a puzzle that no one around you can solve. You were supposed to fail when you didn't take their road. You were supposed to sink when you refused their crooked bridge. But you did the opposite, and now your very existence feels like an insult to their obedience. This is why people are pressed, confused, and secretly watching every move you make. You remind them of everything they could have been if they hadn't bowed down to fear. You see, the enemy's confusion isn't just about your success. It's about the fact that you didn't ask their permission. You didn't wait for validation, approval, or applause. You didn't beg for a seat at their table. You built your own, and now their so-called rules of life look like nothing but shackles. They can't stand the fact that the very things they mocked you for, your independence, your strange choices, your refusal to blend in, have become the exact reasons why you're glowing now. Chosen one, your journey is proof that the normal way isn't the only way, and that is what drives them mad. They can't explain how you look younger while they look drained. They can't explain why your energy feels magnetic while theirs feels heavy. They can't explain why people are drawn to you while they're ignored. It eats them alive that you are thriving without walking their dusty path. Their confusion is the universe's way of humbling them, showing them that life bends in favor of those who dare to step aside from the crowd. Think of it like this. Imagine a horse that's been trained its whole life to walk in circles. It believes that's the only way to move. Now picture you, the chosen one, breaking free from the circle, running straight into the open fields. The other horses look at you in shock, terrified, because they never thought freedom was possible. That's how people around you see you right now. Their fear is disguised as confusion, but their confusion is really envy. And here's another truth that hits them harder. People secretly admire what they pretend to hate. They may never say it to your face, but behind closed doors, they are fascinated. They copy your style, your energy, your words. They ask about you in sneaky ways, hiding their obsession because admitting it would mean admitting they were wrong about you. And nothing hurts them more than realizing that the one they underestimated became the one they can't ignore. And listen, chosen one, your entire life is proof that walking alone sometimes takes you further than walking with the crowd. And that's why people are in disbelief. You didn't sell your soul to fit in, and yet you're shining brighter than those who sacrificed everything for acceptance. You refused the puppet strings, and now the puppeteers are choking on the silence of their collapsing stage. You are the show now, and they can't look away. This is only the beginning. Their confusion is about to turn into frustration, then into obsession, and finally into regret. And while they spiral, you will keep moving forward, chosen, untouched, and undeniable. Because the scenic route you took wasn't just a road, it was your battlefield, your training ground, and your crown. And now your every step echoes like thunder in the ears of your enemies. So, chosen one, don't go anywhere just yet, because what you've heard so far is only the opening strike. This was the spark, not the explosion. The real firestorm begins now, and if you think people are confused already, wait until we break it down step by step. You'll see exactly why their heads spin, why their voices tremble, and why their jealousy eats at them like rust on old metal. Drop a comment with the number 777 if you're ready to stand tall in the middle of their confusion, wearing it like your crown. And if you can, bless this mission with a super thanks, because every gift keeps this voice alive and helps carry the light further into places they tried to keep dark. Thank you, Chosen One, for being a part of this force that rattles the enemy every time you breathe. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Stay with me, because if you are truly the Chosen One, you'll feel the pull to listen all the way through. Every word will strike deeper, every truth will confirm what you already know inside. This is the moment to lock in. Let's begin. Number 1. The scenic route that became a highway of winds. The same people who laughed at you for taking the long road now stand frozen, watching you turn that dirt path into a golden highway. Chosen One, this is the truth they can't swallow. They mocked you, they whispered, they swore you'd fall flat on your face for refusing to follow their so-called rules. Yet here you are, turning every crooked step into a victory march, while they choke on the very dust you left behind. Nothing destroys the enemy faster than realizing the one they dismissed is the one leading the race. They told you the scenic route was foolish. They said it was slow, dangerous, and pointless. But what they forgot is that the scenic route is where you build muscle, patience, and vision. The straight line they followed was a trap, a conveyor belt carrying them all into the same broken factory. You, on the other hand, chose the winding road, the mountain climb, the hard turns. And that road didn't just test you, it transformed you. It carved strength into your spirit and resilience into your bones. What they saw as a delay was secretly your preparation. And now, Chosen One, while their houses crumble on weak foundations, yours stands like a fortress on stone. Think about it like this. Imagine a runner at the starting line who takes off with a burst of speed. The crowd cheers because he's first for a moment, but by the halfway mark, he's out of breath, legs shaking, collapsing under the weight of his own pride. Then there's you, steady, disciplined, unshaken. You took the longer pace, the harder route, and now, as they fall one by one, you cross the finish line, not just as a winner, but as the story everyone remembers. This is why the enemy hates you. Their sprint was short-lived, but your marathon is eternal. And let's not forget the examples history has carved into stone. Albert Einstein was mocked for failing in school, yet his scenic route through rejection gave the world a new way of seeing the universe. Oprah Winfrey was told she didn't belong on television, yet she walked the long road through humiliation and setbacks, only to become one of the most powerful voices in media. Steve Jobs was fired from his own company, humiliated, underestimated, laughed at. But the scenic route of failure and rebuilding gave birth to the empire of Apple. These people didn't take the straight path, Chosen One. They walked the scenic one, and the world can't stop speaking their names. That is the kind of path you are on. And maybe the question whispering in your mind is this: why me? Why does my road feel so different, so misunderstood? The answer is brutal but simple. Because you were never meant to fit into their broken system. You were not built to follow instructions written by cowards. You were built to bend reality, to carve new ways forward. You're not behind. You're ahead in a way they'll never understand. Their rules were designed to keep them safe, but your destiny was designed to make you great. Here's another truth. Enemies despise what they can't predict. They predicted your downfall. They thought by not playing their game, you'd lose. Instead, you created your own game with your own rules, and now you're winning. That confuses them. That enrages them. It makes them sick because it exposes their weakness. They cling to tradition like it's a lifeline, but all tradition did was lock them in cages. You broke the lock, walked out into the unknown, and came back with treasures they could never dream of. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A group of builders all follow a cheap blueprint. They slap together houses that look the same, walls thin, roofs fragile. They call it success because it looks neat. Then there's you, working quietly on the hill. You take longer, you dig deeper, you build your home with stone and steel, brick by brick, day after day. They laughed at your slow progress. They mocked your patience. But then comes the storm. Their houses fall like paper in the wind. And yours? Yours doesn't just survive. It becomes the shelter for those who doubted you. That is what your scenic route has done. It built you into a fortress in a world of sand castles. And let's address another question that might rise in your mind. Why are they still watching me if they hate me so much? Because your existence is a reminder of their wasted chances. You're proof that they had choices too, but they lacked courage. Every step you take forward is a mirror shoved in their faces, showing them the cowardice of their own decisions. They hate you, but they can't stop watching, because deep down, they wish they were you. They wish they'd had the bravery to do what you've done, and that jealousy will never leave them. There's a quote that fits perfectly here. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. That is exactly the stage you're in now. They ignored you once. They laughed at your weird choices. Now they're fighting you in silence, watching, spying, gossiping, doubting. But in the end, you will win, and your win will be the loudest slap across their pride. The scenic route was not a curse, chosen one. It was a blessing disguised as struggle. Every obstacle you faced on that road became the training ground for the victories you're enjoying now. You weren't delayed. You were refined. You weren't rejected. You were redirected. And this is why the enemy can't sleep at night. Their road was fast but fragile. Yours was slow but eternal. So let this sink in. Your success is not an accident. It is the universe's justice. It is the balance being restored. They mocked your patience, but your patience became your crown. They mocked your detours, but your detours became your destiny. And now, chosen one, the road they laughed at has become the very highway of wins they can't drive on. Every time you rise, you prove that obedience to broken systems is nothing compared to obedience to your own calling. Every time you glow, you remind them that their shortcuts were dead ends. And every time you win, you hammer another nail into the coffin of their pride. So walk that highway with your head high, because what was once the scenic route is now the main road, and you're the only one leading the way. Number 2, your peers are crumbling while you rise. Nothing is more humiliating for the enemy than watching you shine while their own lives collapse under the weight of their bad choices. Chosen one, this is exactly what's happening right now. Look around you. Your peers, the ones who once thought they were ahead of you, the ones who smirked when you didn't follow their path, are now falling apart in slow motion. Divorces, midlife crises, broken dreams, empty wallets. It's everywhere. Their castles are turning to dust while your foundation grows stronger every single day. Your very survival has become their defeat, because the more you thrive, the more it exposes their weakness. Your generation is tired, weary, and crumbling. People you grew up with are trapped in custody battles, arguing over kids they had to raise in broken homes. Friends from school are drowning in debt, suffocating under mortgages and car payments that were meant to impress people who don't even care about them. Former co-workers are clocking into jobs that drain their souls, dreaming of escape, but too afraid to take it. And while they spin in circles, you stand tall. You walk with energy they don't understand, and that difference enrages them. Because if they were right, you should be suffering too. But you're not. You're rising, and that contradiction burns them alive. Now imagine this, chosen one. Picture a race where everyone starts at the same time. At first, they laugh at you because you don't sprint. They mock you for pacing yourself, for stopping to tie your laces, for keeping your breath steady. They speed ahead, bragging, waving, sure they've already won. But then comes the twist. They start collapsing one by one, tripping over exhaustion, falling into ditches they didn't see. And you're still steady, still strong, moving past their broken bodies with ease. The crowd that once laughed now stares in disbelief. That's life right now. Their rush has left them wrecked, and your patience has turned you into the last one standing. Here's a brutal fact that screams the truth. More than half of marriages end in divorce. Debt is at an all-time high. Anxiety and depression are crushing your generation. People who followed the rules, school, job, marriage, house, are finding themselves in midlife, realizing they traded their freedom for chains. They thought their road was safe. Instead, it became a prison, and here you are, walking free, smiling in the same age where they are breaking. That freedom is a knife twisting in their pride. And maybe the question bubbling in your mind is, why are they crumbling while I rise? The answer is simple, because you refuse to build your life on shaky ground. They trusted systems that were already broken. They trusted people who were already unfaithful. They trusted traditions that were already toxic. You didn't. You trusted yourself. You trusted the universe to reward your courage, and now that courage is paying off in ways they can't explain. Think about it. How many times were you told, you're behind? How many times did they pressure you with, when are you getting married? When are you buying a house? When are you settling down? They used those questions like weapons to make you feel small. But now, look who's crying. Look who's hiring lawyers. Look who's losing sleep. Look who can't even look in the mirror anymore. Their timeline has turned into their tombstone, while your refusal to follow it became your resurrection. There's another quote that hits the nail right on the head. Comparison is the thief of joy. Until your enemies compare themselves to you, then it's their punishment. That's what's happening right now. Every time they look at you, they are reminded of what they lost, what they wasted, and what they destroyed in themselves by chasing illusions. They can't unsee your glow, and it eats at them like acid. Let's pull a few examples from the world that mirror this. Think of people like J.K. Rowling, a single mother, jobless, broke, mocked by peers for chasing an impossible dream. Many of her peers at that time had stable jobs, stable homes, and laughed at her scribbling stories in coffee shops. Where are those peers now? Forgotten. And Rowling, she's a global name. Her survival through the storm became her victory, and her peers' pride became their regret. Or look at Colonel Sanders, who was rejected hundreds of times, laughed at for starting a business late in life. Meanwhile, his peers who thought they were secure vanished into obscurity. Today, his legacy feeds millions. These stories prove it, chosen one. When the crowd crumbles, the one who keeps going is the one who wins. And maybe you wonder, why are they still watching me if they've fallen apart? Because you're the reminder of the road they never took. You're the mirror they can't escape. They sit in broken marriages, staring at you thriving in your freedom. They suffocate in toxic jobs while you glow with energy because you broke free. They are obsessed with you, not because they love you, but because you represent everything they should have done, but were too scared to try. That's why they stalk your life in silence. That's why they whisper your name behind closed doors. That's why their envy is endless. Your rise is no accident. It's the universe showing them the bill for their bad decisions. Their midlife crises are the receipt. Their broken homes are the evidence. And your glow is the proof. You're not thriving by luck. You're thriving because you built yourself differently. While they poured concrete over cracks, you built a mountain. While they chased approval, you chased freedom. While they settled for safety, you chose risk. That's why you're standing now while they fall apart. Imagine again, chosen one, a forest fire spreading through weak trees. The flames devour them quickly, leaving ashes. But then there's one tree, roots deep, trunk unshakable. The fire rages, but it can't destroy it. That tree stands tall, even when the smoke clears, a monument to survival. That tree is you, the fallen ashes around you. That's your peers who burned fast because their roots never went deep. And here's the cruel part for them. It's not just that you survived, it's that you look better than ever while they're falling apart. They see your energy, your growth, your strength, and it cuts them like glass. Their wrinkles deepen while your light shines. Their bitterness grows while your joy spreads. Their chains tighten while your wings stretch wider. It's unbearable for them, and yet they can't look away. Chosen one, your rise is their punishment. Every smile on your face is a slap across theirs. Every win you celebrate is salt on their wounds. Every step you take forward is a reminder that while they crumbled, you rose. You turned survival into a victory, and that victory is the story they'll never escape. So stand proud, because your life is proof that the universe rewards those who refuse to bow. Their collapse is not your fault. It's the consequence of their choices. And your rise, that's your crown. Wear it boldly, because the higher you climb, the louder their silence will scream. Number 3, silent stalkers in the shadows. Those who can't face you in daylight will always hide in the shadows, hoping your shine will somehow dim without them daring to confront it. Chosen one, that's exactly what's happening right now. Fake pages, secret whispers, questions asked through mutuals. They can't stop spying on you. Why? Because your glow blinds them. Your success feels like sunlight on their rotten skin, and instead of admitting they were wrong about you, they skulk in the dark, watching like thieves who know they'll never hold what you carry. Think about it. If you were truly nothing, if you were truly irrelevant like they once claimed, would they be checking your every move? Would they be hiding behind masks, stalking your posts, bringing your name up at parties like you're the headline news? No. The truth is, they can't resist you. They can't admit it out loud, but their obsession with you is their confession. Every secret view, every whispered question, every fake smile is proof that your light burns so bright they can't ignore it. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A moth sees a flame. It knows the fire will burn, yet it keeps circling closer, helpless, drawn against its will. That's your enemy right now. They told themselves they'd never think about you again. They swore they were done. But here they are, circling, peeking, checking, consumed by curiosity they can't control. Your light is their addiction, and their addiction is killing them slowly. And maybe the question flickers in your mind. Why don't they just come forward and admit it? Why all the sneaking? The answer is brutal but clear, because admitting their obsession means admitting their defeat. To say out loud, "I can't stop watching you," would expose the envy that's eating them alive. So they hide, thinking shadows will save their pride. But the universe sees it all, and their secrecy doesn't protect them from the truth. They're bound to your light, whether they like it or not. So let them lurk, chosen one. Let them stalk, whisper, and plot in the dark. None of it changes the fact that the universe has already crowned you. Their shadows can't touch your fire. Their gossip can't touch your growth. The more they hide, the more they prove that you are untouchable. Remember this, your light doesn't just expose your enemies, it burns them, and that's why they'll never stop watching. Number 4, the missed opportunity that haunts them. They thought they were walking away from nothing, but now they realize they walked away from everything. Chosen one, this truth haunts them more than they'll ever admit. Once upon a time, they had access to you. They had your presence, your kindness, your energy, your potential right in their hands. And what did they do? They underestimated you. They mocked you. They dismissed you as if you were replaceable. Now, their nights are filled with flashbacks, like a horror film on repeat. The moment they let you slip through their fingers. Think about it. They thought you would always be there, waiting, bending, playing small. They treated you like an option, not knowing you were the rarest chance life would ever hand them. And now, as they scroll through your life in silence, as they hear whispers of your victories, the regret claws at them. That moment when they walked away, it replays like thunder in their head. They see it over and over, the door closing, your back turning, the universe shifting you forward, without them. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A gambler sits at a table, tossing away a diamond chip because he thinks it's worthless. Years later, he learns that chip was priceless, worth more than everything else he owns. He replays the scene in his mind until it eats him alive. That's your enemy. They had you, and they lost you, and now the realization gnaws at their soul. And maybe the question rises in you. Why does it bother them so much now? Why can't they just move on? Because every win you collect is a reminder of their greatest mistake. Every glow you radiate screams, "You could have been part of this, but you chose pride instead." The universe designed it this way. Your success became their punishment. Their regret is the chain they'll never break. So let them replay it, chosen one. Let them watch their horror film on loop. You owe them nothing. Their missed opportunity is your proof of worth, and their regret is the justice of the universe. They thought they lost nothing. Now they know they lost the best thing they'll never get back. Number 5. Their tradition was your trapdoor. They called it stability, but it was really a cage with golden bars. Chosen one, this is the truth they never wanted you to see. School, marriage, debt, careers, all of it was a carefully designed hamster wheel meant to keep you running in circles, sweating for crumbs while they clapped for your obedience. They wanted you trapped, spinning endlessly, too exhausted to question why you weren't getting anywhere. But you broke the wheel. You escaped. And now, every lap they run in that same circle is a reminder that you refused to be their prisoner. Think about it. They pushed you to follow the script. Get good grades, get into debt for a degree, work yourself to death in a career that drains your soul, buy a house you can't afford, marry someone just to tick a box, and then drown in bills, obligations, and expectations until the light in your eyes dies out. That's the path they sold you. That's the trapdoor disguised as tradition. And yet, you had the courage to step aside, to say, "No, that's not my life." That refusal saved you, and it destroyed them. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. Picture a line of rats on a spinning wheel. They run faster and faster, thinking speed means progress. They're dripping with sweat, exhausted, starving, but too brainwashed to stop. Then suddenly, one rat jumps off the wheel. The rest gasp, laughing, "You'll never survive without this." But when they look back later, that one is free, eating in the open field, while they're still running, still hungry, still trapped. That's you versus them. You broke free, and now your freedom mocks their chains. And maybe the question whispers in your mind, why do they hate me for escaping? Shouldn't they be happy I'm free? The answer is brutal. Your freedom reminds them of their slavery. Your choice to walk away exposes the weakness in their choices. Every breath you take outside the cage is proof that they didn't have to stay inside, but they lacked courage, and nothing is more painful to them than realizing they trapped themselves. So walk tall, chosen one. The hamster wheel still spins, the tradition still breaks backs, and they're still running in circles. But you're free, and the universe smiles on your rebellion. Their trapdoor became their tomb, and your escape became your crown. Number 6. Toxic culture, broken systems. They drank the poison they called tradition, and now they wonder why you shine while they rot. Chosen one, this is the war you've already won. Family pressure, societal demands, fake rules dressed up as wisdom. All of it was poison passed from one hand to the next. They told you, drink this. It's what everyone does. It's how you'll be accepted, but you refused. You pushed the cup away. You let them choke on it instead. And now, look at the contrast. They sit there sick, bitter and drained, while you glow with a freedom they can't even imagine. Think about it. Their culture told them who to marry, when to have kids, where to work, how much to earn, what to buy, and even how to dream. They never owned their own lives. They were puppets dancing on strings pulled by fear and fake rules. And they mocked you for cutting your strings. They whispered, "You'll regret this. You'll fail." But where are they now? Broke, divorced, miserable, depressed, living lives they don't even enjoy. And where are you? Rising higher, freer, stronger, untouchable. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A group of people stand at a table, each holding a glass of poison. They toast to conformity, clink their glasses, and drink deep. One person refuses. They laugh at you, call you weak, call you rebellious, but hours later their bodies twist twist with pain, their faces pale, their voices crack. And you? You're the only one left standing, untouched, alive, radiant. That's your life right now. Their fake systems became their downfall, and your refusal became your power. And maybe you wonder, why can't they admit the system failed them? Why do they still defend it while suffering inside it? Because pride won't let them. To admit the culture is toxic means admitting they wasted years living a lie. To admit the rules are fake means admitting they chained themselves for nothing. So instead, they lash out at you. They gossip, they envy, they stalk, because it's easier to hate you than face their own mistakes. Chosen one, the universe is with you because you chose truth over comfort. You chose freedom over fear. And now your glow is the evidence. They can't stand it, but they can't stop it either. You refused their poison. And that refusal is why you shine while they wither. Number 7. They thought your way would fail. They laughed because they thought your path was a joke. Now every one of your wins is a nail in the coffin of their pride. Chosen one, this is the punishment the universe has prepared for them. They thought your way would fail. They swore your odd choices, your refusal to bend, your courage to walk alone would lead you to nothing. They sat back, smug and confident, waiting for your downfall. But instead of falling, you rose, and every step higher is like a hammer slamming down on their fragile egos. Think about it. They wanted you to be proof that rebellion doesn't work. They wanted to point at your life and say, see, this is why you follow the rules. But your glow stole their script. Your success tore their excuses to shreds. The very path they called wrong turned out to be your destiny. And now their laughter has dried up. Their smirks have twisted into silence. The ones who mocked you can't even look you in the eyes anymore because they know your victories make their words meaningless. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A crowd laughs at an inventor building a strange machine. They call him crazy, wasteful, doomed to fail. But then the machine roars to life, brighter, stronger, louder than anything they've ever seen. The crowd goes silent. Their laughter dies in their throats. Shame burns their faces. That's exactly what your life is doing to the people who mocked you. Your success is the invention they swore would never work. And now it's breaking them inside. And maybe you ask yourself, why can't they just admit they were wrong? Why don't they just respect my success? Because pride is a prison. To admit your way worked would mean admitting their way didn't. To honor your courage would mean facing their own cowardice. So instead, they stay silent, seething in the shadows, choking on the reality that your every achievement is proof that they were wrong about you. Chosen one, never forget this. The universe delights in flipping the script. Their laughter was temporary. Your success is eternal. So let your wins keep hammering down. With every step forward, you bury their pride deeper in the ground. They thought you would fail, but the only thing that failed was their judgment of you. Number 8, you're unrecognizable, and it terrifies them. They buried the old you, but what rose from the ashes is someone they can't recognize, and that terrifies them. Chosen one, the version of you they once dismissed, no longer exists. The soft, quiet, underestimated you they thought they had figured out is gone forever. You've evolved, transformed, leveled up in ways they never saw coming. And now when they look at you, they can't place you anymore. That mystery, that glow, that power, it eats at them every single day. They thought they had you boxed in. They believed they could predict your next step, your limits, your ceiling. but you shattered the box, burned the blueprint, and wrote your own story. The old you was their comfort zone. They liked that version because it made them feel superior. But the new you, the unstoppable, untouchable, radiant you, it shakes their spirit. They don't know how to handle it. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A snake sheds its skin and emerges gleaming, renewed, dangerous. The creatures that mocked it before don't even recognize it anymore. They freeze, afraid, whispering, "Is that really the same one?" That's you now. They stare, wondering if it's even possible you're the same soul they overlooked. And the fact that they can't figure you out makes their envy multiply. And maybe you ask, why does my transformation scare them so much? Because it exposes their stagnation. You moved forward while they stayed the same. You grew while they rotted. They stayed stuck in cycles, repeating the same mistakes while you became unrecognizable, proof that change is possible, but also proof they chose not to. Your transformation is a mirror showing them their lack of growth, and that reflection is unbearable. Chosen one, the universe elevated you for a reason. You were never meant to remain who they thought you were. You've outgrown their small expectations, and that's why they whisper, stalk, and stare. They can't figure out your new level because it doesn't match their imagination of you. And that confusion, that fear, that's your power. The old you is dead, and the new you is their worst nightmare, brilliant, bold, and beyond their reach. Number 9, detachment became your superpower. They wanted you desperate for their approval, but the day you stopped caring was the day you became untouchable. Chosen one, detachment became your superpower. The moment you stopped chasing validation, the moment you stopped fearing outcomes, everything changed. That calm inside you, the peace that comes from not needing their applause, is now the storm ripping through their illusions. They wanted you hooked on their approval like a drug, begging for scraps of acceptance. Instead, you walked away from the table, and now they can't stand the power that radiates from your independence. They thought you'd crumble without their validation. They assumed you'd bend, compromise, and shrink yourself just to belong. But you did the opposite. You cut the cord. You stopped performing for their claps. You stopped explaining yourself, stopped overthinking, stopped feeding their need to control you. And in that silence, you found strength they can't understand. That's why you look calm while they look chaotic. That's why your presence is magnetic while theirs feels heavy. Your peace is their punishment. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A puppet cuts its strings and stands tall. The puppeteer panics, pulling on cords that no longer control anything. That's your enemy right now. They keep pulling, expecting you to dance, but you don't move. You stand tall, free, sovereign. Their control is gone, and it terrifies them. And maybe you ask, why does my detachment bother them so much? Because without your reactions, they have no power. Without your chase, their pride has no fuel. They fed on your need for approval. It was their only advantage. And now that you've detached, their advantage is gone. They're powerless, and nothing is more humiliating than realizing they can't shake you anymore. Chosen one, the universe is with you because detachment is divine armor. By letting go of outcomes, you've become unstoppable. By refusing to beg for love or approval, you've become the one they can't touch. Your calm isn't weakness. It's a weapon. And every time you stay unbothered, you destroy the illusion of their control. You've turned silence into strength, and that strength is exactly why they'll never be able to defeat you. Number 10. Your life is their favorite TV show. They swore they were done with you, yet they binge-watch your life like it's their favorite series. Chosen one, this is the twisted truth. They hate you, they envy you, they gossip about you, but they can't look away. Every move you make is an episode, every win is a cliffhanger, and your glow is the show they can't stop tuning into. You've become their obsession and their torment, the story they wish was theirs, but can only watch from the sidelines. They thought cutting you off would end the chapter. They thought walking away would erase you. But the universe flipped the script. Now you're the main character, and they're the background extras. Every time you rise, it's another season they can't stop streaming. They don't clap, they don't comment, but they're locked in because your life exposes their failures. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A crowd sits in front of a screen, eyes glued, waiting for the next twist. They laugh when they expect you to fail, but then you shock them again and again. They swear they'll stop watching, but they can't. That's your enemy. You are the unpredictable plot they can't resist, and it drives them insane. And maybe you wonder, if they hate me so much, why do they keep watching? Because they're addicted to you. Their envy is a chain. Their regret is a hook. They need to know what you'll do next, because deep down, they wish it was them. Every success of yours is their punishment. Every breakthrough, your revenge. They watch because you are living proof that their story could have been different if they had courage. Chosen one, the universe made you unforgettable. That's why they can't look away, no matter how much they pretend otherwise. You are the unsolved riddle, the ongoing saga, the living reminder of what they lost. And that truth burns them every time they press play. Let them watch, let them stew, because your life is the show they'll never stop following, and it's one they'll never star in. Number 11. Your hidden talents just exploded. They thought you were harmless because you hadn't revealed your arsenal. Now your hidden talents are exploding like bombs in their backyard. Chosen one, this is the part that tears them apart the most. The skills you once overlooked, the strengths you once brushed off, have transformed into your sharpest weapons. Talents you didn't even recognize as valuable have become shields protecting you and blades slicing through their envy. Every hidden gift is now a reminder that they underestimated the wrong one. They thought you were average. They thought you were ordinary. They thought you'd always stay beneath them because they never saw the fire you carried inside. But that's the beauty of the chosen. Your power stays hidden until the universe decides it's time. And now that time has come. What you once ignored is shining. What you once held back is pouring out. And it terrifies them because they know they can't match it. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A soldier sits quietly in the shadows, underestimated by his enemies. They think he has no weapons, no chance. But when the battle starts, he opens his chest to reveal an arsenal bigger than they could dream. The enemy freezes, realizing too late they were never prepared. That's your life right now. They laughed when you were quiet, but your hidden gifts have now exploded, and it's too late for them to catch up. And maybe you wonder, why now? Why didn't these talents show earlier? Because the universe hides its greatest treasures until the chosen are ready. You weren't meant to reveal everything at once. Your delay was your advantage, because it lulled them into underestimating you. Now your gifts are unstoppable, unleashed at the perfect time, right when their defenses are weakest. Chosen one, your hidden strengths are proof that nothing about you was ever ordinary. Your gifts were seeds buried deep, waiting for the right season, and now that season has come. They explode like fireworks, dazzling the world, blinding your enemies, cutting open their envy until they bleed regret. Let them choke on their shock, because your hidden talents were never lost. They were loading, and now they've detonated. Number 12. Their losses multiply while you collect wins. They prayed for your downfall, but now every victory you collect is another gravestone for their pride. Chosen one, this is the raw truth. While they drown in losses, you are stacking wins like trophies. Their world is collapsing, their plans are crumbling, and their excuses are running dry. Meanwhile, every step you take forward, every breakthrough you achieve, is a mirror shoved in their face, showing them the failure they cannot escape. Look at them: broken relationships, failed schemes, wasted years, empty pockets. They gambled on tradition, on shortcuts, on illusions, and now they're paying the price. But you stayed steady, you stayed resilient, and now the universe is paying you back in ways they can't explain. Their losses are multiplying like debt, while your victories are compounding like interest. The gap between you and them is no longer small, it's a canyon. And every time you rise higher, the canyon widens, leaving them stranded on the other side. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A gambler keeps throwing dice, losing every coin he owns, while the person he mocked is quietly stacking gold in the corner. Each time the gambler looks over, his stomach sinks deeper, realizing he's gone broke, while the one he ridiculed now owns the entire table. That's your life right now. Their losses sting more because your wins stand right beside them. And maybe you wonder, why does my success cut them so deeply? Shouldn't they just focus on their own lives? The truth is, they can't, because your success is proof that their excuses were lies. They tell themselves the system is rigged. Nobody wins, but here you are, winning. They say it's too late to change, but here you are, evolving. They say hard work doesn't pay off, but here you are, collecting blessings one after another. Your life exposes the fraud in their words, and that exposure burns them alive. Chosen one, the universe has made you a walking scoreboard. Every win you achieve is not just for you, it's justice, it's balance. It's the universe reminding them that envy, shortcuts, and bitterness never win the long game. They're drowning in losses because they chose chains. You're stacking victories because you chose freedom. And now your wins will echo forever while their failures bury them in silence. And so, chosen one, as we step back from every truth laid out, remember this: their confusion, their envy, their regret, all of it is proof that the universe has chosen you to rise where they fall. Every win you collect is justice. Every loss they suffer is balance. Walk boldly, because you were never meant to be ordinary. And if this message struck your soul, drop the number 77 in the comments, press like, subscribe, and share this with others. Let's spread the light wider and remind every chosen soul they are unstoppable. The louder they laughed, the harder the silence hits when the feds walk in. That's the sound of justice kicking down the door, chosen one. Now imagine this for a moment. Those same people who mocked you, plotted against you, thought they had you cornered, suddenly finding themselves in a room where every word they once used against you is now being replayed, not as gossip, but as evidence. The tables didn't just turn, they flipped so violently that the entire game shut down. That's not neighborhood revenge. That's federal attention. That's the universe making sure the case is sealed so tightly even their screams can't escape. Here's the fact that burns them the most. Federal investigations don't get involved in small wins. They don't move for petty drama. They step in when the weight of the truth is so undeniable that it threatens to expose more than just individuals. It threatens the structure that protected them. And, chosen one, your victory struck on that level. It was so heavy, so unshakable, that the same system they once thought would shield them became the hammer that nailed their coffin shut. Think about that. Their arrogance wasn't just checked. It was audited, cross-examined, and stamped with case closed. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force much bigger than yourself. Now, let's come back. This isn't just about you winning, it's about the level of your win. You didn't just silence the neighborhood chatter, you silenced entire systems that were laughing at you. You hit so hard, the feds themselves had to step in and say, "That's enough. Shut it down." Do you know how rare that is? Do you know how big your impact has to be to make people whose jobs usually involve cartels, billion-dollar fraud, and organized crime turn their eyes in your direction? That's not luck. That's the universe proving a point. Your story became bigger than their lies. You became the headline they never wanted written. And here's the irony. The same people who once acted untouchable are now trapped in rooms without cameras, without exits, where every question slices through their pride like a blade. They thought they had influence. They thought they had protection. But the universe had other plans. The so-called big dogs are now caged, and their reputations are shredded in silence. It almost feels poetic, doesn't it? The same mouths that once mocked you are now whispering desperate excuses to people who couldn't care less about their stories. The same hands that signed against you are now trembling while signing confessions. The same egos that strutted in the light are now shrinking in the shadows. Chosen one, you didn't just walk away with a win. You walked away with a win so undeniable, so permanent, that justice itself stamped it closed. And let's be real, there's a psychological beauty in this. People underestimate how quickly power shifts when truth is undeniable. Research shows that federal cases have conviction rates above 90%. That's not just numbers, that's inevitability. Once the system has enough weight, there's no escape. They're not negotiating anymore. They're not scheming anymore. They're finished. That's why your enemies are panicking. Their chapter is over, while yours is just being written. So when you hear the silence now, don't mistake it for peace. It's not peace, it's the silence of fear, of reputations crumbling behind closed doors, of whispered phone calls that go unanswered. It's the silence of people who thought they'd never be touched, realizing the universe doesn't play favorites. The scales don't bend forever, and when balance strikes, it strikes hard. Chosen one, this isn't neighborhood drama. This isn't petty revenge. This is a victory so loud it echoes in places they never wanted your name to reach. This is the case they can't erase, the justice they can't escape, and the truth they can't rewrite. You won so hard, the feds had to get involved. Case closed. Justice is yours. Chosen one, before we break this down step by step, take a second to lock this moment in. Victories like yours don't come cheap. They come with pressure, with fire, with scars that only the strongest can carry. And that's exactly why you're here. Drop a comment below with the words "Case closed" if you know this message is yours. Show the world you're not just surviving, you're walking proof that justice always finds its way. And if you feel called to fuel this mission, remember, even the smallest gesture keeps this light burning strong for others who need it. Whether it's your time, your words, or your support, it all pushes this movement forward. Because, let's be real, your enemies had power. But you've got something they'll never understand: community, truth, and the universe itself moving in your favor. So stay with me until the end, because if you've come this far, it's not by accident. Every word that follows is a mirror of your journey, and I promise you, when we're done, you'll see your victory from angles you never imagined. And now, let's dive into it, step by step. Chosen one. This is where the story gets even heavier. Number 1. Your victory shattered their illusion of power. They built castles out of lies, and you turned those castles into rubble with one strike. That's the sting, chosen one. That's the gut punch they never saw coming. They strutted around as if their system was made of iron. But the moment you won, it was like dropping a sledgehammer against rotten wood. It snapped in half, exposing the termites that had been chewing it hollow all along. And the beauty of it? Your win wasn't just personal. It was a mirror held up to their entire structure, showing the world and themselves that the empire they leaned on was nothing more than a paper wall waiting for the right storm. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A building looks solid from the outside, tall and intimidating, but inside the beams are cracked, the foundation is crumbling, and the termites are eating it alive. Everyone walks by afraid, thinking it could crush them. But then one person dares to press against it, and the whole thing collapses in front of everyone. That person was you. And that collapse, that was their reality when you won so big that the feds had to step in. Your victory wasn't about scratching the surface. It was about ripping the mask off and revealing what they feared most: exposure. Here's a fact that makes this even sweeter. Federal agencies don't move unless the rot runs deep. They're not called in for neighborhood disputes or petty lies. They're called in when corruption spreads so far it risks poisoning the entire system. That's why your case pulled them in. It wasn't about pitying you. It was about realizing your win cracked open something much larger, something that could no longer be hidden under fake smiles and empty threats. The universe used your fight to shine a light into their shadows, and shadows don't survive light. You might ask, why did your win shake them so badly? Because their power was never real. It was an illusion, propped up by fear, intimidation, and secrecy. They convinced people they were untouchable. They built walls of influence, bought silence with manipulation, and threatened anyone who dared to speak. But here's the truth. Fear is not a foundation, it's quicksand. And when you stood your ground, they sank in it. You exposed that their strength existed only as long as no one dared to challenge it. The second you did, their entire foundation buckled. Think about how humiliating this must feel for them. The same system they thought would protect them turned around and investigated them. That's not just losing, that's betrayal from the very walls they thought were guarding them. The feds didn't come because they cared about protecting their pride. They came because your victory revealed corruption too big to ignore. That's like a king throwing a party in his castle, only for the ceiling to cave in while everyone's watching. No excuses, no hiding, just raw, undeniable exposure. And exposure, chosen one, cuts deeper than punishment. Prison bars can hold a body, but exposure destroys the story they told about themselves. It rips away their fake respect, their false influence, their untouchable reputation. Now, everyone sees what they really were: fragile, hollow, and dirty. They're not feared anymore. They're pitied. They're laughed at. And for people like them, that sting lasts longer than any sentence. Let's be real. This isn't just your win. It's a universal reminder that integrity always outlasts manipulation. They thrived on secrecy, on bending rules, on exploiting cracks in the system. But the moment you stood firm, those cracks split wide open. And what was inside? Rot. Nothing but rot. Your win forced the world to look at it, to smell it, to recognize that what they thought was strength was actually decay. You didn't just prove yourself right, you proved them wrong in front of everyone. Ask yourself this: if their system was so strong, why did it crumble the second you pushed back? Why did it need outside investigators to step in and hold it together? The answer is simple. It was never strong. It was smoke and mirrors. And you were the gust of wind that blew the smoke away. That's why this victory will echo for years to come. Because it wasn't just about winning your fight. It was about proving their entire structure was unsustainable. The deeper truth is, they weren't just exposed to the public. They were exposed to themselves. For the first time, they had to face the mirror without their masks. And what did they see? Not strength, not influence, but guilt, fear, weakness. They had to confront the reality that they never had power. They only had manipulation. And when manipulation was stripped away, there was nothing left. That realization is their real punishment. The feds may have closed the case, but their conscience will replay that collapse forever. Your victory showed the world something people forget. Power without integrity is a ticking time bomb. You can build it high, you can polish it to shine, but if it's rotten at the core, it will explode eventually. And when it explodes, it doesn't just take down individuals, it shakes entire systems to their core. That's what your case did. It wasn't just about you, it was about tearing down the lie they built and reminding everyone that no matter how high they climb, if the foundation is rotten, collapse is inevitable. So, Chosen One, hold this truth tight. Your win wasn't luck, it wasn't chance. It was proof that the universe always balances the scales, even when it looks impossible. You didn't just win, you ripped the curtains down, kicked the walls in, and showed the world that their power was a cardboard cutout. And the feds? They didn't just close the case, they buried the illusion. Justice didn't just whisper, it roared. And that roar will haunt your enemies forever. Number 2, the curtain fell and their fake power disintegrated. They were never kings, just clowns in borrowed crowns. That's the gut punch they're choking on now. For years they strutted around like giants, but giants built on smoke cast no real shadow. And when your case hit, it wasn't just a win, it was demolition. The whole act came crashing down, exposing what everyone should have seen all along. Their power was nothing but illusion, and illusions can't survive the light. Now imagine this, Chosen One. Picture a magician on stage, dazzling the crowd with tricks. Everyone gasps, everyone claps, but then one child in the front row shouts out, "I see the strings." In that instant, the magic dies. The crowd no longer sees power, they see cheap tricks. That's what your case did. You pulled the strings into the spotlight, and suddenly their towering image shrank to nothing more than a desperate performance. Here's a fact that makes their collapse even heavier. Most illusions only work because people agree to believe in them. Their so-called power survived because everyone was too scared, too tired, or too beaten down to question it. People assumed their reach was endless, that they had protection in every corner, that there would be no consequences. And for a long time, that lie held. But the second real accountability walked into the room, the spell broke. The audience stopped clapping, the mask slipped, and the giants were nothing more than actors caught without a script. Power built on fear is like glass, strong only until the first rock gets thrown. And chosen one, you were that rock. They leaned on intimidation, threats and manipulation as if those were real bricks of strength. But intimidation is hollow. It has no weight when truth arrives. The second you pressed back, their glass castle shattered into 1,000 pieces. And here's the bitter truth. They weren't just exposed to the world, they were exposed to themselves. For the first time, they had to look in the mirror and realize they had no real strength, no true foundation. Without their tricks, they were small. You might wonder, why does their downfall matter so much? Because illusions aren't just lies, they're cages. People lived under their shadow, afraid to breathe wrong, believing that resistance was impossible. Your case didn't just prove them weak, it freed others who were trapped by their performance. Imagine standing in front of a wall that everyone says is impenetrable. Then you push it with one hand, and it topples like cardboard. Suddenly, everyone realizes the wall was never real. That's what you did. Your win tore down the false walls, and now no one can pretend they were strong again. Arrogance makes cowards look tall until truth cuts them down to size. For years, they even believed their own act. That's the twisted part. They rehearsed their performance so long that they forgot it was a performance. They wore their masks so tightly that they convinced themselves the mask was their real face. But when your victory arrived, it ripped the mask clean off. And the exposure sliced deeper than any punishment because it forced them to confront the emptiness inside. Think about this. What happens to people who only know how to manipulate when manipulation fails? What happens to those who only know how to threaten when fear no longer works? They crumble. That's why their downfall was so pathetic. They weren't warriors stripped of weapons. They were children caught playing dress-up. And once the curtain fell, everyone saw them for what they were: weak, desperate, and terrified. Now imagine this: chosen one. A lion painted on a wall might scare people walking by, until one day someone touches it and realizes it's just paint, not flesh. That's what your case revealed. Their power had no bite, no roar, no teeth. It was just paint on the wall of people's imagination. Once the paint faded, so did their image. And there's no repainting it now, because truth doesn't allow illusions to rebuild once they're destroyed. Here's another sting that keeps them awake at night. People who once bowed to them now laugh at them. Fear turned to ridicule, respect turned to pity, and humiliation cuts deeper than any sentence. They can't go back to the image they worked so hard to protect. Once the curtain is ripped down, it can't be hung back up. That's why your victory wasn't just justice, it was permanent destruction of their reputation. They'll spend the rest of their days trying to convince people they still matter, but everyone knows the truth now. Illusion dissolves where reality stands tall. And chosen one, your case was reality at its strongest. It proved what real strength looks like. Not manipulation, not fear, but truth under pressure. They failed that test miserably. Every lie they stacked, every trick they rehearsed, every false layer of power, they all collapsed once the weight of your truth stacked against them. Illusion crumbles under pressure. Reality doesn't break. That's why you stand tall now, and they're crawling in the ruins of their own lies. And here's the irony. They'll never stop replaying this collapse in their minds, because it wasn't just exposure in public, it was exposure in private. They now know the truth of who they are, and they can't escape it. Even if they manage to fool a few people again, they'll never fool themselves. They've seen the strings, they've seen the hollow core, and once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. So, Chosen One, remember this. Your case didn't just bring justice, it shattered an empire built on smoke. It reminded everyone that power without truth is temporary, fragile, doomed. They strutted like giants. But your win showed them as they really are, clowns in crowns, puppets tangled in their own strings, shadows running from the light. And the universe itself stamped the verdict. Case closed, illusion demolished, justice yours. Number 3, your existence became the evidence that buried them. They wanted you erased, but your survival became the loudest receipt. That's the sting that keeps them awake, Chosen One. Every scar they left, every night they thought you wouldn't make it, every silence they mistook for defeat. It all turned into evidence, solid and undeniable. What they mocked as weakness became the weapon that ripped through their lies. Your survival wasn't quiet. It roared so loud that even federal ears had no choice but to listen. Now imagine this, a crime scene wiped clean, every fingerprint scrubbed, every trace hidden. The culprits walk away smug, convinced they've beaten the system. But then, standing in the doorway, is the one thing they can't erase. You, alive. Your very presence was the bloodstain they couldn't bleach, the footprint they couldn't cover. You didn't just survive, you became the crime scene itself, walking into every room as living proof of what they had done. Here's a fact they'll never escape. Survival is evidence that can't be forged. Documents can be shredded, witnesses can be bribed, reports can be doctored, but your heartbeat, your persistence, untouchable. Every day you refused to disappear was another sworn statement against them, one no lawyer could cross-examine away. That's why the feds paid attention. They weren't just looking at paper, they were looking at you, Chosen One, and your existence said everything they tried to bury. You might ask, why was survival so powerful? Because it flipped their whole narrative. They wanted to call you broken, ruined, silenced, but the longer you stood, the more obvious it became that you were unbreakable. Your presence alone shattered their defense. It proved that what happened wasn't exaggeration, wasn't rumor, it was real and it was brutal. And here's the cruel twist for them. The very thing they thought proved their control. The fact that you were still alive ended up proving the opposite. It proved they failed. Survival is the testimony no court can dismiss. Every time you walked in, you brought the receipts with you, in your scars, in your story, in your refusal to bow. That's why their empire fell apart. Because when survival speaks, it speaks louder than any expert, louder than any witness, louder than the liars trying to rewrite history. You became the living contradiction to every lie they told, and no jury, no system, no investigator could look away. And here's the sharpest cut. They can't erase you, so the system erased them. That's the irony that will haunt them forever, that your survival wasn't just resistance, it was the very evidence that closed the case and buried their illusion of power for good. Number 4, justice couldn't function without you holding the line. The system wasn't protecting you, it was collapsing until you forced it to stand up straight. That's the sting they can't ignore. Chosen one, justice didn't just side with you, it depended on you. For years, the machine of law creaked along, clogged with corruption, weighed down by compromise, bending for those who knew how to twist it. But when your fight came crashing into its gears, it was forced to turn in the direction it was always meant to go. You weren't just a case, you were the pressure point that made justice do its job. Now imagine this, a massive clock tower, its gears rusting, its hands stuck, while everyone on the street assumes it's still keeping time. The system looked the same, majestic, official, unshakable. But inside, shortcuts, blind eyes, and corruption had jammed the gears. Then came your fight, sharp as a hammer. With every strike, you knocked loose the rust, forced the gears to move, and made the clock tick again. That's what your persistence did. You didn't just win, you repaired what was broken. Here's the truth no one likes to admit. Justice on paper means nothing without people willing to stand in the fire for it. Laws exist, rules exist, but if no one pushes, they sit idle. Your survival, your receipts, your unshakable refusal to bend became the push the system needed. Without you, the gaps would have stayed hidden, the corruption would have spread deeper, and those who hurt you would still be walking free, laughing in the shadows. You weren't just another name on the docket. You became the spine the system had lost. Real justice doesn't beg to exist. It demands someone strong enough to pull it into the light. That's why your presence in that fight mattered so much. Every objection they raised, every lie they tried to slip through only backfired, making your role more essential. The system couldn't ignore you without crumbling completely. You became the proof that it still had a pulse. You were the test, and without passing it, the courts themselves would have been guilty of moral collapse. And that's why this victory runs deeper than your own survival. It wasn't just your name being cleared, it was the integrity of the entire process being restored. Justice didn't just side with you, it needed you. Because without your persistence, accountability would have remained negotiable, and the scales would have tipped forever in the wrong direction. Instead, you forced them to balance. You reminded them of their purpose. You dragged truth back into the courtroom. And in doing so, you didn't just win, you rebuilt what they tried to destroy. Number 5. They weren't taken down by whispers, they were crushed by receipts. Rumors sting for a day, but receipts bury for a lifetime. That's the wound they'll never recover from, chosen one. For years they thrived on gossip, manipulation, and half-truths. They thought if they controlled the whispers, they could control the world. But whispers are fragile. They vanish with the wind. What doesn't vanish is evidence. And when the receipts surfaced, their entire facade collapsed like a tower of cards caught in a storm. Now imagine this, a castle built not on stone, but on fog. From a distance, it looks solid, intimidating. People point and say, "Look at their power." But when the sunlight hits, the fog dissolves, and nothing remains. That's what happened when your case dragged the receipts into the open. Every document, every email, every record, like rays of truth slicing through their fog, revealed the hollow structure they'd been hiding behind. Their fortress of gossip turned out to be nothing more than mist, evaporated by the heat of reality. Here's a fact they can't deny. Rumors can be argued, but proof cannot. Every screenshot, every testimony, every record stacked one after the other until the weight became unbearable. That's why their reputation didn't just wobble, it imploded. They had built their image on perception, but perception collapses under the gravity of truth, and truth showed up armed with receipts. The very tools they used to spin lies became the shackles that chained them to reality. That's the irony that cuts deepest. The same messages they sent, the same words they spoke, the same manipulations they thought no one would catch, those became the very evidence that dismantled them. They tried to weaponize stories, but it was their own history that became the blade against their throat. And you might ask, why did it have to be receipts that finished them? Because receipts are unarguable. Rumors fade, opinions shift, but cold, undeniable facts cut through every excuse. The system couldn't look away. The people watching couldn't dismiss it. Their downfall wasn't about perception anymore. It was about undeniable reality, and reality doesn't negotiate. So, chosen one, remember this. Their reputation didn't crumble because someone whispered against them. It shattered because the receipts screamed louder than their lies. Every page of proof was a hammer pounding their false image into dust. They weren't undone by rumor. They were buried under the weight of their own truth, exposed for all to see, with no way back. Number 6. Your fight became the mirror that exposed every hidden predator. They thought the shadows would protect them until your case turned the shadows into a spotlight. That's the wound that never closes for them, chosen one. Your battle didn't just close one case, it cracked open an entire world of hidden predators who had been thriving in silence. Suddenly, every manipulator, every abuser, every backroom exploiter had to look in the mirror of your victory and ask, what if I'm next? And that fear, that's justice stretching its reach. Now imagine this, a crowded room where predators move freely because the lights are dim. They laugh, they plot, they feel invincible in the dark. Then one person flips on the switch and instantly every face is exposed. People freeze, secrets spill, the comfort of shadows evaporates. That's what your case did. You weren't just defending yourself, you dragged the whole environment into the light, forcing every hidden face to confront the fact that they can be seen. Here's the fact that shakes them. Predators only thrive when they believe invisibility is guaranteed. But invisibility dies the moment someone refuses to stay silent. Your survival, your courage, your receipts became a permanent reminder that the universe always has someone willing to fight back. And when one person refuses to bow, it becomes a signal for others to stand. That's why your case was bigger than your name. It was a warning shot fired into every shadow. Predators are powerful only until they're seen, then they shrink to the size of their lies. That's what happened here. Every enabler, every cover-up artist, every silent witness who thought they'd never be questioned suddenly felt the ripple. They weren't just watching your case, they were watching themselves on trial in advance. And the truth is, that ripple didn't stop at the courtroom doors. It traveled outward, into boardrooms, into back offices, into homes where secrets had been kept for years. You didn't just win, you created an atmosphere where accountability is no longer optional. And you might ask, why does this matter? Because predators build their power on repetition. They rely on the idea that no one will ever challenge them, that silence will protect them forever. Your case shattered that cycle. It proved silence can break, and when it does, it's louder than any scream. Suddenly, their untouchable status dissolved. They saw how quickly power could flip, how quickly a hidden act could become federal evidence, and how rapidly lies could collapse under exposure. So, chosen one, understand this. Your victory wasn't just about justice for you. It was a mirror shoved in the face of every predator hiding in the dark. You forced them to see themselves, trembling, exposed, and vulnerable. And the lesson is eternal. The world is watching, the shadows are no longer safe, and justice, once summoned, spares no one. Number 7. The fall of their image was a life sentence they can't escape. Prison ends with release, but humiliation is a sentence with no parole. That's what cuts them the deepest, chosen one. They could have survived prison time. They could have paid fines. They could have even endured restrictions. But what they couldn't survive was the collapse of their image, the slow, suffocating destruction of the false aura they had built around themselves for years. They lived for perception, thrived on intimidation, and worshipped influence. And you took all of that away in one crushing blow. Now imagine this. A king thrown into a dungeon still believes he's a king. But a king stripped of his crown in front of his people, that man never rules again. That's exactly what your victory did. You didn't just lock them up. You ripped the crown off their head in front of the world. The illusion of invincibility shattered, and with it, their only true weapon, the belief that they were untouchable. Here's the truth that makes this punishment unbearable for them. Prison is temporary. Reputations once destroyed are eternal. Every person who once bowed, feared, or praised them now looks with contempt. Every handshake feels empty. Every room they enter buzzes with whispers they can't silence. They're haunted not by walls or bars, but by the looks of people who know the truth. Their punishment is psychological, not physical, and that's why it hurts more than confinement ever could. The world can forgive mistakes, but it never forgets exposure. That's the chain they carry now. Their arrogance has been replaced by desperation. Their swagger has turned into shame. And the cruelest part? They can't manipulate their way out of it anymore. Their power relied on image, and once that image dissolved, so did their ability to control. You might ask, why does public exposure sting more than prison? Because exposure destroys the story they told about themselves. It rewrites their legacy in ink that never fades. Bars can eventually open, but reputations don't regenerate. They'll be remembered not as leaders, not as untouchables, but as frauds who were dragged into the light and stripped bare. That humiliation is the real life sentence, one your victory delivered with precision. So, chosen one, know this. Your win didn't just punish them. It ruined what they valued most. They feared losing power more than losing freedom. And in the end, you didn't just defeat them, you rewrote their identity, branding them forever as the cautionary tale they swore they'd never become. Number 8. You shattered the pact of silence they hid behind. Silence protects predators until truth rips the gag out of its mouth. That's the scar your enemies will carry forever, chosen one. For years they thrived, not just because of their own lies, but because of the silence of everyone around them. Neighbors who looked away, colleagues who pretended not to hear, friends who knew but said nothing. That silence wasn't innocent. It was a contract, an unspoken deal that traded comfort for complicity. And they counted on it lasting forever. But your case ripped that contract to pieces, and once it was broken, there was no going back. Now imagine this, a room filled with people who all know a secret, but no one dares to speak. The air is heavy, suffocating but stable, until one voice finally breaks through the silence. Suddenly, the room shifts. Eyes drop, faces pale. The comfort of denial shatters, and the truth spills out like floodwater. That was your role. You didn't just speak, you made silence itself collapse. Here's the truth they never wanted to face. Silence is never neutral. It's fuel for corruption, a shield for abusers, and a prison for victims. But the moment you refused to play along, silence lost its power. Your courage forced witnesses, allies, and even passive onlookers to confront themselves. Could they keep quiet now, knowing the truth was exposed? Could they live with the guilt of enabling? The answer was no. Your fight turned their silence into testimony, their fear into acknowledgement, their complicity into evidence. The loudest sound in a courtroom is often the silence that finally breaks. And chosen one, you forced that break. Every corroboration, every confession, every piece of acknowledgement stacked onto your truth until the walls of denial crumbled. You didn't just win a case, you detonated the foundation that made their corruption possible. And here's the psychological dagger. Once silence is broken, it never comes back the same. People who once hid in shadows now live with the weight of what they allowed. They can't unhear the truth. They can't unsee what was exposed. And that guilt, that awareness, burns far longer than fear ever did. Your victory wasn't just about punishing them, it was about dismantling the ecosystem that protected them. You proved a brutal fact. Silence only rules when it's unchallenged. The second someone dares to reject it, the illusion disintegrates. You didn't just reject it, you obliterated it, and in doing so, you set a standard that silence has limits, and those limits will always be shattered by truth. Number 9. Their collapse was more than a verdict. It was total soul bankruptcy. A prison term ends, but a bankrupt spirit never recovers. That's the wound your enemies can't patch, chosen one. Their downfall wasn't just about courtrooms, sentences, or fines. It was the complete evaporation of whatever essence they once had. For years, they spent their energy like reckless gamblers, trading truth for lies, selling integrity for control, burning through trust like it was infinite. And when the bill came due, they had nothing left to pay with. That wasn't just legal defeat. That was spiritual bankruptcy, an emptiness that no appeal can overturn. Now imagine this, a merchant with glittering stalls, selling false gold to the crowd. He grows rich, adored, feared even. But every piece he sells chips away at his real wealth. One day, the crowd finally tests the gold and finds it fake. In that instant, his coins, his power, his status, they're worthless. He isn't just broke financially, he's exposed as hollow. That was them. Your victory was the test that revealed their gold-plated lies, and the world saw that the vault was empty all along. Here's the truth that burns deeper than bars. Power isn't just about money or titles. It's about credibility, integrity, and unseen weight. They traded all of that for manipulation and fear. They thought they were clever, untouchable, eternal. But every lie drained them. Every deception hollowed them out. By the time the gavel struck, they were already shells. The legal sentence was just confirmation of what the universe had written long before. They had bankrupted their very essence. When you sell your soul for control, the debt always comes due, with interest. That's why their collapse resonates beyond headlines. The system punished them legally, but the deeper punishment was exposure of their emptiness. No trust left. No moral weight, no credibility. People don't just see them as criminals, they see them as nothing. That's a collapse prison walls can't contain because it follows them everywhere. You might wonder, could they rebuild? Could they claw back power? The answer is no. Money can be re-earned, status can be faked. But once people see the emptiness at your core, there's no disguising it again. They're spiritually bankrupt, forever overdrawn in the one currency that matters. Your victory made sure the world saw it, and that exposure is permanent. So, chosen one, understand this. Your triumph wasn't just about law. It was about balance. The universe cashed the debt they'd been dodging for years, and it left them stripped, hollow, and irreversibly ruined. They weren't just defeated, they were declared bankrupt in the only court that truly matters, the court of truth. And that's a sentence they'll never escape. Number 10. You turned corruption into a coward before its own reflection. The monster they fed for years finally saw itself in the mirror, and it flinched. That's the scar you carved into them, chosen one. For decades, corruption thrived on shadows. It grew fat on silence, bold on secrecy, and smug on the belief that no light could ever reach it. But your fight forced that monster to look at its own face, and what it saw wasn't dominance. It was fear, fragility, and the undeniable truth that it could be destroyed the same way you destroyed them. Now imagine this. A thief who's always walked through crowds unnoticed suddenly sees his face plastered across every wall. Every step he takes, he wonders who's watching, who's whispering, who's ready to point. That's what your victory did. It turned their comfort into paranoia. The same people who once moved confidently in the dark now stumble in fear of their own reflection, because the mirror you raised doesn't go away. Here's the brutal fact. They weren't afraid of punishment as much as they were afraid of exposure. Punishment is the aftermath. Exposure is the death of their illusion. And when your case dragged truth into the open, it wasn't just the guilty who trembled, it was everyone tied to the same web of corruption. They saw themselves in your fight, and for the first time, they had to ask, what if I'm next? Corruption thrives on certainty. You killed its certainty with doubt. That's the disruption you unleashed. Before you, they moved with the assurance that no one would dare challenge them. After you, every deal, every lie, every manipulation felt like a risk. You didn't just win, you cracked the ecosystem that kept them comfortable. They began to second guess, to hesitate, to stumble, and hesitation is death for corruption. And you might ask, why does this matter beyond your case? Because corruption is a machine. It needs momentum, it needs complacency, it needs silence to survive. You broke all three. Your persistence stopped its wheels. Your courage shattered its silence, and your victory proved that even the untouchable can be dragged into the light. That mirror you raised now hangs over them all, reflecting back their own fragility, their own cowardice, their own inevitable collapse. So, chosen one, know this. Your win wasn't just a verdict, it was a warning. You didn't just hold them accountable, you reshaped the landscape itself. Corruption now trembles at its own shadow, afraid of the day your mirror swings back its way. And the beauty of it, that fear doesn't fade. It lingers, it festers, it spreads. You made corruption afraid of itself, and that is a legacy no system can erase. Number 11. Justice didn't creep in. It thundered through the walls. They thought justice was asleep until it woke up roaring louder than their lies. That's the bruise they'll never recover from. Chosen one. People like to complain that the system is too slow, that justice drags while predators keep moving unchecked. But your case proved something far more devastating. The silence wasn't weakness, it was build-up. Every delay was pressure. Every obstacle was fuel. And when the hammer finally dropped, it didn't just strike. It exploded like thunder, rattling the halls where corruption once felt safe. Now imagine this, a storm gathering over days, clouds thickening, winds rising. People laugh at it, thinking it's just weather, nothing serious. Then, without warning, lightning splits the sky and thunder shakes the ground beneath their feet. That's how justice arrived for them. Not late, not weak, but loud enough to make even the most arrogant flinch. Your victory was that storm, the strike that silenced years of whispers in one earth-shattering moment. Here's the fact they can't spin. Justice doesn't have to be fast to be effective. It has to be precise. And your case hit with surgical accuracy. The timing wasn't random. It was perfect. Every lie they leaned on, every delay they celebrated, every whisper they thought protected them, obliterated the second truth hit the table. That loudness wasn't metaphorical. It was documented proof, public records, headlines that echoed far beyond their reach. No corner was quiet enough to hide from the blast of your win. Justice is feared most when it's silent before the strike, and that's why they're broken now. They thought the quiet meant safety. They mistook patience for weakness, but the system wasn't failing. It was sharpening the blade. And when it swung, it cut clean through their defenses. They weren't just exposed, they were humiliated by the sound of their collapse, reverberating through every circle that once thought they were untouchable. And you might ask, why does the loudness matter? Because silence can be ignored, but thunder forces acknowledgement. People felt your victory. They didn't just read it in documents, they heard it in conversations, saw it in news feeds, felt it in their bones. That resonance wasn't just for you. It was a warning shot to every onlooker, every enabler, every future offender. Justice may take its time, but when it arrives louder than anything you can hide behind. So, Chosen One, let this truth sink in. Your triumph didn't whisper. It roared. It didn't just end a case, it rewrote expectations. Justice didn't crawl to you, it stampeded, explosive and undeniable, leaving their empire in ruins and their legacy drowned out by the thunder of your win. Number 12. You didn't just win a case, you rewired the course of history. Some victories fade into court archives. Yours carved itself into the spine of history. That's the weight of what you accomplished, Chosen One. This wasn't about walking out of a courtroom with a verdict stamped in your favor. It wasn't about a single moment of justice. What you did detonated far beyond four walls. It redrew the map of what's possible when truth refuses to be buried. Now imagine this. A single stone hurled into a still lake. The ripples don't stop at the point of impact. They spread, touching shores you can't even see. Your case was that stone. The shockwaves reached systems, institutions, communities, and individuals who thought they could forever swim in silence. You made sure no corner stayed untouched. What once felt like business as usual was destroyed because your victory proved corruption can't hide behind tradition, silence, or intimidation forever. Here's the fact that makes this monumental. History doesn't remember whispers, it remembers ruptures, and you ruptured a system that had grown too comfortable. By tearing the veil off manipulation and abuse, you didn't just close a case, you forced a cultural correction. The way people view accountability has been rewritten because of you. No predator, no manipulator, no corrupt player can operate with the same ease again, because your fight left a scar on the narrative itself. Precedent is the shadow of courage. It follows long after the fight is done. That's what you created. Your courage became a legal and cultural landmark, something others will lean on when they demand justice. You left behind more than evidence. You left behind a framework, a living reminder that silence, fear, and influence are brittle when truth stands unbroken. And you might wonder, why does this matter for those beyond your story? Because history is a teacher, and your case became the lesson. Institutions that once turned a blind eye now know the cost of negligence. Communities that once cowered in silence now understand the power of standing up. Even individuals who once thought themselves immune now live with the awareness that exposure is always one step away. Chosen one, you didn't just win for yourself, you shifted the balance for everyone who comes after. You drew a line that can't be erased. You forced accountability to become louder than corruption. You turned your struggle into a permanent marker in history's timeline, one that says, truth always recalibrates the system. So understand this, your victory didn't just close a chapter, it rewrote the entire book, and every page that follows carries the weight of what you proved, that no lie lasts forever, no predator escapes forever, and no system stays broken when someone dares to fight until the end. Number 13. They weren't just crushed, they were carved into the record forever. Defeat can fade. Documentation is eternal. That's the dagger they'll never pull out, chosen one. They thought losing to you would be a temporary bruise, something they could spin, bury, or outlive. But your victory didn't just end them, it etched their downfall into stone. Every lie they told, every manipulation they ran, every abuse they thought would vanish into whispers has now been preserved in black and white. Their shame isn't just personal, it's public, permanent, and undeniable. Now imagine this, a tyrant trying to rewrite history, burning scrolls, silencing witnesses, destroying evidence. But somewhere, carved into unbreakable stone, the truth remains. No fire can erase it. No bribe can cover it. No lie can overwrite it. That's what your case became. The official record, the rulings, the evidence, the testimony turned their defeat into an immortal scar. Anyone, years from now, who looks back will see their name chained to corruption, abuse, and failure. That's not just defeat, that's eternal humiliation. Here's the fact that terrifies them most. Power can be rebuilt, reputations can sometimes be patched, but records never die. Public records don't forget. They sit there, silent and immovable, testifying long after the courtroom is empty. And now, every time their name is spoken, it drags behind it a trail of documented shame. They're no longer remembered as powerful, untouchable, or respected. They're remembered as frauds, manipulators, and predators whose crimes were carved into history. A lie can dance for a season, but a record stands for eternity. That's why their legacy is finished. No apology, no spin campaign, no act of desperation can erase what you forced into the light. They can try to distract, to move on, to rebuild, but the trail is there, and it points straight at them. And worse, it points to their failure against you. Chosen one, understand the scale of this. You didn't just win a battle, you left behind a monument. Defeat could have been forgotten, but documentation immortalized it. You didn't just silence them in the moment, you guaranteed that their names will forever carry the weight of their crimes. You turned their ending into a permanent record, a warning, and a stain that no amount of power will ever bleach away. Their downfall isn't just history, it's history written in permanent ink. And you, Chosen One, are the author who made sure it can never be erased. Chosen One, what you've just heard isn't just a story. It's your proof that victory is real, lasting and louder than every lie told against you. Remember, they weren't just defeated, they were documented, and history will never forget who truly won. If this message hit your spirit, press that like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this family, make sure to subscribe right now. Together, we spread truth wider, louder, and stronger than ever. Thank you for standing here with us. You are proof that justice always finds its way home. Lies can travel fast, Chosen One, but the truth walks in like a hammer, and when it lands, the silence that follows is deafening. That's what your enemies are choking on right now. For so long, they built their little empire of whispers, their theater of lies, hoping to paint you as something you never were. But now, the stage is empty, the curtain has dropped, and the crowd has turned their backs. The person who once stood at the center, orchestrating this circus against you, is left sitting alone, powerless, with no audience to clap for them. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen One, a snake that used to hiss loudly in the grass, suddenly gets its mouth sewn shut. It writhes, it twists, but the silence is louder than the sound ever was. That's what's happening right now. Your enemies can't speak, and that silence is their punishment. And here's the fact that proves you were always right. The universe has a way of keeping records that people forget exist. Every insult, every rumor, every attack against you has been written down, and the bill is now due. The law, whether human law, universal law, or the weight of truth itself, has spoken, and they've been ordered to shut their mouths. Not suggested, not warned, legally commanded to keep your name out of their mouths. The same people who used to shout the loudest about you can't even whisper without someone looking over their shoulder. That's not a coincidence. That's cause and effect, Chosen One. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here right now. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light and expose the darkness. And thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force, a living reminder that truth always survives the storm. Now let's come back to what's unfolding. This is bigger than one person's downfall. What you're seeing is an entire community being forced into silence because their lies can no longer survive in daylight. Think about that. The same voices that once bullied, gossiped, and attacked you are now nothing more than echoes in empty rooms. They've been abandoned, not because they've suddenly grown quiet out of guilt, but because they've been cornered by consequences they didn't see coming. Lawyers, rulings, the weight of exposure, it all came down like a hammer, and they had no shield. The most satisfying part, they have to sit and watch you thrive. They have to see your cup overflow while theirs runs bone dry. They see you smiling. They see you at peace. They see you stepping into opportunities they once swore you'd never get. And they can't say a single word to stop it. They despise it. They choke on it. But the silence is enforced. It's like watching someone stand at the window of a restaurant, starving, while you feast inside, unable to open the door or even knock. That's what it feels like for them right now. Chosen One, understand what this moment really means. The truth is no longer hiding in the shadows. The lies collapsed under their own weight. The ringleader, who thought they had an army, has been left alone, while everyone else scattered like roaches when the lights came on. The power they thought they had is gone, because real power never belonged to them. It was always an illusion, propped up by fear and manipulation. Now that illusion is shattered and the reality is plain for everyone to see. And here's what you need to hold on to. This isn't just revenge. This isn't just karma. It's proof that when you stand firm in who you are, the universe itself will rearrange things to protect you. The fact that someone has been ordered by law to erase your name from their mouth is the clearest confirmation that you were never the problem. The problem was always them. They thought they could rewrite your story, but the pen has been ripped from their hands. So watch closely, chosen one. This isn't the end, it's just the beginning. Their silence is not just the absence of words, it's the sound of their power being drained away. And your voice, your presence, it's louder than ever because the universe has made sure the truth has the last word. And chosen one, before we go any further, I want you to really sit with what's happening right now. An entire community that once cheered against you has been forced into silence, and that silence is proof of your strength. If you're feeling this message in your chest, drop a comment below with the word silent, because that's exactly what your enemies have been reduced to. And if you'd like to show love to the team behind this message, consider hitting that super thanks. Every little bit, whether it's a single coin or more, fuels the mission of bringing these truths to light. It keeps this fire alive for all the chosen ones walking this same path. Your support reminds us that this is bigger than just words. It's about exposing lies and making sure truth is heard everywhere. And now, let's dive into it step by step, because if you are truly chosen, you will feel the pull to stay until the very end. This story isn't just about them losing, it's about you stepping fully into the power they tried so hard to take away. Let's get started. Number 1. The puppet master left dangling. Every empire of lies collapses from within, and when it does, the king of the circus is always the first to be abandoned. That's exactly what has happened here, chosen one. The so-called leader, the mastermind, the one who thought they could rally an entire community to rise against you, now sits completely alone. They built themselves up as the puppet master, pulling strings, whispering poison into people's ears, and convincing others to join their crusade against you. But here's the gut punch. The very same crowd they hyped up is now scattering like dust in the wind, leaving their leader stranded, powerless, and humiliated. This is the part they never thought about. When you build your army on lies, fear, and manipulation, loyalty doesn't exist. The moment things get risky, people look out for themselves. And that's what happened here. The community they thought would stand by them forever took one look at the legal consequences, the undeniable truth closing in, and said, not worth it. They dropped the ringleader like a hot coal, forcing them to stumble forward, all alone. Imagine a general walking into battle, raising their sword, and realizing every soldier has deserted. That's where this person stands today, leading no one, commanding nothing, left to fight ghosts that don't even care anymore. Now imagine this, chosen one, a spider weaving a web so big and intricate that it believes it can trap anything. But when the storm comes, the web isn't strong enough to survive. It tears apart, and the spider is left dangling, clinging desperately to broken threads. That spider is your enemy right now. They wanted to weave a net around you, but in doing so, they exposed their own patterns, their own footprints, their own fingerprints. Every group chat, every late-night meeting, every whispered strategy was logged. They thought they were the prosecutors, but in reality, they were building the case against themselves. And here's the truth that should satisfy your spirit. They never imagined the universe was watching this closely. They underestimated how energy works, how every action leaves a trace, how every scheme writes its own confession. They thought they were so clever, but they've been caught in their own web. The prosecution didn't have to lift a finger. The enemies did all the work themselves. Every conversation they had became evidence. Every smear campaign became documentation. Every plan to destroy you became a recorded confession of their own destruction. But you might ask yourself, chosen one, why do they look so isolated now? Why does the leader stand in the middle of a crowd that no longer exists? The answer is simple. They've been exposed. When people realized the risk of following this person, they vanished. Fear of consequences is stronger than fake loyalty. It's like rats fleeing a sinking ship, each one saving themselves while the captain screams orders no one listens to. That's the beauty of truth. It strips away illusion, leaving only what's real. And what's real is this: the leader is alone, embarrassed and abandoned. The same tongue that once shouted your name with venom is now silent, trembling, because every word they spoke has become evidence against them. Their followers don't want to be dragged down into the quicksand, so they've turned their backs. The circus master is standing in an empty tent, calling for a performance no one will attend. Can you picture the humiliation? Can you feel the silence pressing down on them like 1,000 pounds? That's the weight of consequences, chosen one. That's the universe showing you that lies never outlive truth. Here's a quote to remember: "Those who plot against you build their own gallows." This ringleader thought they were building a stage to destroy you, but instead they built the stage for their own downfall. They believed the applause would never stop, that their supporters would cheer them on forever. But applause doesn't last when the lights go out. And now the lights have gone out. The silence is deafening, and they are choking on it. Chosen one, take this moment as proof of your strength. This entire scenario unfolded because you didn't crumble under their attacks. You didn't give them the satisfaction of watching you break. Instead, you stood firm, and the universe handled the rest. That's why you need to understand the power of silence. While they screamed, you stayed steady. While they plotted, you focused. And now, their silence is forced, and your presence is louder than ever. That's not coincidence. That's the universe rewarding resilience. Think about how poetic this is. They tried to isolate you, but now they are the ones standing in isolation. They tried to make you the villain, but now they're branded with the guilt they tried to throw on you. They tried to rally others against you, but now they can't rally a single soul to stand with them. This is the reversal, the flip, the moment where the truth shows its face and burns away all the lies. And don't forget, chosen one, isolation is punishment for those who thrive on manipulation. A bully without a crowd is powerless. A leader without followers is a fool. And that's what your enemy has become. A fool shouting into the void, hearing only their own echo bounce back. They are left to replay their mistakes over and over, drowning in regret, realizing too late that their downfall was self-made. So let this fuel you. Let it remind you that no matter how many people once stood against you, it was always an illusion. Their power was only borrowed, and now it's been repossessed. You stand here stronger, freer, untouchable, while they sit in the ruins of their own lies. That is justice. That is balance. And that is why you must never, ever doubt yourself again. Number 2. Their smear campaign became their coffin. Defamation is the weapon of the weak. It cuts deep for a moment, but it always ricochets back and pierces the one who fired it. That's exactly what's happening here, chosen one. The so-called enemies who thought they could bury you under lies are now the ones suffocating under the dirt they shoveled. They believed if they shouted loud enough, people would believe their story. They believed if they threw enough mud, some of it would stick. But here's the gut punch. All that mud dried on their own hands, and now everyone can see how filthy they really are. This isn't gossip dressed up as concern. This isn't whispers disguised as prayer requests or just checking in. No, this is defamation in its truest, rawest legal sense, documented, undeniable, and punishable. Imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a thief breaking into a house with no mask on, leaving their fingerprints everywhere, and then crying when the police knock at their door. That's what your enemies did. They orchestrated smear campaigns, spread lies with confidence, and never once imagined those lies would be filed, documented, and used against them. Now they're standing in shock, pretending it's unfair that consequences finally showed up. Here's a quote you need to hold on to. "The truth doesn't need an army, lies always do." Think about it. Lies require coordination, meetings, manipulation, and endless energy to keep the story alive. That's what they did. They built group chats, secret conversations, and hidden agendas just to try to destroy you. But the truth stood alone. It didn't need backup. It didn't need rehearsed scripts. It simply waited, silent and patient, until their lies collapsed under their own weight. You might be asking yourself, why would someone go this far? Why would they risk their reputation, their connections, even legal trouble, just to smear you? The answer is simple: insecurity. They were never competing with you, chosen one. They were competing with the image of you that existed in their head, the projection of who they thought you were. They built a false enemy and then fought that phantom like fools. And now they're realizing the harsh truth. You were never in competition with them. You were living your life, minding your own path, while they wasted their entire existence trying to outshine a light that wasn't even aimed at them. Imagine this: a runner showing up to a race alone, sprinting at full speed, panting, sweating, exhausting themselves while you never even signed up for the race. That's your enemies. They spent months, maybe years, trying to beat you in a competition you didn't even know existed. And when they crossed the finish line, what did they find? No crowd, no medals, no victory, just embarrassment. Their efforts were wasted, and their obsession became public evidence of how much you lived rent-free in their minds. Here's another quote that hits them square in the chest. "Those who try to bury others with lies always forget. The truth is a seed." They tried to bury your name under dirt, under rumors, under half-truths and exaggerations. But instead of burying you, they planted you. And while they choke on their own gossip, you are sprouting, growing and shining where everyone can see. Their campaign of destruction became your advertisement. Their lies became the spotlight that showed the world how authentic you really are. And this is the part that should give you strength. You didn't have to lift a finger. Let that sink in. While they were exhausting themselves with lies, running smear campaigns, holding secret meetings, and recruiting others to hate you, you simply kept being yourself. You didn't chase rumors. You didn't defend yourself at every corner. You didn't play in the mud with them. Your refusal to engage became their undoing. Because when one side screams and the other side stands calmly in truth, It's obvious to everyone who is obsessed and who is free. Imagine this, chosen one, someone flinging stones into the ocean, expecting waves to destroy a lighthouse. But the lighthouse never wavered. It stood, solid, steady, lighting the way, while the one throwing stones grew weaker, colder, and more desperate. That's exactly what happened. They spent all their strength throwing lies at you, and you remained untouched. The storm was theirs to endure, not yours. Another quote to remember: defamation is the applause of jealousy. They clapped for you in secret, but because they couldn't bear to admit it publicly, they disguised their admiration as hate. Every rumor was an admission that you outshined them. Every lie was an acknowledgement of your strength. They thought defamation would shrink you, but instead it magnified the distance between you and them. And now, look at them. The very people who once smiled when your name was dragged are now backing away, pretending they never participated. The energy has shifted. No one wants to be tied to someone proven guilty of orchestrating a smear campaign. Their army has disappeared, their support evaporated. All that remains is their woe is me performance, complaining, whining, insisting it's unfair. But here's the irony: fairness was never their concern when they were slandering you. They didn't care about truth when they spread lies. They didn't care about your peace when they tried to destroy it. And now that accountability has arrived, they want mercy they never showed. Imagine this: a fire starter trapped in their own blaze. They lit the match to burn your name, but the flames circled back, and now they're the ones running from the smoke. The universe doesn't play favorites. It simply mirrors back what you give out, and they gave out poison. That's why they're choking now. Chosen one, the most powerful part of your position right now is this: you don't need revenge. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to fight them on their level. The truth is, fighting for you. The legal system, the consequences, the silence forced upon them, that's all the proof you need. And the beauty of it all, you get to watch. You get to stand tall, untouchable, while they sink in the quicksand they created. So remember this final quote: your silence was louder than their lies. You didn't have to defend yourself, because authenticity defends itself. You didn't need to drag anyone down, because your elevation naturally exposed their desperation. And now, the entire world can see the difference between the one who stands in truth and the one who lives in deceit. Chosen one, their smear campaign wasn't your end, it was their coffin. They hammered the nails themselves with every rumor, every lie, every attempt to destroy you. And now they lie in the very box they built, while you rise higher, stronger, and freer than ever. Number 3. The betrayal that backfired. Betrayal is the sharpest blade, but it always cuts the hand that swings it. That's what's happening here, chosen one. This didn't just come from strangers or faceless haters. It began with someone who once stood close to you. A relationship soured, and instead of moving on, they decided to ignite a war. They thought bitterness would fuel an army, but instead, it lit a fuse that blew up in their own face. They honestly believed that by turning a community against you, they'd write the final chapter of your story. But what they didn't realize is this: when you go after someone's livelihood, their name, their professional standing, you don't just cross a line, you dig your own grave. Imagine this for a moment: someone who once broke bread with you, now sharpening a knife under the table. They smile, they pretend, but when the moment comes, they swing the blade, thinking they'll walk away unscathed. Only this time, the knife slips. It doesn't land where they planned. Instead, it cuts their own hand, leaving them bleeding while you walk forward untouched. That's what betrayal does, chosen one. It backfires. And right now the backfire is echoing louder than any attack they ever launched. Here's a quote to burn into your mind. They thought they were burying you, but they were planting evidence against themselves. That's what's unfolding legally. Every smear, every slander, every attempt to poison your reputation has now become part of a file, evidence being taken seriously by people in authority. Judges, officers, courts, they're not brushing it off as gossip anymore. They're looking at it as conspiracy, as criminal, as a deliberate act of destruction. And the ones who once laughed while dragging your name are now being called defendants. You might ask yourself, how did it get this far? How did a soured relationship spiral into an entire community campaign against you? The truth is, chosen one, your natural authority and success triggered them. The abundance you carry, the way you walk into rooms and command respect without even trying, that set off their insecurities like an alarm bell. They couldn't stand to see you thriving, so they rallied others to pull you down. But here's the irony. The very business contacts they tried to poison, the very clients they attempted to steal, the very colleagues they whispered to, all of them are now witnesses. Every attempt at sabotage has transformed into testimony. Every effort to weaken your foundation has become another brick in the case against them. Imagine this, someone trying to kick down the walls of a house, only to discover that every kick leaves their footprint in the crime scene. They can't deny it, they can't erase it, and now the house still stands while their footprints lead straight to their downfall. That's exactly how this betrayal has unfolded. They weren't just gossiping, they were committing crimes. They weren't just sharing concerns, they were conspiring. And the universe has a way of making sure every hidden plot comes into the light. Another quote worth remembering, karma moves slow until it doesn't. For a while, it might have seemed like they were winning. One day they were confident, boasting, parading their campaign against you. They had the crowd, they had the noise, they had the illusion of victory. But in the blink of an eye, it all collapsed. One day they were loud, the next day, silence. One moment they were surrounded by allies, the next they were sitting alone with legal papers in their hands. That's how fast justice can strike when the scales tip. And you, chosen one, need to see the poetry in this. They thought the wheel of fortune was spinning in their favor, but that wheel reversed so fast it made them dizzy. What they called a lucky break has turned into their worst nightmare. The speed at which this collapse is happening is breathtaking. You can almost hear the echo of doors slamming shut, of phones going silent, of allies disappearing into the shadows. That's how quickly their foundation crumbled. Imagine standing on a frozen lake. For a while, it feels solid, safe. They danced on that ice, mocking you, feeling untouchable. But then the cracks appeared, faster than they could react, and in a single moment, the ice broke beneath their feet, swallowing them whole. That's how betrayal works when it targets someone protected by truth. It collapses suddenly, leaving the betrayer with nothing but regret. Here's another quote. When you attack someone's livelihood, you sign your own ruin. They thought this was just another vendetta, another personal spat. But once they went after your business, your reputation, your ability to make a living, they entered criminal territory. And now the law is no longer their friend. What they framed as casual gossip has been redefined as organized conspiracy. What they thought was clever manipulation has become prosecutable evidence. And don't miss this. Chosen one, this isn't just one person's downfall, it's collective. The whole community that once cheered for them is now dragged into the consequences. Each person who joined in is feeling the shockwaves. Some will lose their credibility, some will lose money, some will lose opportunities, but every single one of them will feel it. The betrayal that started with one bitter person has spread poison through the whole group, and now they're all choking on the same fumes. But let's answer the question that might still linger in your mind. Why didn't this work against you? Why didn't the smear, the betrayal, the poison take you down like it took others in the past? The answer is simple. You didn't fight them on their level. While they scrambled, plotted and schemed, you stood firm. While they wasted their energy in darkness, you lived in truth. And truth is untouchable. That's why, chosen one, you're standing free while they're drowning. This is your reminder. You were never the victim in their story. They tried to script you as the villain, but the script has flipped. The spotlight is on them, exposing every lie, every betrayal, every desperate attempt to destroy you. And as the curtain falls, the only thing left is silence. The kind of silence that feels heavier than any noise. So hold this truth close. Betrayal always backfires. They thought they could bully you, destroy you, strip you of your power. But instead, they handed you the proof of their own guilt. They exposed themselves, and the universe made sure the world saw it. Number 4. Dragged from darkness into the firelight. Lies love the shadows, but truth drags them screaming into the light. That's where your enemies are right now, chosen one. They thought they could smear you in whispers, hide behind group chats, and let rumors do the dirty work. But here's the gut punch. They forgot the universe keeps receipts, and now those private shadows have turned into a public stage. Courtrooms don't deal in gossip, they deal in evidence. And every word they muttered, every plan they plotted is now carved into the record for all to see. Imagine this for a moment. A thief sneaks through the dark, believing no one sees, only to find floodlights snap on, exposing them frozen mid-crime. That's what happened here. The very lies they whispered in secret are now evidence under oath. Every rumor is documented malice. Every false statement, if repeated, becomes perjury. The shadows they trusted became a trap that lit them up for the world to witness. Here's a fact to savor. Legal systems don't recognize mobs. They recognize individuals. In the mob, they felt bold, powerful, unstoppable. But when the papers landed and the system called their names one by one, that fake courage dissolved. The group's noise has shattered into individual silence. And now, each person must face the consequences they once thought they could dodge by hiding in the crowd. You might ask, why is this shift so satisfying? Because it proves what you always knew. The mob's strength was an illusion. Courage borrowed from numbers doesn't last when accountability arrives. The moment individuals realize they can't hide behind the crowd, fear takes over. Imagine a pack of wolves howling together, but when the hunter arrives, each one scatters, leaving the loudest behind to face the arrows. That's the psychology at play right now. And don't miss the poetic irony. Chosen one, your enemies thought they were silencing you by working in the dark, but the truth is, they silenced themselves. They walked straight into the spotlight they feared most. Their courage evaporated, their lies crumbled, and the only thing left is the sound of their own trembling voices under oath. Number 5. Stubbornness that buries its master. Pride doesn't just blind, it digs graves. That's the gut punch your enemy is choking on right now, chosen one. They met you, they tried to cross you, and instead of learning the lesson, they doubled down on their bitterness. They refused to look in the mirror, so they pointed the finger at you. They're not battling you anymore. They're wrestling their own demons while blaming your light for exposing them. Their stubbornness is so thick, it's killing them slowly, one mistake at a time. Imagine this, a person trapped in quicksand. The more they thrash, the deeper they sink. That's your enemy. Every time they failed to destroy you, instead of stepping back, they tried harder, grew louder, and left even more evidence of their obsession. Their refusal to stop became the rope around their neck. If they had quit after their first attempt, maybe they could have slithered away unnoticed. But arrogance doesn't quit, it repeats. And each repetition drags them deeper into their own ruin. Here's a truth worth engraving into your spirit. Those who refuse to learn from their failures are doomed to perform them again, louder, messier, and deadlier. That's what makes this situation so poetic. Their stubbornness was supposed to be their strength. Instead, it's the hammer nailing their own coffin shut. They couldn't stand that you stood untouched, that your authenticity outshined their schemes. So they ran themselves into the ground trying to prove a lie. You might wonder, why does your purity, your authenticity, enrage them so much? Because it's the one thing they can't fake. They can mimic style, copy words, imitate gestures, but they can't counterfeit innocence. They can't duplicate integrity. And every time your light showed up, it reminded them of their own lack. They've been in competition with an image of you they invented in their own head. Not about beauty, not about material things, but about spirit, character, essence. And in that race, chosen one, they could never win. Imagine someone pounding on a locked door, bloodying their fists, convinced they'll break it down. But the truth is, it was never their door to open. That's your enemy. Their stubborn fists are broken, their energy drained. Yet they keep pounding, blind to the fact that all they're doing is destroying themselves. And here's the sobering part. Your victory will be their downfall. Not because you schemed for it, not because you fought dirty, but because their refusal to stop left them no way out. You're told to keep your celebration quiet, not out of guilt, not out of doubt, but because when someone falls this hard, there's nothing left to mock. The silence of your humility will sting louder than any cheer. Number 6. The silence that crushed the noise. Noise is the weapon of the insecure. Silence is the shield of the unshakable. That's the battlefield you stood on, chosen one. While they screamed, you stayed still. While they threw every insult, rumor, and accusation, you didn't flinch. Your quiet confidence spoke louder than their mob ever could. And the beauty of it? Everyone watching noticed. The crowd could see the difference. Your silence came from strength. Theirs came from fear. Imagine this for a moment. 2 boxers step into a ring. One dances wildly, swinging punches into the air, desperate for attention, desperate to look powerful. The other stands calm, steady, waiting, conserving energy. By the end, the loud one is exhausted, flailing, exposed, while the quiet one hasn't even broken a sweat. That's exactly what happened here. They spent themselves in noise, while you stood untouchable in truth. Here's a truth you can't ignore. Reputation built on appearances collapses when the mask cracks. And that's the very thing destroying them. Every social media post was staged, every handshake rehearsed, every word calculated. Their identity was a costume stitched together from the approval of others. But when reputation crumbled, so did the person behind it. You, chosen one, built yourself on substance. That's why you stand firm while they fall to pieces. You might ask, Why does your quiet confidence cut so deep? Because it breaks the mold. They can't understand how you shine without their approval. They can't process how you stay strong without an audience cheering. You've dismantled their illusion that power comes from numbers, that worth comes from validation, and that contradiction breaks them in ways they'll never admit. Imagine a house built from mirrors. Every wall reflects, every surface shines, but one crack shatters the whole illusion. That's their world now, their public persona cracked, and suddenly everyone sees the emptiness behind it. Meanwhile, your house is stone. No reflection needed, no illusion created. That's why you're still standing. And here's the brutal irony. They tried to cloak their attacks in sacredness. They turned prayer circles into gossip pits. They twisted holy spaces into war rooms against you. They thought they could justify lies by wrapping them in religion. But there are consequences for using the sacred to disguise the profane. That's why the same community they weaponized is now telling them to hush. The mouths that once cheered their attacks now whisper, "Enough!" Their noise has collapsed into silence, but your silence, it echoes louder than thunder. Number 7. The fall of the masked pretender. Narcissists don't drown when the water rises. They drown when the mirror shatters. And chosen one, that mirror has shattered for them in real time. The supply they once thrived on, the applause, the validation, the blind loyalty, is gone. What's left isn't admiration, but disgust. What used to be control is now exposure. They're going through narcissistic collapse, and it's brutal to watch because there's no repair for this kind of fracture. The very community that once fed their ego is starving them now, and you can almost hear the emptiness echo inside their chest. Imagine this, a stage performer used to standing in the spotlight, basking in cheers, suddenly finding the crowd booing, throwing tomatoes, and walking out mid-act. That's your enemy's reality. They've lost the stage, the lights, and the audience. Their voice still trembles out demands, but no one is listening. The people they once manipulated are cutting ties, divorcing, ghosting, abandoning. And yet the truth lingers. They can't erase the stain of being associated with this circus. Their attempts to distance themselves only highlight their guilt. Here's a quote worth carving into stone. "Greed hides behind morality until the mask slips." That's what your two-faced family member was doing. Every smile, every kind gesture, every so-called prayer, they were all calculated moves in an elaborate setup. They needed you cornered, emotionally weakened, financially strained, or legally vulnerable. Only then could they pounce and claim what they wanted while looking like the hero. Their kindness was bait. Their advice was poison sugar-coated. And yet you didn't step into the trap. You didn't dance to their tune. And that refusal was your salvation. Think about how humiliating this is for them. They had the script ready, the stage built, and the role assigned to you. But you ripped up the script and walked off their stage. Imagine a chess master planning 10 moves ahead, only for their opponent to refuse to play the game at all. Their carefully built strategy crumbled, leaving them exposed as manipulators, not masterminds. Strip away all their religious posturing, their moral speeches, their crocodile tears, and what's left is naked greed. They wanted something, money, status, control, and they couldn't just take it. They needed you erased, declared unfit, broken beyond repair. But when you didn't play along, their entire plan collapsed in their hands, and now the fallout is merciless. They're exposed as cheaters, backstabbers, frauds. Their reputation, once polished like glass, lies shattered in pieces for everyone to step over. The connections they bragged about, police, ministers, family ties, mean nothing now. What good is an illusion when the curtain has been ripped down? They thought they were untouchable, upper class, respected. Instead, they've been revealed as counterfeit. You may have blocked them, cut them off, walked away with nothing left to say. And that silence, chosen one, burns them more than any insult ever could. Because without your energy to feed on, without the audience they once borrowed, they have nothing. And for a narcissist, nothing is the deadliest punishment of all. Number 8. When the borrowed throne crumbles. Power that isn't earned doesn't last. It dissolves the moment the lender calls it back. And chosen one, that's exactly what's happening now. Your attacker built their entire illusion on borrowed power. Connections, titles, authority they never truly owned. But those same ministers, leaders, and officials who once stood beside them are now scrambling to cut ties. Nobody wants their reputation dragged down by this scandal. What was once their shield has turned into a spotlight, and suddenly the hands that fed them are the first to pull away. Imagine this for a moment, a person parading through the streets in a royal robe, waving to the crowd, pretending to be a king. Everyone claps because they think the crown is real. But when the lender snatches the crown back, the crowd gasps, realizing they were cheering for a fraud. That's your enemy now, stripped of borrowed influence, exposed for what they are. The silence in the community tells the story. It used to be whispers about you, mockery dressed as concern. Such a lost soul, we should pray for them. But now the conversation has flipped. Did you hear what happened to the one who attacked them? The spotlight has shifted, and it burns. Police may even be circling, seeing them not as a victim, but as a suspect. What was once gossip about your downfall has become dead quiet because the scandal now belongs to them. Here's a quote that captures it. Loyalty built on fear evaporates when the fear shifts direction. And that's what you're witnessing. The same people who once stood in circles attacking you are now backpedaling faster than ever. They're rewriting history, saying they never really participated, that they were always uncomfortable, that they tried to speak up but were ignored. Watch how they twist the script to protect themselves, to pretend they were never complicit. But here's the part they can't erase: your memory. You remember who said what. You remember who laughed when your name was dragged. You remember who stood where when the lines were drawn. Their revisionist tales may fool the crowd, but they don't fool you. Their borrowed power has expired, their false alliances have crumbled, and all that remains is the undeniable truth. You stood alone, and they all followed the wrong master. Number 9. When truth becomes the sharpest blade. Lies collapse under pressure, but truth only sharpens. And chosen one, that's why your voice carries more weight now than ever before. Don't be surprised if police, lawyers, or even government officials reach out. They may want your testimony, your statement, your perspective, not because you're in trouble, but because your words are one of the final pieces of a 1,000-piece puzzle. You've become a cornerstone in the case, not the accused. That's the irony. While they tried to frame you, they ended up framing themselves, and now your truth is the evidence that nails it shut. Imagine this for a moment, a courtroom stacked with binders, papers, and recordings, all tangled in contradiction. Then your words enter, clear, consistent, steady, and the whole picture locks into place. That's the power of your testimony. You didn't stoop to their level. You didn't create counterlies or mudslinging campaigns. You stood in truth, and now truth itself is the blade cutting through their web of deceit. Here's a quote to keep close. Integrity is the only testimony that never expires. And that's exactly why your presence terrifies them. Every word you speak exposes the cracks in their falsehoods. Every detail you share highlights how obsessed they were, how dishonest they became. You don't even need to exaggerate. Your simple truth contrasts so violently with their lies that it's like a torch shining in a cave. But here's the part you need to watch for. After the dust settles, the same people who doubted you will come crawling back. They'll pat your back saying, "We always believed in you. We always supported you. But you know the truth." They were whispering when your name came up. They were nodding in agreement when the mob rallied. They cloaked venom in virtue, sending energy that felt like concern but dripped with poison. And this is where your discernment becomes your shield. You can feel the difference between real support and fake applause. Genuine allies stood by you when it cost them something. They defended your name when it was unpopular. They believed in you when the evidence seemed stacked against you. Those are the ones worthy of walking with you into your elevated future. Everyone else? They're just trying to rewrite history, to ride your redemption for their own. Your testimony isn't just words, it's the proof that the truth wins without screaming. And now, chosen one, the world is finally hearing it. Number 10. Separation that secures destiny. Some doors don't close for repair, they close for protection. That's the truth of where you stand now, chosen one. You've already paid the price for their lessons, and you don't owe them the labor of their recovery. Your only assignment now is to rise into the very purpose their persecution tried to bury. The universe has carved out distance between you and them, and that separation isn't an accident, it's a safeguard. Some separations are designed to be permanent. Some bridges, once torched, are meant to stay ashes. Your vindication is only the surface. Beneath it is your elevation, the kind they can neither mimic nor touch. You are stepping into the very seat of influence they once pretended to own. The authority they counterfeited has been transferred to you in full. The influence they staged is now authentic in your hands. The community that rejected you is being forced to watch as you rise to a level beyond their reach. That's why their silence isn't just about shame, it's about fear. Imagine this. They built a ladder out of lies, climbing high to make themselves look powerful, but the rungs snapped and they fell. Meanwhile, you've been lifted by something they can't see, placed on a foundation they can't touch. You didn't climb crooked, you were carried higher by truth itself. That's why when you speak now, your words vibrate with new authority. When you move, energies align around you. When you decide, unseen forces shift in your favor. You've been given keys to doors they don't even know exist. And that's the dagger in their chest. They're not just silent because of lawyers or legal rulings. They're silent because they're watching their nightmare play out in real time. You are becoming everything they swore you couldn't be. You are receiving everything they declared you didn't deserve. You are living proof that their judgment was worthless because the only judgment that mattered came from the universe, and it crowned you instead of them. Number 11. Not revenge, but revelation. Revenge is small, it ends with your enemies. Revelation is eternal, it begins with you. That's the truth, Chosen One. This is not your moment of vengeance. It is your unveiling. Not retaliation, but restoration. Not arrogance, but ascension. The same community that once locked arms to destroy you has become the stone foundation for your empire. The soil they tried to bury you in has turned to rich ground, fertilizing your growth. Their coordinated ambush was nothing more than the rehearsal for your coronation. Look at it clearly. You were chosen before they rejected you. You remain chosen after their rejection, and long after their betrayal fades into a cautionary tale told in whispers, you will still be chosen. Their silence isn't just punishment. It's proof. It's permission. Permission for you to speak your truth without interruption. Permission to live your destiny without obstruction. Permission to rise without apology. The irony is almost poetic. The stage they built to showcase your downfall is now the platform for your elevation. The spotlight they shone to exaggerate your flaws now highlights your strength. The audience they assembled to watch you fail is forced to applaud your triumph. Everything they constructed for your destruction was reverse-engineered into your rise. And listen closely, that silence they're trapped in. It isn't emptiness, it's applause. Not the applause of hands, but the applause of justice echoing through the universe. It's louder than their gossip, stronger than their lies, and more enduring than their hate. The army that once rallied against you has scattered. The generals who declared war have surrendered. The battle they swore would end, you has ended them. And here you are, victorious, unbroken, elevated, not because you fought dirty, but because you never had to fight at all. You won without firing a shot. You won by standing. You won by being. And that is the revelation they'll never live down. Chosen One, what we've uncovered today is undeniable. Your enemies are silenced, their lies exposed, and your rise unstoppable. This isn't revenge, it's revelation. This is your reminder that nothing built against you can stand, and every attempt to bury you only plants the seeds of your triumph. So carry this truth with you, knowing the universe itself has spoken in your favor. And thank you, Chosen One. If you haven't already, press that like button. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe so you never miss the light we share together.